The City Commission meeting of the City of St. Pete Beach. Today is Tuesday, January 28, 2025. It is 6 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland.
Here.
Commissioner Marriott.
Here.
Commissioner Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner Reznicki.
Here.
Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. City Manager, you had something you wanted to cover about these fancy lights in front of us this evening?
Sure, just a few meeting changes. One is you have queuing lights in front of you, so if it's red, it means you don't wish to speak on the item at the moment, and if you turn it green, the mayor will be able to see that you wish to be queued in and speak. And then additionally, staff presentations will be timed to the extent that they are not interrupted and ask questions mid-presentation. So we are trying to just be as efficient as possible for you tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I get a recap on that again? Because
Certainly.
it went over my head. So I can speak when?
So Commissioner Mulholland, you would just move your cube to the green if you see the cube in front of you. And when the mayor calls on you, you may speak, but it tells him that you wish to speak on the item.
They have.
So we didn't, no, I get it. I think I can figure it out, but I'm a little surprised with just finding this out when we show up here. So, you know, to have to add something else to the mix, I don't know. I guess I can figure it out, but
Right.
it's just a little different that we were presented this tonight to have to start pressing a button when we want to speak. So
I think tonight
I would have liked some coaching on it in advance, to be perfectly honest with you. I just don't think it was appropriate to do it this way, but away we go.
We'll do a dry run tonight. I'm sure we'll be having lots of grace and patience with everyone, myself included. So, all right. So first we have presentations, a review of special events process as it pertains to the commission.
Good evening, everybody. Mandy Edmonds, Interim Parks and Recreation Director. This is going to be a brief presentation for you all about what we have been working on as far as the special events packet and the process. So this first, am I on this? Okay. Okay, so this first slide here just is our special events department review. We took a little bit of time. We've formed a committee and we've got a little bit of an update to give you. Our goal is to ensure the public safety, compliance with regulations, minimize disruptions to residents and businesses, and support activities that bring the community together. That is the goal of our special events in St. Pete Beach. So, the events requiring commission approval, this has not changed. This has always been the same. Events selling or consuming alcohol, events requiring a street closure, which will impact traffic, EMS routes, and local business. And then co-sponsorship requests for the contribution of in-kind services from any department of the city, use of city equipment or facilities, and/or cash in support of a special event. Our priority there is to try to meet the strategic goals of the city by prioritizing those events that do so. 2025 special event process. So for all events coming up now from now until October 2025, this is how we're going to be doing it. Events currently scheduled now through September 2025 will be brought to commission for approval. All event applications are reviewed by the Special Events Review Committee, which now consists of the Recreation Director, the City Clerk, the Fire Marshal, and a member of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department. The approval will then be shared with all of the department directors. These are the activities that we have listed right now that people have expressed interest in, and we'll be bringing them forward for approval before we move forward. The 2025 co-sponsorship requests will be brought to commission as requests are submitted. The events were previously approved by, or were not previously approved by the Recreation Advisory Board for 2025 as they had in the past. So that's why we're kind of changing the process for 2025. 2026 special events. These co-sponsorship event requests must be submitted to the Recreation Department by March 1st. We will be emailing all of the past applicants to make them aware of this change. The co-sponsorship requests will be presented to the Recreation Advisory Board for approval with detailed costs for each event outlined. The Recreation Board approved co-sponsored events will be presented then to Commission for final approval. And the cost for services will be added to the budget to account for the co-sponsorship and departmental planning purposes. Okay. Finally, we are still working on the guide to special events. We're updating that, our committee, the city clerk, fire marshal, and myself. We're continuing to revise this guide. The revisions will include this co-sponsorship timelines and process for approval. We'll be emailing out notices. And then the proposed beach ordinance impacts to any of the events pertaining to like any sea turtle and other regulations that will be going into effect with the new ordinance. And then a fee study. We'll be reviewing all of the fees pertaining to the special event, making those necessary changes. And then we will be doing an after-event reporting, and that criteria will outline a criteria for both the city and the applicant. We'll go through the process of reviewing each event, and then we will document in retention through our Laserfiche, and that will be all taken care of through our city clerk's office. So overall, we're hoping that this is a more collaborative and transparent process to help promote successful community events. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Robinson?
Mandy, why did you choose a 9-month, March 1st for the following year as a deadline to apply?
Because we want to make sure that we have enough time to get it to our Recreation Advisory Board. They meet in May, and then we'll be bringing their approvals to you in July when we start doing budget workshops.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's because it's not there now.
Don't worry about it.
Commissioner Mulholland, you have a question?
No, I
Okay.
don't have any questions. I'm just trying to figure my button out that's not plugged in over here.
So unfortunately, Ralph is colorblind, so he's not going to be any help to you.
It's blue. I think that means it's not working. It's not available to me. I'm being censored, I guess.
It is like a Rubik's Cube.
There you go.
Okay, all set?
No, I don't have
Thank you.
anything. I'm just
Thank
trying to figure out the button.
All right, are there any amendments to the agenda?
Mayor, I have one amendment to the agenda.
Yes.
I need to add a discussion item of the city clerk's resignation.
It's a great place to be figuring this out.
Okay. That will be item E. Any other amendments to the agenda? Commissioner,
Could, I'd like to move consent item, D. Consent item E to an action item.
okay, consent item E will be action item,
D like dog.
okay, D. This will be 6A. Commissioner Robinson?
Well, I had one question before we go into consent items. I don't know if I should hold that. It's just a general one beforehand, or if I can just ask that now.
We can just ask it at the consent time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I would like to pull items L and N. These will be items 6B and 6C. Okay. All right, if there are no other amendments, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second,
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson.
Yes.
Commissioner Woznicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland.
yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. All right, next we have update on permitting and beach cleanup.
Good evening, Commissioners. Denise Sanderson, Interim Director of Community Development. I think Ryan is getting the presentation pulled up. Thank you, Ryan. So this is pretty much our standard recovery update following Hurricanes Helene and Milton. I'm going to quickly go through a lot of the statistic slides that you're used to seeing because I want to make sure that we talk about some significant updates to a couple of other programs. So the usual things that we're reviewing today are permit-related information, substantial and non-substantial damage, historic preservation, and then we'll spend some time talking about long-term housing recovery updates, staffing and volunteer program, and then final with beach debris update. So permit status, we have currently issued 1,636 permits out of 2,544 received. As you can see there, things are moving quite nicely through the system, and we're averaging about 42 permits a day, and that number is steadily climbing all of the time. I've reset goals there to be more commensurate with what I think is reality now that we've been in this process for quite some time and understand the complexity of review. I think those are more appropriate goals, but we still have a way to go, as you can see there. Building permit inspections, I've added that data as we are now issuing permits and calling for building permit inspections. By and large, we're still able to do inspections next day. We're staffing up for inspections. We do find that we have a challenge getting inspectors that are qualified for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, and so we've called on our vendors to try to identify inspectors that specialize in those fields as well. So the challenges remain with receiving data from Tidal Basin. I believe the last time we got a significant download from Tidal Basin was on January 8th. I am told that we can expect information coming from them this week. And then, of course, review or submittal, complete and sufficient submittal of the SISD review package for owner-builder permits in particular remains a challenge, and we'll talk about that a little bit as we go through today's presentation under the volunteer program. So just briefly, it's come to my attention that we really did not do a very good job. Right before the holidays, we changed the ordinance, removing the look-back period, eliminating the exclusions as a result of that, and so wish to call attention to this. And of course, this presentation will be posted on the website tomorrow. So I wanted to talk about the substantial damage and substantial improvement and the decoupling of permits, if you will. So we learned from FEMA in early December that all costs associated with a damage event must be included in the SISD or the actual cost of repairs, and therefore no exclusions are allowed. Commission voted to therefore remove the look-back period. We're going to the NFIP we've gone to the NFIP minimum standard, and a reminder that any permit not related to a damage event is considered substantial improvement, which is viewed separately. Certainly recommend that any permits that are pulled are closed before another permit is then pulled, because when permits are open at time of event or at time of improvement, if you will, all of those costs get calculated against your 50% rule. And so again, upon completion of work, we strongly recommend you close out, we do final inspection and close out that permit before pulling another. As it relates to substantial and non-substantial damage determinations, we've issued 1,966 determinations with 917 pending review out of Tidal Basin. So we still have a ways to go. We've received about 2/3 of that data set. As you can see, currently the non-substantially damaged is certainly outpacing the substantially damaged, and through the appeals process and processes that we've talked about in last commission meeting, we expect ultimately will land with far fewer, as a percentage, far fewer properties substantially damaged at the end of the day. Local historic designation, I know that you're all aware of this, we just had a workshop earlier, but we have received a record number of applications for those seeking local historic designation, which is one of the qualifying exclusions from the SISD or FEMA requirements, and so it makes sense that we would receive high numbers of applications. They are rather time-consuming if the property has not been previously surveyed. As you heard earlier today, it's an extensive process for us to create and do all of the research associated with those file preps. So we have four coming forward for approval or consideration for approval on February 6th, and then 12 more that still need additional information. So this is a significant update, and this has been reflected on our web pages. I certainly encourage everyone to pay attention to the Housing Recovery Support webpage. I anticipate that we'll be making updates somewhat frequently on this, but the latest is that we've been notified that Florida Division of Emergency Management has been notified of a pre-award or pending award, approximately $300 million in hazard mitigation grant program, and $100 million for the flood mitigation swift current program. So as you can see there, $300 million, the HMGP program will be open to all applicants. The FMA Swift Current is open to NFIP policyholders only. It will be one single application to be filled out. The state will be managing that process. That application is expected to go live any day now. I've not heard that it's not coming forward, that it's delayed any further, but I was not able to get an exact date. The state will be hiring contractors for pre-construction and construction, and I would probably equate this to the similar process they had on their MySafe Florida Home program, where the state deployed contractors to do inspections and had licensed or contractors in their queue that could do those improvements for you as part of that grant program. So I anticipate that this model will be quite similar. As you can see there, the grant award caps, there is a cap for demo and rebuild projects that's up to $220,000 plus the soft costs associated with engineering, pre-construction, and the like. And then there is no cap for elevation projects. They must be deemed cost-effective, and again, the state's contractors will be making that determination about what is cost-effective. And again, this is a program that is being managed by the state, and though the funds may not be available ultimately for quite some time, the application, I would encourage anyone interested in pursuing these opportunities to get their applications in very, very early. There's a QR code there. If anybody wishes to scan that, they can sign up for notifications directly from Florida Division of Emergency Management. And again, go to our website. There's a couple of flyers posted there. I think it's important for everyone to read fully so that they have a better understanding of these programs that are coming forward and the timeframes associated with them. And then just briefly, staffing allocation by job type. Really no changes here except for building inspectors. We've added another building inspector to the stable who is able to do the MEP required work, because as you know, we're seeing a lot of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing work out there. And then I expect another one to join us within a couple of weeks, and so that call has gone out. So a mission request update, we did suspend our commercial SD assessments request. We initially requested about 30 personnel 20 personnel to inspect, 30 to do data assessment. Tidal Basin was able to pick up that component for us, and we are beginning to get some of the commercial assessments from that effort. The administrative support effort, I believe that we will have 2 people deployed to us the beginning of next week. One is specifically, will be remote, but specifically focused on the substantial damage assessment plan that we know we need to get working on and completed before our next season. And the other one is in-house support for file documentation, internal communications, and the like. And then the technicians, I don't have a firm date on that, but the goal is to have those folks deployed here on February 10th. We anticipate that those folks will be partnering up with the volunteer cohort that we have, and I'll talk about that next. So the volunteer program, thank you to everybody that boosted that post out there. We had a fantastic response to that. We have 36 registered volunteers, and to date we've completed training for, I believe it was 19. We are hosting those 2-hour training sessions every Tuesday, and have the full schedule for next week already queued up. And so at this time we're utilizing up to 4 volunteers for 4-hour shifts, 9 to 1 daily, until they become comfortable with all of the things. We think 4 is a nice manageable number for our permit technicians to support as they continue their volunteer efforts. So their scope is very, very limited to the SISD review package and building permit application and related documents, really assisting those owner builders in particular with the assemblage of that information, identifying labor rates, doing things like that to make sure we have a complete and sufficient package, which ultimately means a much quicker and seamless permit review and SISD review for our plans examiners. They're also able to collect documents that might be, folks might just be coming in to drop off, so rather than wait in the queue outside for the intake desk, they're able to collect those documents, bring them in, and we'll scan and upload to the appropriate permit. And then answering some just some general questions. So as we move forward, as we fulfill that mission request, we anticipate utilizing volunteers and the mission personnel, if you will, to do in-home visits with some of our most vulnerable populations who may not be up to speed with all of the requirements that are necessary. Thank you, Amber. And so finally, just briefly, the beach debris update. Public Services, now they've identified 3 locations where sand with debris was moved onto the beach. That certainly has cause for concern, and we've notified DEP. They're taking it from there, and we'll handle the concern. Happy to take any questions, and Camden is here as well for that one in particular.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Robinson?
I have a couple of questions. In regards to the non-substantial damage determination, am I correct with that would not be, if you're having non-substantial damage determination, you therefore are not subject to FEMA's June 25th deadline?
June 25th deadline?
To either raise, elevate, make a decision?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's very important for everybody to get their substantial turned into a non-substantial. Just want to make that point, because otherwise June 25th comes around and it's the deadline.
Yes, so our understanding is that we can document and extend that. So we do recognize that some folks are still going through an evaluation process where they may choose to elevate, or they may choose to repair and have the option to do so. They may be sitting on that final determination. In some cases, it may not behoove them to seek a non-substantial damage determination for insurance purposes and the like, and so we are willing and able to offer that extension. We simply need to document that for FEMA.
So that's a city thing, not a FEMA thing?
Correct, but it is allowed under we are able to do that so long as we document the request and the reasons why.
Okay. And then I see we're still using Tidal Basin for commercial development.
Commercial assessments, again, FEMA's recommendation is always that you use consistency and equity across the entire community. And as you know, the state contracted with Tidal Basin for these services, and so we're utilizing them across the board.
Okay. With that being said, I guess I'm going to look at legal here and ask about any liability on Tidal Basin's part with the document that a resident put in as far as what their accuracy, what they are obligated to provide accuracy-wise, because obviously that's not been the case.
There is a provision that we're looking at in the contract with Tidal Basin, and I'll bring you up to speed on that at the next meeting.
Thank you. And then my last question is, from a staffing standpoint, where are we short?
So right now, we're short in plans examination. We have a rotation of plans examiners. Some of them are moving on or to perhaps full-time jobs. So we always have that call for plans examiners and building inspectors. As that now gets ramped up, I think we hit another record the other day of 100 next-day inspections. Right now, we're struggling to meet next-day inspections when scheduled by 2 p.m. And so being able to continue to provide that service with that kind of turnaround requires that we continue to bring in qualified inspectors that can do that. And where we're short there, again, is in the MEP field particularly.
Okay. And then I guess another big concern is just that, we're 1 month away from February. I mean, one week away from February. So we're 4 months away from the next hurricane season. And I'm very concerned with 2 things. One is our elderly population who is either lost or paralyzed in this whole process, or they're not tech savvy enough. And that's why I think I suggested the in-home and visits from our volunteers. The other thing is just that I am going to put on the permitting department side, I'm going to task you with and ask you to find, or Fran, I'm going to ask you to find a gray area, because I'm very concerned about any permits being opened. because we're 4 months away and at no fault of the residents to not get permits. It's not their fault. And I'm afraid that there's going to be permits open. And again, I looked at the whole phasing thing, and funny thing is that phasing is allowed.
It is now.
Statute-wise. But FEMA doesn't allow it.
It just all has to be documented on the front end, but yes. So your SISD
So-
packet has to document the entire scope of the repair.
Correct,
You
but-
can pull independent permits in phase if you desire.
You can?
You could. We don't recommend it generally. It's a little bit
Well,
complex,
for the-
but
From what I've read on phasing, it reduces risk. And coming into a hurricane season, that's a huge, especially for people going in late, getting permits. And unfortunately, got a lot of people think that they have to wait for that SD letter, and they've been waiting for it. And I keep telling them, nope, you don't have to wait for it, just put it in, put it in. But I'm still concerned about that. And I'm concerned that we're gonna have, because it will be devastating to people that have spent money to get those repairs done. We go into another storm, and that money that they've spent, that whole value of the whole permit will now be part of their 50 going into the next storm.
if not closed
So,
out, correct.
I would like to get some information then on phasing and what the options are on that. Because I was under the assumption phasing's not allowed, but I looked at Florida statute and it totally is allowed.
It is.
So I put that to task to find out some info on that.
If what you're speaking about is, so if you wish to phase your contractors or phase components, so long as we get the entire SISD
Yep.
detailing the actual cost of repairs for the entire project tied to that damage event, I see no reason why we would not be able to do phased permits, but we'll get clarity and surety of that process. and-
Again, it's people that are late in the game. And like I said, I'm really concerned about our elderly population here. And I'm afraid they're going to get a late start, and then it's going to devastate them. And my goal would be to see, no resident left behind. Everybody gets back in their home. And I think that should be, our goal as well. So anything that we can do. So if you can update me on phasing, that
Certainly
would
will.
be great.
Yep.
Thank you.
It'll be in the
But
next.
even if they don't get, even if they started the process 2 months ago, and let's say supplies are
Yeah. It's
not available, contractors are delayed, what if due to no fault of their own, they cannot close out the permit by June or July or,
Yeah, it would apply to everybody,
Yeah.
but then we have to do a retro. So then the question would be, is there a retro? Where's the gray area? How can we work with this? How can we make, everybody whole? I just don't want to see this, people get devastated from where they're at. And again, it's no fault of theirs. But to your point, Mayor, yes, it would also apply to people that couldn't get supplies and have already put in their permit, and therefore they're not asking for phasing in advance. So I would ask that, can we look at what we can do, how we can do this, where's the gray area we can work in, and make it happen?
Certainly, we'll get back to you on that in the next
Thank you.
meeting. Certainly.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yeah, thanks, Denise. A couple quick questions on the staffing. There's quite a few people in the data entry and quality control sections. Are any of those people who will be able to be deployed to other things once those tidal basin data gets wrapped up, or are those people so specific in their skills that?
They're permit technicians by trade.
Okay.
We brought them in as permit technicians and recognized very early on that we needed to deploy them for data. So those that had the ability, the technical ability and an interest to do that is where we deployed them. So, but I will share that we'll be in the data phase for quite some time through the appeals process and otherwise. Not only that, but what I believe they would be redeployed to do once we get through that phase is all of the file review to make sure that we are fully documented in all of our files in preparation for what we know will one day be a FEMA audit.
Right.
So I would recommend that that's how we deploy them. Now, keeping in mind that Come 180 days from Milton, whatever that day is in April, the vast majority of the folks that you saw on that staffing allocation list are no longer funded under a FEMA reimbursement model, the 1206 program. And so this is one of the reasons why, as you know, we have a healthy building fund reserve. We will, with the city manager's guidance and support, we will identify the appropriate staff, probably retaining many of them, and whether we bring them on as temporary contract employee, temporary personnel, temporary full-time, or we bring them in under contract status is to be determined. But I think certainly those that understand our systems process and protocols here it would behoove us to try to retain all the staff that's necessary to continue to move on through the following phases.
And then one other quick question, and again, since we are potentially going to be losing some staff come the end of that 180-day period, and I know previously there were a lot of questions from residents about utilizing private providers for plan review and inspections, and my understanding was that that's not allowed in the floodplain,
That's
essentially. But for anybody who is building above the floodplain, they could still take advantage of a private provider for plan review and inspections, correct?
Absolutely, that is correct, yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Reznicki?
A couple of questions. Just to get a clarification, on the 188 approved with the asterisk, what does that mean?
So that typically means that we have either the SISD package approved, or we have the building permit application approved, or it's at a level that requires additional review. So we might have to do ground elevations, that kind of thing, to make sure that we're not hitting that 50% mark. Perhaps the math is so close that we need to provide that level of surety to the homeowner. The very last thing we wish to do is put them in the situation where they're making a repair and they're tripping that 50% mark after they've spent all of the money on repair. So it could be any one of those conditions that provides a conditional approval. There's a component that's missing that is keeping us from issuing that permit. And sometimes it's perhaps a subcontractor needs to do a sub-sign-on. It could be something as simple as that. So it could be a variety of issues.
And I asked that because I mean, I've seen the similar number for quite some time already on the presentations. We're always in that, I think, 170, now 188. So, because that, again, to me, that means it's not approved. So I would prefer to not say it's approved because there's something that's not approving it. Because if it's under 50%, if we are saying as a city that if you're under 50%, you should be able to get your permit, then those 188 are outliers, you know, and so it really confuses me when I see that, you know, if they meet the criteria.
There's usually some bit of information that's required that's keeping us from issuing a permit. It's not that those same numbers, while that number might be similar to what it was previously reported, I would say it would be a rare exception that they'd be in that status for that long of a time. But it's usually something like that where there's some component of information that has to be obtained or received before we can issue permit. And there's usually a communication going on either with the contractor or the owner builder or perhaps with the building official to final that.
Okay. It's almost like I wish I could see which one of those 100 and at one point was 70 and now 88 that they have been approved, you know, because it's hard for me to see. I almost feel like we have this group of people out there that are sitting in this subcategory and not moving forward. So,
yeah, I would say that there probably is a very small number of those. As you might imagine, many of these contractors are truly overwhelmed with the workload that they have, and you know, we have homeowners all day. On successive days at times approaching our desk waiting for an update, and it's really waiting on the contractor, and our message to them is you must communicate with your contractor. So I think in some cases it's contractors not being responsive. By and large, of course, they are. But that's very often something they're just not able to provide the required elements. That's very often the case. In some limited cases, it might be a fire plan review that our fire marshal is waiting on, but I can assure you, generally speaking, you're not going to see them just stuck in that queue for a long time. Every day, our permit administrator is going in and reviewing all of those for any updates to any of those conditionally approved to see if she can release.
Do you know how many have been successfully appealed? Anybody who's appealing in that process? Have we already gone through a process of?
I don't have that number. I will make sure that we are able to report on that. When we started tracking information, as we got into the process, we realized we probably should have been tracking some additional things. And so I think it would be certainly a worthwhile exercise to go back and try to capture that, because I think it's important for us to be able to document how many. I'm certain we have that information. I just don't have the data. So
I
we'll
would
make sure that we
appreciate it,
do
because
that.
it'd be nice to see that, because you show what's substantially damaged and what's not, and then
Yeah.
who actually appealed it. And then one last question. You mentioned about the sand with debris on the beach. What does that mean? Were we dumped by, did someone dump debris on the sand? Are we talking about the mountains of sand that are out on the beach right now? I know from like north of the Don Cesar Hotel, when I do my walk that way, I mean, my daughter is tempted to want to roll down sand, you know, that's really high. And I wanted to bring up beach prior, and I know we put this into this category presentation, but it was for that reason, is how are we managing and what's going on? And if that's, you know, sand with debris, I mean, is it dangerous? Is there big items in there? Like, what does that mean? What's the debris in the sand?
I mean, certainly Camden can respond to this. My understanding is there's 3 locations that we've identified where the property owner, and these are rather large properties, that have moved property off of perhaps their structures or sidewalks, what have you, and back onto the beach, and there's evidence of debris in there. And so we've notified DEP, but whether or not they're cordoned off or those kinds of things, I don't know, and that's probably a question for Camden. Do you know the answer to that one? Okay.
Thank you. I would like to know, because there is, and I'm sure any of us who've been walking on the beach have noticed these heaping mounds of sand. How did they get there? Was that when beach rakers were out there doing their debris and they just kind of pushed it over there? I doubt the hurricane neatly stacked mounds of sand on our beach. So, and what are we doing? What are the steps that we're going to take to address that? And how are we going to manage it? And how are we involving DEP or the Beach Stewardship Committee on, you know, how are we going to bring back the beach? And what are we doing with these mounds of sand on the beach? Because we know vegetation will start growing there, right? So, you know, at what point does it officially become a dune? Okay, so just.
So I'm certain we'll talk about that tomorrow in our staff meeting and properly staff that response for next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one last item. For whatever it's worth, about 100 of our residents received code violation notices this past week. First of all, you have my sincerest apology for that. Those probably should not have gone out. Now, that said, our staff followed the code verbatim, black and white. But I think the commission would agree that in this time where we are at today, we need to maybe use a little bit more leniency. There's no, we need to use more discretion, right? And so we've had a conversation with the city manager, and if you wouldn't mind just updating us on what the resolution was from what we're going to be doing going forward. So these were residents who still had piles of debris, you know, from their homes or other things that would normally be a code violation. You know, they may not be in their homes at this time, they may not be around to mow the lawn all the time, whatever it is. That shouldn't have happened. So for me personally, you have my apology for that, and we're going to work on rectifying that situation right away. The last thing anybody wants at this point is to receive a code violation letter and a scare about fines and the magistrate and whatever else. So we're going to address that right away.
Thank you, Mayor, and my apologies as well. Staff is very efficient in the code enforcement area, and so what has happened is, as the Mayor mentioned, about 100 people have received notices. If you received a notice, if you need assistance with a remedy or you need more time, if you would just let the code enforcement team know. We are not doing any action to special magistrate between now and April 1st. They have been told to not proceed through the process and work with the residents to try to help remedy the situation, as well as between now and April 1st, no one will receive any notice is a violation. If you receive something, it will be a courtesy notice, letting you know that you may be out of code right now, but we are giving you extra time to remedy it, and we're giving you resources in that letter on how to do so. And so, again, apologies, we got a little bit ahead of ourselves, and please don't stress out about your letter. We are here to work with you, and they're gonna do their best to help you get everything cleaned up, so thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. So for those of you who received the letter, if you need any help with addressing that situation, please reach out to code enforcement, reach out to me, or reach out to your commissioner for your district. Thank you for that. Thank you. All right, next we have audience comments. For those of you who are not used to our audience comments process, it works as follows. If you have a general audience comment not pertaining to any specific item that is on the agenda this evening, you can fill out a yellow card. They are in the back, and then you can present those to the city clerk. If you also want to speak on a specific topic, you can also do that by filling out the yellow card and indicating on the card which topic you'd like to speak on. Everybody gets 3 minutes to speak on whether a general comment or a topic of your choice. You will have 3 minutes uninterrupted, which means we're going to be asking the audience to allow the speaker the courtesy of speaking uninterrupted, so no clapping, no booing, no cheering, no laughing, just in general, if you'll please, give them the respect and the opportunity to speak for 3 minutes uninterrupted. Also, this is generally not a question and answer session. What I'm going to ask you, if you have specific questions about anything in particular, the best way to do that and the best way to address that is send me an email, send your commissioner an email, give us a call. All of our phone numbers and email addresses are on the city website if you do have any specific questions, and we will address those for you, or we will connect with the appropriate city staff to answer those questions for you. So with that, City Clerk, do we have any general audience comments?
Yes, sir. Leslie Close.
If you will please state your name and address for the record.
Leslie Close, 5555 Gulf Boulevard. I am the association president, and I'm here representing 27 owners who are trying to get back into their condos after suffering damage from either Helene or Milton. We are working with a general contractor who is white boxing these units as per our condo docs. Our permit was originally sent on January 9th. On January 21st, our first response was that we needed to have separate permits for each of those units. On January 23rd, we, as a general contractor's office, is entering the permits into the system online. We get a call saying, you don't need individual permits for those 27 units, you only need one. So I just need is there a clear and consistent direction for multi-unit commercial properties when applying for the white box permits?
If you'll please send me or the city manager an email, and we'll address that with you within 24 hours. Thank you.
Carolina Lead.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Hi there, I'm Carolina Lead. I own my home at 6350 Third Palm Point. My husband and I also own a contracting company called Trinity Carpentry. Our 2 elementary school children go to St. John's Vianney, which, as you know, is not reopening. So I say all that to say that we are very invested in this community. I'm here to talk to you today about the inspection process. In particular, Eddie, one of the inspectors. Friday, my electrical rough was passed by Joanne Boland and Luke Curtis. Joanne then told me, go ahead and submit for your drywall inspection Friday afternoon, was able to put it in, scheduled it for Monday. Eddie arrived midday Monday, and that night I found that he failed our rough electrical inspection. Keep in mind, he was there for the drywall inspection. Of course, it didn't make any sense to me as it went on. We had submitted an engineer's report showing that the lintel and the rough electrical were passed. State law requires municipalities to accept this document. which Joanne and Luke did. So, for some reason, this man believes that he is above the law. So, I returned to the building department the next day, which was this morning, again, spending 2 hours, which is fun. Fortunately, Joanne, Jennifer Ledford, Patrick Hawk, and another woman who I didn't catch her name, were all reasonable. They even looked at me and said, this makes absolutely no sense. And it's happened 3 times with this man. So I pointed out that why would this inspector believe that he supersedes Joanne and Luke? They are his superiors. They passed it. So, I never called for a second Rough Electrical, which is what Patrick said originally. He said, did you? I said, no, it doesn't make sense. So we realized that Eddie took it upon himself to submit a new Rough Electrical and fail it. Is he doing this to get more reinspection fees? Is it a financial reason? I don't know. I'm constantly in the building department. I do not envy their jobs, especially after a disaster like this. I'm always friendly and respectful. I actually enjoy chatting with everyone there. Joanne is lovely to deal with. Jennifer's amazing. Pretty much everyone I've dealt with is great, in my experience. I don't want to speak for the residents. And as crazy as it sounds, yeah, spending 2 hours there is not that bad. I get a chance to do some work, I get to meet my neighbors, and I get to talk with other contractors. Jimmy, as an inspector, also phenomenal and reasonable. If he says, do this, we do it, no problems. I've been a journalist for 25 years. I'm on hiatus right now, so I've kind of converted what I'm doing for a living, helping my husband with his business, which is incredibly busy right now, and of course, repairing our home. I've reached out to several other contractors who tell me the same thing. They say that they've had the same issues with Eddie. Some are even astonished by his lack of basic knowledge. He hurts our relationship with our clients who say, wait, you failed? It's upsetting. So we're all trying to rebuild. We cannot have inspectors like Eddie. He needs to be removed. He is eating up valuable time on nonsense and making it harder for everyone here to get back in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And again, if you wouldn't mind sending me and the city manager an email with some detailed specifics, we would certainly want to look into that situation because no one should have to go through that. Thank you.
Deborah Schechter.
Mayor, can I make a comment on that?
Sure.
And just because, and this is for city manager and for staff, not about the individual, I haven't heard the name, but I have had other residents call me with similar complaints that we had someone show up to our house for an inspection, but they came for the wrong thing. So I don't know if the other commissioners have received something similar, but I know in my district I've had a couple of people kind of mention the same thing. Thank you.
Good evening, Deborah Schechter, Bocasega Isle Drive in St. Pete Beach. I think this is a good time to show grace to our neighbors and to our friends. Some are lonely because they're stuck in their house, or they're stuck in some condo or room or hotel room somewhere. Send them an email, send them a text, give them a call. Contact right now is so important. And I just heard from somebody the other day who told me she's very depressed and she's going to seek help because of this situation. And PTSD is rampant. So I say, show grace, call them up. Maybe you can meet for lunch somewhere, just something so that people are not isolated in their pain of dealing with all of this mess. And let's remember, our snowbirds, I don't think they're down. So when they come down to look at their homes, if it's a second home, it doesn't get covered by FEMA, but if it's their main residence, it will. So we can also, I think, expect a large group of people coming back to their homes for the first time or possibly the second time. And so we really need to know how to deal with those situations. We're going to be busy, busy, busy. And again, show grace. Call your friends, call your neighbors, check in on people. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Kurzman.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. John Kurzman, Beyond Away. Yeah, first, just to echo what the last speaker just mentioned. I mean, I wouldn't just call it post-traumatic stress. I mean, some people just have stress right now. and we all have to recognize that. And, you know, I appreciate what was just said about, for instance, the letters. I was one of the people that received one of those letters, and, you know, I'm expected to have a new roof and windows by February. I don't even think I can get it by April. I mean, I'll try. I've been trying. I actually tried to give other people time just to get things done, and I didn't want to push. Now, I am trying to push because I want to get things done before hurricane season. But, you know, we all just, you know, have to work together, and we're all trying to do what we have to do. But the real reason I came up here was last week I attended a session in Treasure Island, and not as a beach steward, but as an individual, and it was about the erosion control line, because they're working to do their beach nourishment project, and they've been having a holdup as we have. But the Army Corps was there, and they did a special session to convince people to sign up, and they're in the 30-day comment period to get an erosion control line and to finally get their nourishment taken care of. So we're still we're the ones that are still the holdup, where we may miss out on that project to get the erosion control line done if we don't, you know, get the one holdout area. And the only weird thing that occurred was they're putting their erosion control line on the landward side of what's been the public boardwalk. And I actually mentioned that I thought that was a bad idea, because if people have been customarily using that boardwalk, you're going to have a patchwork of then private homeowners saying, well, wait, you know, now I do want you to be the public on it, and I don't want the public on it. And they actually are considering maybe changing that, because, you know, this is the problem we have too as a beach, where you have customarily people using areas. And I think we all have to be careful of, you know, taking those rights away in spots. And I'll save that for the later session. So I just wanted to mention that that's been going on, and maybe we have to think about what we're going to do also for public beach access and our erosion control line, because that project is coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, next we have consent items. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I wanted to bring one thing up.
Certainly.
And it was just on items, and you touched base on this before, but it appears items G through O are all contracts, and I don't believe any of them had a force majeure / acts of God clause in it, and I would like to make sure we get the template that procurement uses, gets that updated and gets that in there, so we have the ability to reduce, suspend, or terminate.
I can address that a little bit. Since December 19th, we have included this force majeure in all proposed new contracts. What's on here today is in a brand new contract. They have some extensions, some task orders, and there's some amendments. And we are going to approach the companies that are doing the amendments to see if they will agree to add the force majeure, even though their contract is already signed. And I wanted to read the force majeure for you. I pulled it up that I've worked out with procurement. Force majeure, the city reserves the right to suspend, modify, or terminate this contract in the event of an act of God or act of man beyond the control of the parties, including but not limited to hurricane, tropical storm, tornado, or other destructive weather event, flooding, pandemic, plague, war, armed conflict, domestic or foreign terrorism, riot, labor condition, state or federal governmental action, or catastrophic internet disturbance, making performance inadvisable, economically impractical, illegal, or impossible. So we've tried to capture everything that we could think of.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
I second.
City Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Maholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have action item. First one is 6A, formerly 5D, acceptance of entities and stakeholders for the comprehensive plan amendments community engagement. Commissioner Marriott.
Yes, thank you. My questions were just a couple of questions about the stakeholder selection, a little bit more clarification on who those people are, and if people who aren't listed as stakeholders can still be involved for starters, yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor, if you'd like, we, in anticipation of this item being pulled, we have a brief presentation and overview.
Certainly.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Gil Martinez, Community Development. Primarily, the reason we're here today is to get your blessing to move forward on the comprehensive plan amendments for the town center districts and the large resort districts. This process does require that we do some extensive community engagement. And with that said, I'll give you a little background history to refresh all of our memories. Back in 2023, the City Commission directed staff to look into assessing and amending the large resort and town center districts. In October 2024, Calvin Giordano was selected as our consultant to lead us in this process. And then their scope of services and their timeline was approved in September of 2024. As it currently sits and it's projected, most of the community engagement process will take place in the spring of 2025, so that's coming up upon us quickly. The intent here is to be as inclusive and bring everyone we can into the discussion. As we move forward in this process, stakeholders, including residents, neighborhood and civic associations, businesses and environmental groups, as well as planning advocacy groups that have been identified, will be engaged. Primarily for property owners citywide and business owners, they will be getting notification by way of website, social media, signage, whatever means the Calvin Giordano finds appropriate to get the information out. But we've also identified some groups in the community that are pertinent to the districts themselves, such as the Bahia Shore and Bella Vista, Brightwater, and Lido Beach neighborhood associations. There's the commercial associations such as Corey Ave Business Association, Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce. There's some environmental groups due to the nature that it's a coastal community and some of the town center and large resort abuts the ocean. We have Turtle Trackers, Seabird Sanctuary, and Tampa Bay Watch. From a planning advocacy group perspective, it's my understanding that Protect Sand Beach has been active in the community since 2004 in advocating for planning policies, so we thought it'd be appropriate to invite them to the process to the table, as well as board members from our different boards, including our planning board, historic preservation board, and beach stewardship committees. With that said, that is the concept behind selecting these entities of stakeholders. This is something that you can amend at your discretion as well or add to. To get more understanding of what the process looks like, we have Calvin Giordano here right now. Louis Cerna's here, so if you want to address any questions as to what this process looks like, what they're going to implement, he would be the best person to answer those questions. With that, if you have any questions of me, I'll be glad to answer them as well.
So if we can go back to Commissioner Marriott's question, right? So the way that this is outlined right now is specifically we're going to send mailers out to anyone that lives within 300 feet of the affected area, which is roughly most of District 2 and District 3.
Correct.
Okay. Now, that's just where we notify people, but as far as community input, it is open to the entire city.
Yes.
Right? So we're not limiting community outreach just to these groups or these individuals or these residents in these neighborhoods or the businesses in this area, but rather we're inviting input from everybody in the city, because everybody that is a resident or business owner in the city should have input on what the comprehensive plan looks like.
That is correct.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
It does. I have one
Sure,
quick other question, which is that, and I don't anticipate this being a problem. It's not generally a problem we have here in St. Pete Beach, but with the hurricanes and so many people being displaced, if we have any of these stakeholder meetings or opportunities for people to weigh in, is there some base level of participation below which you would consider it not acceptable? You know, like if you, if you know, and then is there a plan for remedying that?
I would defer to Louis on that.
Okay.
He's the person to address that.
Oh, yeah.
Good evening. Luis Cerna, Calvin Giordano and Associates. Yeah, it's definitely we're going to make it a concerted effort to get as many people to these as possible. You know, once you do all you can, you always reevaluate after your first meeting if there was not the type of participation you'd anticipated. Oftentimes, it's a matter of, at that point, maybe adjusting the date and the time of the meeting, but we're open to those things. We don't have a threshold number. We'll work with closely with city staff, the stakeholder group, public information officer to sort of gauge that level of success at the beginning.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reznicki?
Yeah, I do have questions about how stakeholders are determined. I mean, it says within 300 feet, but where is that from? Is that written in some document in our city that when we do a review of a comprehensive plan, it has to be within 300 just because it's the large resort district? I mean, I'm kind of confused because why not, like the mayor said, if it's open for all the residents in St. Pete Beach, then why isn't it just open for all residents in St. Pete Beach?
Well, it is open to all residents of St. Pete Beach. I think the difference here is there's going to be mailed notification to the people in the districts that we're targeting for this study. So yeah, but it is open to everyone.
Okay. And it's just, I mean, it's confusing to me. I mean, I know I sit here so I get to hear when the next meeting is and so forth, but, you know, again, everybody goes up and down Gulf Boulevard. So, you know, I just wish, I mean, I'm not saying mail the whole city. I didn't know there was going to be a mailer, so there's an expense that we're adding, you know, to do this. But, you know, or I see Protect St. Pete Beach Planning Advocacy Group, but I didn't even know that. What is a planning advocacy group? And is there other ones? Because do other people know? You know, how do I become one? Like why, you know, was that open to the public? How was that determined?
Yeah, I'll defer to Mr. Martinez on that. I know there was a lot of discussion at the planning board level about the stakeholder group, but we had just asked that a group of people who were identified as stakeholders be provided.
Yes, Commissioner, on a staff level, we found that these groups were pertinent to the discussion. Just our working knowledge of who these groups are and what they bring to the discussion, that was our intent in bringing them up.
And I asked because there's so many people that are involved. You know, I was president of an association that is not within those 300 feet, but very involved. You know, so I was like, okay, so how did, you know, were they reached out to? You know, because can we consider them a planning group? You know, that I feel like we picked people already, but I don't know how it was advertised or whether other people. Okay.
It has not been advertised as of yet. This is completely brought up for your blessings at this point.
Okay.
So just to reiterate, when we get ready to notice this, we're going to be sending out mailers within 300 feet of the designated area that is specifically under review.
That is what has been planned so far, yes.
Roughly how many homes is that?
I don't have a grasp on that.
Okay. The other option is to mail it out to 8,900 individuals, which would cost over $10,000 versus doing it this way. The other thing is, are we going to be noticing this on Facebook, Nextdoor, social media, the city website, the city newsletter, the 9 different avenues that we currently have of noticing?
Yes, I was going to say that's in addition to the stakeholder group, we will do targeted, you know, high-tech social media type advertising, as well as old school flyers and boots on the ground. If there's any other groups or organizations that you feel should be noticed as well, we can reach out to them. So even though they may not be included in the stakeholder group, they are definitely invited to participate.
Thank you. And if past experiences, you know, is any indicator, the second a letter gets received by residents, it's on Nextdoor. Yep. So the whole city knows about it. The other question or suggestion that I have is, because of the current situation with so many of our homeowners absent and not able to live in their homes, have you considered doing at least one event virtually? So, for example, do a community-wide Zoom meeting so that people that aren't currently here are able to attend, whether they're displaced from their homes, whether they're snowbirds, whether they happen to be on vacation, or having at least one event where we can host it virtually.
I think that's a very good suggestion. We had not called that out specifically, but I think we could perhaps incorporate it into a hybrid in-person and Zoom meeting. So yeah, I think that's a great idea. And
I think based on, again, past experience, the hybrid model doesn't work very well.
yeah, I could.
Just because of the way that it's set up, you know, you can't see everything. And I think having just one event specifically virtually, you know, where maybe we don't open up the whole event but where people can type in their questions, or where we can do polls on, or whether it's a Zoom event or something else, but having at least one event that is dedicated virtually that everyone in the city can, I think that would be, especially in the current situation.
Yes, I agree. I think we can do that without a problem. I think that would be a good suggestion.
I mean, we're, you know, to the commissioner's point, we want to hear from as many residents as possible, from as many business owners, from as many people that actually have an impact from this, and, you know, who want to be involved, many of them just simply not in a position, you know, to be here. Notwithstanding the full house that we have tonight, you know, we do want to make sure that we hear from as many people, because this is the first time we've done a massive review like this in over 10 years. And so this is going to have lasting impact for the community for years to come. And so we want to make sure that we hear from as many residents as possible of what you want the commission, you know, to tell us what you want the future of the city to look like. You know, we want to hear from as many people as possible.
Yeah, and I agree. And any other suggestions you might have following this meeting, you could reach out to us through staff.
Thank you.
I still had another part.
Commissioner Ruznicki?
And this is a legal question. And I'll just put out, it just came to my mind, and I hate to say it, but we have an open lawsuit with one of the advocacy group, and since this has to do with a comprehensive plan, is that okay?
Okay, let me answer the earlier question you had also about the 300 feet. So 300 feet is normally required for public notice, except our city has 500 feet for comprehensive future land use changes. So may want to make this the same 500 feet for this one instead of 300, because that's who will be coming to the actual transmittal and adoption hearings when we get further on down the road, and we don't want people to say they weren't given notice of the preliminary charrettes. The second one is no, that's okay. They can attend and participate. They're not prohibited from speaking simply because they've challenged some other projects in the city. So.
There's a few other condominiums that are affected, that are in this, in different associations, right? CMARC, for example, you know, there's a lot of them. There's Silver Sands, Envoy. So are we just specifically highlighting these neighborhood associations, or are we, I mean, they're going to get noticed anyway because they're within 300 feet. I think the only ones that might be, you know, Brightwater, half the street might receive it, half might not be within 500 feet. So that's why maybe the whole association will get noticed. But is that something that you're going to look at, or?
You're talking about additional condo associations that could be noticed, or part of the stakeholder group?
Yeah. I mean, most likely all of them will get noticed because most will fall within 500 feet, except for maybe the Envoy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're further.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if they're not within the 500 feet, I think we could do at least outreach to the associations.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, like, what's the one right here, the Sylvet, that's maybe 500 feet, maybe not, and they have 350, 400 units, so that's, okay. Any further questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve item 6A?
I move to approve item 6A, acceptance of entities and stakeholders for comprehensive plan amendments, community engagement.
I second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Ruznicki? Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, next we have item 6B and 6C. I will take these together because they are both pertain to the same issue, formerly items 5I and N. In both of these instances, we are dealing with a consultant, Kimley Horn and Associates.
Excuse me, Mayor, I think
Yes.
you meant L. Did you mean L or I?
L.
L.
Oh, okay, I think it's
Sorry, L and N. So I'm going to ask for the first one. So here's why I pulled them. So we've had this conversation about Kimley Horn multiple times in the last year and a half. This consultant is working both for the city in some instances, and then in many other instances is representing other entities in the city, whether they're developers, whether they are planning board like Forward Pinellas, or any other entity that may or may not necessarily have, there may be conflicts in many of these situations. For example, we had Kimley Horn do the reevaluation and reconciliation of our comprehensive plan, and then the next month they are here representing a developer, helping them navigate our comprehensive plan. And I pointed this out many, many times, that there is a clear conflict of interest having an engineering firm, a consulting firm, give you advice on one hand, and then give somebody else advice that may contradict the advice they gave you earlier, or in some instances, for example, for item 5N. So this is a renewal for a contract that pertains to the sewer system. So they helped design the sewer system. Then they came and testified in multiple situations that our sewer system is functioned perfectly fine within the parameters of their designs. And yet now we found out on December 10th that our sewer system is a complete disaster. And based on their testimony, we approved multiple developments. Right? So they told us everything is fine, and then you all voted for it because of their testimony. I voted against it because what we were told at the time, it didn't sit right, it didn't smell right, it didn't look right, and now we found out on December 10th that it wasn't right because our sewer system is in a catastrophic state of failure. One of the other items on the consent agenda here was spending more money on Pump Station 1, which was supposed to be fixed years ago, which isn't fixed, which was now getting into, we finally have, a competent city manager and, competent city staff that can address the issue. But what we found after the storms was that our system will require somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 to $35 million over the next 5 to 10 years. To put that into perspective, that is roughly half of our annual city budget that we somehow have to find in the next 5 years. And it's this engineering firm that told us, everything's great, everything's amazing, you have all the capacity in the world you can handle. And so now I ask, what are we doing here? Why are we keep extending their contracts? Why do we keep letting these people work in the city? If you look at, there's a public records request you can pull up to see how much money has been spent on this one particular consulting firm, and the number will shock you. Over the last 3 to 5 years, we're not talking tens, we're not talking hundreds, we are talking millions of dollars to one firm who is responsible for testifying under oath in quasi-judicial meetings about the state of our sewer system. And yet here we are, looking to extend another contract for them. Now, here's the quandary that we have, and they've been working in our sewer system for 10 plus years, right? They know everything about it. And in fact, I've been told by the previous public works director that we can't get rid of them because we're stuck with their software. They have all the data, they have all the historical, and so we actually can't even get rid of them if we wanted to. Basically have us handcuffed, right? We can't find somebody else because they have all the data. We're told, hey, you can export all the data you want, but you're going to keep all the information, right? All the historical stuff. And so what I would like to see from the city staff is I would like to see a plan, an exit strategy on how to unshackle ourselves from a consultant who works for us and against us in the same breath. This is not doing our residents in our city any service. If they had been truthful and accurate about the state of our sewer system when we had the votes last May, April, March, January, and December of last year and the year before, we wouldn't be sitting here with a $25 to $35 million bill. And so, you all were here, 2 of you were here for those meetings. And I brought this up then, and I was shot down then. I'm not here to tell you I told you so, but it's time for us to take action and not put up with this nonsense any longer. It's unconscionable that we have to do this. I would fire them today if I could, but we've got our hands shackled together by them. And so I'd like to see a way for us to exit our relationship with this firm, who does not seem to have our best interest at heart, who does not care about having a conflict of interest with our residents and with our city. They do not have our best interest in mind. Their actions have spoken louder than the words that they've spoke here at the pulpit. So I would like for the commissioners to join me in requesting from the city staff that we find a way for us to remove ourselves from this relationship.
I'll join you on that one.
Commissioner Mulholland.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Marriott.
So I think in the staff report, it says that they were asking for a 1-year extension while they figure out a way to find somebody else to do this. So I think staff has already embarking on what you're asking for. And I think it would be highly irresponsible to cancel a contract now with no plan in place, right? And so regardless of whether you lay the blame at the feet of the consultant or a previous public works director or prior staff or wherever you want to put it, the issue here is that it's a 1-year contract extension because it's needed to keep the city functioning, and there is a plan in place, according to the staff report, to find replacement contractors. And so I think that I have no problem supporting these motions for these contract extensions because there has already been a clearly stated plan to put out a request for proposals to find other contractors.
As I stated, begrudgingly, I agree with you that we do need to extend this today because they have us handcuffed, and we could not exit this relationship today if we wanted to. But I just want to make sure that we have the agreement from all the commissioners that this is a relationship that needs to be severed permanently. We divorce ourselves from this relationship so that we can move on with somebody who actually does have our best interests in mind. Based on the amount of money that we spend with them, if in my business somebody gave me that much money, I would be ashamed to take it based on their actions. City Manager, do you have enough direction?
Yes.
Thank you. I move to approve agenda item 2B. Approve task order with Kinley Horn Associates for bid support services for the Gulf Boulevard Phase 2 utility undergrounding project.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Sure. Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
No.
Commissioner Reznicki,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Next, we have item 6C. I make a motion to approve the amendment to the continuing contract for professional design services with Kinley Horn Associate for an additional 1-year renewal.
Second.
Commissioner Mulholland, I apologize. Did I overlook you last time?
I turned the green light on. I thought I was going to be able to comment, but
I apologize. Would you like an opportunity to comment?
yeah, I guess because we've got another motion for the same company. We had a discussion. For those who don't know, I've only been here about 5 months. I've been paying attention a lot longer than that. Once upon a time, we were using 2 companies. And the name escapes me. I know they're the ones who designed the, in fact, Commissioner Marriott may recall, the Medal of Honor park in your district, I believe. And they actually even gave us a discount because it was a veteran-based thing. And the name of that company escapes me. And I seem to recall, whatever the discussion was, I had asked why we had moved totally away from that company and fully on board with Kimberly Horn. I'm not sure we really ever got that totally answered, but apparently there is a company that we were recently using that was providing good service and actually seemed to look out for the city and gave us discounts when they didn't need to and some of those things. So I know we'll have to do an RFP, and obviously we can't throw these people over the side right now because we are handcuffed. They have us over the barrel, and I know that ticks all of us off that care about these things. So we do have options, and we do need to unwind that company based on what I've seen, how they've treated us compared to how the other company treated us. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say, Mr. Mayor. I was trying to support you, but I'm still trying to get caught up on the red light, green lights up here. So
Same here. Thank you, Commissioner. City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
This is for Ann, right? No?
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinances. First one is 7A, first reading of ordinance 2025-04. City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Commissioners, I'm going to read the titles again to both 7A and 7B as it is one presentation. And again, you will need to make separate motions, one for ordinance 2025-04 and then one for 2025-02. An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, for the purpose of adopting new code sections 22-285 through 22-289, providing for alternative code enforcement through a code enforcement citation procedure, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date. Ordinance 2025-02. An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, for the purpose of adopting a beach ordinance, amending the Land Development Code, Division 25, Coastal Protection and Conservation, Section 25.9, Permit Required, renumbering Section 25.10, Permitting Procedures, renumbering Section 25.11, Variances, amending Division 44, Marine Turtle Protection, Section 44.3, Prohibition of Activities Disruptive to Marine Turtles, renumbering Section 44.4 through Section 44.9, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 6, Alcoholic Beverages, Article 1 in general, Section 6-5, Consumption or Possession of Alcoholic Beverages, Chapter 14, Animals, Article 1 in general, Section 14-2, Feeding Wild Birds in Public Areas, Article 2, Dogs, Section 14-35, Prohibited on Sand Beaches, renumbering Section 14-36, Regulations for Dogs in Approved Outdoor Seating Areas, amending Chapter 58, Parks and Recreation, Article 1, Recreation, Section 58-1, Definitions, Article 2, City Parks and Facilities, Section 58-23, Vending and City Parks, renumbering Section 58-24, Camping, renumbering Section 58-25, Domestic Animals, amending Section 58-26, Prohibited Activities in City Parks, renumbering Sections 58-27 through 58-31, adopting Section 58-31, Sleeping During Nighttime Prohibited, amending Chapter 62, Peddlers and Solicitors, Article 2, Commercial Solicitations, Division 2, Permit, Section 62-59, Application Qualification, Contents, renumbering Section 62-60 through 62-65, amending Division 3, Regulations, Section 62-93, Specific Restrictions on Solicitation on Sand Beach Areas, renumbering Section 62-94, Permitted Hours for Solicitation, renumbering 62-95 through 62-120, Reserved, Amending Chapter 94 Waterways, Article 3 Beaches, Division 1 generally, Section 94-66 definitions, Section 94-67 penalties, Section 94-68 chairs, tables, umbrellas, Section 94-69 picnics and food consumption, Section 94-70 sleeping during nighttime prohibited, Section 94-71 tiki huts, Section 94-72 temporary structures, Section 94-73 vehicle permits, Sections 94-74 through 94-79 reserved, Division 2 beach maintenance regulations, Section 94-101 requirements, Section 94-102 prohibitions, Section 94-103 exemptions, Section 94-104 through 94-130 reserved, creating new Chapter 95 beaches, Section 95-1 intent and purpose, Section 95-2 definitions, Section 95-3 penalties, Section 95-4 chairs, tables, umbrellas, Section 95-5 picnics and food consumption, Section 95-6 tiki huts, Section 95-7 temporary structures, Section 95-8 vehicle permits, Section 95-9 beach maintenance regulations, Section 95-10 prohibitions on sand beach, Section 95-11 animals prohibited on sand beaches, Section 95-12 distribution of handbills and other advertising, Section 95-13 fishing on the beach, Section 95-14 feeding wild birds and seabirds, Section 95-15 fireworks, Section 95-16 micromobility, Section 95-17 vending on public beaches, Section 95-18 solicitation, Section 95-19 prohibition of activities disruptive to marine turtles, Section 95-20 permit required, Section 95-21 special events on the beach, Section 95-22 transient lodging facilities, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk.
We can pull the PowerPoint. Good evening, Brandon Berry, Planner. So we have two ordinances, as were just read, that are being presented to you in one presentation. They are linked together, and we are asking for action on both tonight for first reading. So to give some background, these ordinances reflect a 3-year process to clean up, consolidate, and introduce new regulations to protect the city's beaches. 3 separate ordinances are proposed to fulfill this purpose. 2 of them are before you tonight. The first is Ordinance 2025-04 related to code enforcement citations. You have not seen this ordinance previously. Ordinance 2025-02 is the beach ordinance as summarized. You have seen content as recently as last June, I believe, was the prior workshop. There have been some minor modifications from staff based on the content of that meeting, which we'll discuss tonight. There is an, as of now, unnumbered ordinance for marine turtle lighting. This might be either an adoption or an adjustment of the state model ordinance. This is something that we will need to discuss as staff, something that I believe was discussed at the workshop back in June. That will travel separately from the other 2 ordinances that are being reviewed tonight, but that is something staff will be meeting on and potentially bringing forward in the future. So here's some of the ordinance highlights. So looking at Ordinance 2025-04, just one slide, a fairly straightforward ordinance. This permits citations with a fine after warning as an alternative to issuing notice of violation, hearing for behavioral and conduct violations. Those include violations related to the beaches, any kind of dune disturbance, fishing causing endangerment, and so on, other violations that are codified in the code that is proposed, noise violations, violations related to animals, open containers, and so on, other items that are listed explicitly in this ordinance. This would allow for, after warning, a fine of up to $100 for first violation and $200 for the second violation. I should say that there are certain situations in which a warning does not need to be given when there are especially temporal or damaging violations of the city's code, but in a typical process there would be a warning followed by a fine. If there were to be an appeal of that citation, it would be to the special magistrate under the typical process that's filed for notice of violation and hearing. Moving on to the beach.
Mr. Berry?
Yes.
No, may I speak?
So we've
Just
kind
to
of,
clarify one thing that,
sure. Just remember, we put the staff on the clock as well.
okay, well, I didn't know that either. So, Mr. Berry, real quickly, in the agenda report, speaking of the penalties, it was mentioned that the officer, this was the original staff report, to first warn and then issue code violation citations are $100, and second is $200, which essentially is what you've just restated here. But it was my understanding that that was being rewritten where the verbiage would be, they may first warn. In other words, they don't have to first warn. They can either warn or they can fine when there's a violation. Has that somehow not happened? It was my understanding that that was going to happen before tonight's meeting.
If that's the will of the majority of the commission, we'll put that in there.
Okay, because okay.
I should say that Section 2228.7C does list out exceptions where that warning doesn't need to be given, as I mentioned. Violations that are of an iterant or transient nature, if there's a repeat violation, anything that is an immediate threat to the health, safety, welfare, those would not require a warning based on the current draft, but is what is requested of staff potentially to just remove the warning altogether, allow for any violation to be fined $100.
I think what you're saying is you want prosecutorial discretion, where you don't have to give a warning if someone's being...
That's correct, and it was my understanding that had already been vetted, but we'll come back to this whenever we have some time, hopefully.
We have all the time.
Moving on to ordinance 2025-02, which will be the rest of the presentation. This is the beach ordinance. There's two major overarching purposes. The first is to consolidate existing provisions and restrictions from the Land Development Code and the Code of Ordinances into one chapter for readability. We have two sections of the Land Development Code as of now that are being moved into the Code of Ordinances. They're in different divisions of our code. In the Code of Ordinances, there are multiple sections and different chapters. There are different restrictions and provisions for the beach throughout various parts of the Code of Ordinances. We're moving them into one chapter, Chapter 95. The second is to introduce new provisions and restrictions related to use, function, and development of the city's beaches. So I have a few slides talking about changes that have been made after the June 2024 workshop. This slide deals specifically with what staff has interpreted to be the guidance that we received at that workshop. First item is that we have differentiated between commercial cabana rental areas and transient lodging alcohol service areas. Those are the new terms. Transient lodging alcohol service area is replacing what is currently called the cabana service area. It's, again, just a name change to differentiate between setbacks for commercial cabana areas that may or may not have alcohol service within them and the transient lodging alcohol service areas, which is being moved over into this beach ordinance, and include some additional provisions and restrictions, but that's a renaming of the cabana service area. Staff has suggested side and dune setbacks of 15 feet to allow for travel between cabana service, commercial cabana rental areas for commercial cabana placement, with alcohol service area setbacks tied to setbacks of the cabanas. I'll talk about that briefly in a moment. And limiting open flames on the public beach except for annual permits or where specifically approved through temporary permitting. This is actually a more permissive standard than staff has interpreted recently under policy. We have only been issuing on the public beach permits for open flames under annual permits. This would provide some additional discretion for either the city commission or staff. Looking at the changes that we felt were supportive of the ones on the previous slide, staff has modified the following. We have suggested nightly storage location for cabanas, and I'll talk about this more in a moment as well. They would need to be located outside required landscaping and parking areas and landward of dunes. if an operator is located on a beach where there may be a grassy area that isn't part of a required parking area or a required landscaping area, if the upland development has additional parking that isn't mandatory to support their development, it could be stored in those locations. That's something we would deal with through a permitting process. It also needs to be located out of the right-of-way, not visible from the right-of-way, rather. It specifies application requirements for commercial cabana rental area permitting. Staff would be looking for a recent survey that depicts certain elements that we would need to evaluate the placement of these cabanas. It implements and modifies penalties for commercial cabana rental and alcohol service areas. There are three series to the violations. The first would remain the same with our current ordinance. The first violation would result in a written warning. Under our current ordinance, the second violation also results in a written warning with a stipulation that it will be revoked if there is a third violation within 6 months. Under this modified beach ordinance, the second violation would result in an immediate 6-month suspension if it's issued within 1 year of the first written warning for any violation of the restrictions on these areas. A third violation under the current alcohol service area restrictions would result in revocation of the permit for 1 year plus 6 months for each subsequent violation. Under the proposed ordinance, there would be a 1-year revocation if issued within 2 years, so we are giving a time frame for that date following the first written warning, plus 1 year instead of 6 months for any subsequent violation. Finally, these are the changes that are before you. I believe they are still in a highlighted format. These are additional changes that have been made by the City Attorney's Office following the agenda publication. Clarification of intent pertaining to beach shower use, commercial cabana and alcohol areas, service animal exceptions, and animal prohibitions. Additional permission for fire pits associated with non-annual events. That was addressed with you just a moment ago. Requiring upland properties close blinds only when non-compliant with the marine turtle lighting standards, so those properties that use amber lights when they have appropriate lighting on the upland use, when they have the film on the windows or other methods that don't require human intervention, they would be exempt from this, but for other properties that are non-compliant with the marine turtle lighting standards, there would be an expectation that they close blinds on a nightly basis during turtle season. Prohibiting styrofoam on the public and private beach. That was another change. So these are changes that were in the code when it was brought forward to you for evaluation in June of last year at the workshop. I just wanted to summarize these changes for the two commissioners who were not present at those meetings. So the definition for temporary structure includes chairs, umbrellas, tables, cabanas, tents, other structures that are intended to be temporary. It exempts structures like tiki huts that are allowed as more permanent installations on the beach. The current requirement is that they must be removed or relocated from reported turtle nesting areas at the discretion of the city, and that is during marine turtle nesting season. The proposed requirement, as I understand it, based on the language that was drafted for the code, is that temporary structures must be removed nightly year-round and may only be placed while in use. When cited, each piece of equipment is considered a separate violation. Now, I did want to state that the June workshop did include 3 different sections of the proposed beach ordinance that related to nightly removal of equipment. 2 of the sections did reiterate what I just stated. One of the sections that was actually specific to marine turtle season did provide staff some discretion based on the discussion, as I understood it. What is on the screen is what was proposed to be moved forward. So I just wanted to mention that. We have made all 3 sections consistent with what you see on the screen. Looking at beach vehicles and micromobility, new regulations, again, these are not newly introduced since the workshop. I'm just summarizing the content that was presented at that workshop related to micromobility. Prohibits micromobility devices on the beach. That is an existing regulation, except as required for individuals with a disability. Looking at bikes, non-electric bikes may be approved for use on the beach with issuance of a vehicle on the beach permit. For any vehicle that's covered under the beach ordinance, those vehicles that are used for traversing the beaches, bringing out equipment, grading, and so on, they must be approved for operation, and they must be electric by January of next year. Looking at regulations related to behavior and conduct, fishing. Fishing on the public beaches is prohibited when it endangers bathers and swimmers. Any kind of taking, harassment, trapping, and so on, other Harassment listed in the Code of Endangered or Threatened Shorebirds or Seabirds, such as black skimmer, snowy plover, is prohibited. Smoking is prohibited except for unfiltered cigars. That is the wall we face with the state preemption. This was enabled by the state a number of years ago. We are permitted to prohibit smoking on the beach. However, unfiltered cigars is a state preemption, and that is in the code due to that preemption. Related to fireworks, display of fireworks is prohibited unless approved by the city through a permit. Looking at what is now named the transient lodging alcohol service areas, previously the cabana service areas. Again, change to the naming, just name change to avoid confusion. Again, going back to these styrofoam products being prohibited beach-wide. Registered guests and patrons only may be served within the service area. Setbacks, this is where we are seeking direction of the commission. Again, as drafted, the regulations would provide for a 15-foot setback from the waterward toe of the frontal dune and a 15-foot setback from the side property lines of the property. Per the June 2024 City Commission workshop, we did prepare aerial maps. Now, these are based on static linear footage, which I'll show in just a moment. It could be based on fixed distances. Those are the maps that staff prepared. It could be based on a percentage of the property width. We did not prepare any maps showing what impact that would provide. We did provide for fixed distances as we were requested. Just to remind you of our existing setbacks, the wet sand setback is 50 feet. That is for any property with a cabana service area permit. Side setback is not required for most resorts. There is a 75-foot setback for those that abut residential properties, specifically outside the community residential district. Of current permit holders, that applies to the Don Cesar. It applies to the Postcard Inn as well on the north side. And there is currently no specified dune or coastal construction control line setback. There's, of course, provisions in the code that require that all equipment be located outside of dunes, but there's no setback from the dunes or the coastal construction control line. So again, as I mentioned, the aerials that are provided in your packet, staff provided setbacks based on the fixed numbers of 30, 50, and 75 feet from the side lot lines, dunes, and mean high water line. These aerials were prepared pre-storm. There have been modifications, but this is what we have. We just wanted to give a visual general impact of what these changes would provide for. And as is not a surprise at all, those properties that have more beachfront are impacted less by greater setbacks than those that are smaller and have smaller beachfronts. You look at a large property like the Tradewinds, a 75-foot setback relative to a 30-foot setback would be about a 50% distance, is estimated by our GIS staff. For a smaller property like the Hilton Garden Inn, would be about an 85% reduction going from a 30 to a 75-foot setback. And these are just a sample. The rest were included in the packet. So there were items that were effectively brought in wholesale. They are not significant modifications to the language that is currently in the code. That includes items that are related to activities disruptive to marine turtles, tiki or chicky hut placement. The City Attorney's Office did include an exemption from the building code for those chicky huts that are regulated under, or sorry, exempt from the Florida Building Code. Most registration requirements related to vehicles on the beach have been brought into the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 95, untouched. Beach maintenance regulations have been brought in as well. Prohibitions on non-service animals on the beach and any kind of soliciting on the beach, those are brought in effectively unchanged. And regulations for issuance of special event permits and operations of special events. One item that is not before you tonight, this is an unnumbered resolution. We would intend to bring this back to you with the second reading of Ordinance 2025-02. And this is to just adopt fees related to supporting staff time for reviewing, processing, staffing these events where required, and enforcing permits for any of the new permits that are required under the code. These include vehicle on the beach. We do have an existing vehicle on the beach. Fee would be updated based on an evaluation of these factors. Commercial cabana rental areas, those are not currently charged for. That would be a new permit fee. Again, for the temporary lodging alcohol service area permits, they exist, no fee. We would be evaluating that to bring back as a fee. Anything related to fireworks, bicycles, and open flames as applicable would be subject to this resolution. So we are requesting 3 separate actions from you tonight, 2 related to the ordinances before you, 1 related to direction for the city manager to draft an accompanying fee resolution pertaining to review, processing, staffing, and enforcement of beach permit-related fees on second reading of ordinance 2025-02. So, City Attorney, I know that there were some additional changes proposed. Was there anything you would like to add to this?
Yep, the one that Vice Mayor Mulholland brought up in the code enforcement citation, section 2287, section B, would be to change shall to may in the first sentence. The statute says shall, but I think we can get by with may. The idea is if you are a code enforcement officer, you're supposed to give reasonable time to come into compliance based on the circumstances, unless, again, the exceptions apply. There's a serious threat, or it's irreparable, irreversible, or itinerant, or transient in nature, then they can just go ahead and write the citation. So that preserves the prosecutorial discretion depending on the actor, the violator, how they're behaving, whether they're cooperative. Those are things that are within the jurisdiction of the sheriff's deputy and the code enforcement officer. So we could live with may there in 22-287B, changing shall to may in the first sentence.
Commissioner Mulholland?
So, Mr. City Attorney, you're looking for blessing from the commission to make that change, I assume?
I assume there'll be some other discussion tonight, but when the motion gets made, we can include that change.
Yeah,
And I'll keep track of them as we go along.
Right, and from my perspective, the way it's written now is kind of where we're at. The Sheriff's Department enforces what they feel like enforcing based on generally the guidance they get from the Pinellas County Sheriff, not necessarily our government. And many, or let's just say the majority of the violations that would be cited, from my perspective anyway, would typically be day trippers and visitors, where we would end up where we're at right now, where all we do is issue warnings to people that are never going to be around or never observed by the same officer doing the same thing. So, you know, what would even be the point in doing this ordinance if we're just going to give a warning, because that's what's already happening. I think it's important that if we're going to empower code enforcement to be able to enforce the things that impact the quality of life and lifestyle of the residents, that they need to have the ability to use their discretion on how they handle that situation. Because that's not how it's being done now, even though many of the issues that we're going to be addressing as we move through the evening here currently aren't codified in a way, as we had previously discussed, that there could be any enforcement action because there wasn't a connection. But I think it's very important that if code enforcement is going to help improve and sustain the lifestyle of the residents, that it's important that they have that discretion, that they not have to give a warning, because it's just a waste of time if that's all we're going to do, because most of the violators are never going to be seen again by that same officer. So
that's precisely the reason for citations too, because these violators don't own the property, and traditional code enforcement puts a notice of violation on the property owner and a lien on the property where the violation occurred, where here it's a tourist or someone else that's walking across the area. So they can be cited for dog violations, for open container violations by code enforcement, and not have to rely on the sheriff's deputy.
Thank you.
Maybe what we can do is to take each one of these at one at a time, so if we can get consensus on this issue, we can check it off and then move on to the next one. Commissioners, do we have questions, comments, consensus on this item?
I do have a question on the code enforcement penalty ordinance. And I guess just some reassurance. I mean, you know, just earlier in this meeting, we heard that the code enforcement department was perhaps being a little bit overly efficient. And sent out notices to a bunch of people that were maybe ill-advised. And so this ordinance, to me, as someone who's not, not a lawyer, reads as though these code enforcement powers to fine people extend to kind of anything, right? Anything that's, anybody anywhere in the city that's not a property-based violation. It's not specific to the beach, correct?
That's correct.
And so, I guess I just want some reassurance from the city manager that that will be managed properly, and not that, I'm not even certain that I can come up with an example, but if you have, a resident standing in their front yard with a beer in their hand, are they going to get a citation with no warning?
That wouldn't be a violation if they're at their own house.
All right, but if they're on the sidewalk by their mailbox?
If they're at the public beach, I guess, if they're drinking there, they would get a ticket. Or they'd be asked to dump their beer out. I think Pete can speak, but what they used to do is go down the beach with the deputy sheriff, and they'd have a ATV, and they'd have a garbage or recycled.
So this is intended, this is intended to be to control activity and behavior on the beach, but the way the ordinance is written, it seems to me that it could be anywhere.
That's correct.
Okay.
And it also allows signage, so you could put on the signage, no alcohol on the beach was a penalty, 100, 250. It could be added to the signage, which is something that the city manager
Realistically,
discussed.
code enforcement is not going to be enforcing alcohol against individuals without a police officer present.
Okay.
So as the city attorney mentioned, they used to be in teams, and the code enforcement would try to clear, sheriff would come behind them. This is back in the day when I think they were being successful. The goal is to go back to that model, but now the sheriff can just instantly give a citation. They don't have to go to court. They don't have to, even the sheriff can issue that $100 citation on the spot. So it gives another element to the sheriff if they're willing to go beyond their policy of warning first.
Okay.
It also gives them, if I understand correctly, gives them two tools, right? So they can issue a citation and go the citation route, or they can go the special magistrate route, right? So it's at this.
So the citation gets issued. If no one contests it, they bring it here and they pay the clerk's office the $100. If they say, that wasn't me, I need to contest this, then it gets scheduled before the special magistrate. Special magistrate can assess a higher penalty and costs if they find the person to be guilty. From the special magistrate's order, then a notice of appeal is filed, and it's a regular appeal briefing in the circuit court.
And will there be a method, if we're going to be fining people who, likely don't live here, aren't residents of our city, is there going to be an avenue for them to be able to pay those fines without driving back out here? And, if they get a ticket on a Saturday, are they expected to show up out here next week in person at the clerk's office to pay the fine?
You don't have to do notice to appear. If they write the citation, they'll have a place to mail the amount to within 15 days. It's on the sample citation in the ordinance to the city clerk at our address at 155 Corey, so they can drop a check in the mail. We probably, and I can talk to the city manager about trying to set up online payments with credit cards or PayPal or something.
Yeah, I think
to that
most of the
effect.
people who are going to be cited for drinking on the beach aren't going to have checks.
I don't carry mine around anymore either.
It's really interesting. I had this question when I first came in about parking enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Shockingly, the number is somewhere around 95% of the people pay the parking tickets. I would have expected it to be around 50%. So if we do have, especially an online method of addressing citations, I think that would go a long way. And I 100% agree with you, which is why I brought it up earlier, right? Our code enforcement, they do have discretion, right? And the situation earlier, we're talking about residents who've gone through, incredibly difficult and challenging situation, and the last thing we need to do is heap on more hardship on them at this time. What we're talking about here is a situation that has been neglected since this drinking ordinance was put into place 6 years ago. right? Up until the ordinance was put in place, just historically, so that everybody else is on the same page, we've historically had 0 drinking on the beach in St. Pete Beach ever, period. And then the previous administration, 6 years ago, decided to allow drinking for tourists, designated drinking areas for tourists, right? So as residents, you can't unless you go to the designated area, but visitors can go and enjoy it all, right? And so now that created additional issues for us, because now you have people that may have only hung out at certain hot spots that we all know on the beach where the activities keep going on. Now they're everywhere. And so now we've got the sheriff overloaded. They don't necessarily want to be out there giving tickets for drinking all the time. Now it gives us an opportunity, and it gives our code enforcement, the tools necessary to address an issue that has been brought to us by residents for 6 years since we passed these designated drinking areas ordinance. And it gives us an opportunity and a tool to actually address it and to address the issues with the individuals that are doing it, which we've not had those resources before. And to Commissioner Mulholland's point, you're right. Giving somebody who's here for one weekend or for a couple days, a warning. Hey, if they're nice, by all means give them a warning, right? If they're polite and whatever. But we should also reserve the right to be able to give them a citation. And, and this is a conversation I've had with the sheriff on occasions, because the sheriff doesn't want to give and I appreciate the fact that he wants to give a warning. I have benefited from his policy myself several times when I may have been pulled over, and they look at my record like, this guy hasn't had anything in 20 years. Let's let him go. And I appreciate that. At the same time, we have individuals who are only here for a couple of days, maybe for a week, and they never come back, right? So giving them a warning, their opinion was, well, why punish them? Because clearly they're not going to do it again anyway, so let's just give them a warning. And my point was simply, somehow the word has gotten out by the same people who are only here infrequently or temporarily, that we never give tickets for anything. No citations, no tickets. So somehow the word got out, and so you can go there any holiday weekend, and we've got the pictures, and I receive them from our residents every single holiday weekend on Monday morning. I have videos, emails, and I'm sure you all do as well. And it's time that we and so a lot of the ordinance that we're seeing tonight, the beach ordinance, having the ability to find the noise ordinance, these are issues that our residents have been begging us to address for years. And so it's time for us to do that and put some teeth to these ordinances. Do we have consensus on this item?
Yes, for me.
Thank you. City Attorney, that's one
That's for
down.
the code enforcement citation ordinance. We want to take two motions separately, one for the first reading of ordinance 2025-04 to adopt a code enforcement citation procedure in the Code of Ordinances. We can get a motion in a second to adopt that with the change I recommended. Oh, but we need to take public comment.
We haven't, I'm not sure we're finished with questions and comments from the commissioners, so
Okay.
let's proceed with any other questions and comments on the first 7A, and then we can take public comment on 7A. Commissioners, if you don't have anything else, we'll take public comments on 7A, please.
Deborah Schechner.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Deborah Schechner, Ciega Isle and St. Pete Beach. I want to bring in a couple of things. When I had spoken to a police officer last year, he indicated that unless somebody opened up a cooler and they saw the liquor, they could not bring forth a citation. They cannot ask somebody what they're drinking. So that might be, in conflict or confusion for enacting this ordinance. When you talked about structures, are we including residents or visitors who put up, a little tent for the day for shade and or an umbrella? Because I would object to the fact that we should be able to do that because SPF, skin cancer, is really an issue. And as Commissioner Mulholland said, the signs really need to be firm. They really need to be out there so that people can't say, well, I didn't see the sign. And I don't find the signs that we have there now sufficient. how will we engage the sheriff to enforce these violations? Because if you have a photograph, like some neighbors have done, of dogs defecating on the beach, photograph doesn't work, because the police officer has to see that violation at that time. I don't know if this changes that or not, but I think it's very important that it is something that we look at. People just can't take a video and send it to the sheriff's department. It just doesn't work. So is this something we're working with the police department? Are they going to have dedicated patrols on the beach, especially, busy holidays? Or is it going to be haphazard? That's really my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this particular item is going to give our own code enforcement additional resources that we have not had before. And yes, the city manager and I have been in talks with the sheriff many, many times, and I'm sure we'll have a follow-up conversation with them soon.
I have no more on 7A.
Thank you. All right, I think we are ready to tackle the next small item. 7B.
Do you want to do a motion and a second first on A?
Do we need to do those simultaneously or just separately?
Let's do them separately.
Okay. Is there a motion on 7A, please?
I make a motion to approve the first reading with amendments of ordinance 2025-4.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, next we move on to 7B. First reading of ordinance 2025-02.
No additional content from staff.
Commissioners, questions, comments? Commissioner Resnicki?
I'm turning green, but I'm getting my notes first. I just don't want you to move forward. If anybody else is ready, they could.
If anyone else is ready with questions while Commissioner Resnicki gets ready?
I'll start with just, I'll probably have more questions later, but I did have a question about the max tent size being 10 by 10, and in the ordinance that appeared to be everywhere on public beaches or private beaches. And so I guess my question was, on a private beach, behind a condo or a hotel or something, if there's I believe in the past that, like hotels could have weddings on their private beach without having to get a separate special events permit for each wedding. Would this 10 by 10 max tent size, how would that fit into that sort of scenario?
Commissioners, if I may request that you cite the section that you're referring to when you pull up your questions, just so we can all be on the same page and see which section you're referring to.
Yeah, I'll find it.
That one's 95-4.
Thank you.
195-4?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, as drafted, the term beach is inclusive of public and private, so that would be the restriction that is proposed. My understanding is that is typically the maximum tent size that's permitted for special events. I'm not with the recreation department, so I can't confirm that, but I'm not exactly sure where that standard came from, but I believe that's tied in with the special event size.
Okay.
Tent.
And also on the tent size, going back to Mrs. Schechner's comment, if you're a visitor, you can put up a tent. It's just got to go by the end of the day, right?
Correct.
As long as it doesn't exceed 10 by 10. Commissioner Resnicki, are you ready?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
some of them. They'll all keep coming. There's a lot of pages here. I have a few, and I know it's been a while since looking at this, and I remember a lot, even all the way back from Beach Stewardship Committee. But, and I know that our prior city attorneys were going to be looking at some of the wording. One, definitions, that would be page 15 if you have your separate packet. But we have the definition for beach, yet through the packet, we also mention private, we mention public beach, but we have no definition set for private and public beach. And it's and it's confusing, and I'll get to some other ones that don't have public or private that they may or probably should have. That's one thing. Another question, and I didn't see it in the presentation, I know, and I didn't see the packet, but have we done a business impact for this ordinance?
So we do have on public beach definition in here, but we do need a private beach definition, so we could add that. And then the
And
business,
what page is public?
Page
at the
16.
top of 16.
Oh, sorry.
Public
Well,
access
that's
beach
access.
means at a minimum, under the Florida Constitution, the wet sand beach between the main high water line, based on the average high water line, over a 19-year period, and low water line, are held in trust for the public under the public trust doctrine, and where an erosion control line is established in the area seaward of the ECL. So that would be your public access beach. It could be privately owned underneath. Because of the Florida Constitution and because of the ECL, you have to allow the public to walk on those particular areas. And that's separate and apart from the customary use doctrine thing that we're not getting into. You
And
don't
wait,
have
before you finish with that one, but public access beach, which basically is walking along the shoreline, is what I see, you know, in this. But we have public beaches, too, that is more than just that. So that's why I don't see the
And city beaches and
definition.
parks we can add, right?
Well, the previous conversation we had was to eliminate talking about
Public
different
and
types
private.
of beaches and just say beach,
Right.
specifically to avoid getting into the customary use, should we ever want to do that.
Mhm.
And so we just reference beach, period, not public, not private, just beach.
But there is pages that still says public and private.
Well, I know that was one of the corrections that was supposed to have been made, which
Right.
is to remove the mention of public and private.
Well, that raises some legal issues. The beach and ownership of the beach is complex. So there is a public access between the mean high water line and below, but also the ECL. If you have a beach renourishment project, an ECL is placed over that public sand that's placed on a private beach, and the public is allowed to walk over that. Private beaches, landward of the ECL, they do have some property owner rights to exclude, no trespass, different things there. So we can regulate activities on both public lands, but also as a proprietor in our city beaches and parks. We have regulatory authority over private lands. We can tell you can build a hotel of a certain floor area ratio, impervious surface ratio, so many beach chairs or so many beach areas, setbacks. Those are all within our regulatory powers, so we can do that on a private beach. So we could do more on the public beaches and the public access beaches than we can do on a private beach. We can tell someone you can't drink beer on a public beach, but if you own the upland portion of the beach and say, I own that house, I can sit on my private upland area of the beach and drink a pina colada on my own private beach. But someone else can't come in and drink it on my beach, on the private beach. There are certain sections in this beach regulation where we do need to differentiate between public and private. As you go through it, you'll see there are areas where we do make a distinction. So you can't, it's difficult just to say beach. It's important to have a definition of what the beach is, the unconsolidated material, and this is all straight from the DEP rules. And the frontal dune and the dune system, those are all DEP definitions. And what we've done here is try to do the best we can as we go through here. So if, for example, in the previous question, 95.4 about tents and chairs, we're talking about public beaches, placing chairs on public beaches. If I'm on my own private beach and I want to place a chair or a tent, it depends whether it's commercial or residential. So we do need to make distinctions as we go through this. It's not as simple as just saying the same rules apply everywhere on the beach. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to do as best we can, but we do have to make certain distinctions. We probably can add a definition of what a private beach is.
And the
private
business
lands.
impact statement.
Just contrary to the public access beach, we'll do something to go along with that. The business impact statement is required for second reading. So depending on what you decide today about setbacks, chairs, other issues, if the ordinance is ready to go, then we'll prepare the business impact statement and it'll be published
before we notice for second reading. And that's what the state statute requires.
Commissioner Mulholland?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will have probably some comments when we get into setbacks and chairs and the like. Just a couple quick things for Mr. Berry. We started issuing permits for cabana rentals and alcohol service 2017, 2018, is that
2017.
about right?
Yes.
And as I understood it, there's no fees for that?
Correct, right.
Does that strike anybody as being unusual? I mean, it doesn't surprise me. We've got permit fees or fees that haven't been reviewed in 35 years, so I'm not exactly sure why I would be surprised, but so for whatever, 8, 9 years now, we've been issuing permits for alcohol consumption and for cabana rentals, but that's just been a piece of paper. It's just been city staff work and no fees to correlate with that.
That's correct.
Wow.
We've been issuing commercial licenses to operate, and every other business has to have
Right.
permits.
Yeah.
And then this is something that's been brought up multiple times.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will, I'm sure I'm going to have more later, but I wanted to just clarify that before we got into the real meat of things.
We can add a section to 95 at the end, 95-22, fees for beach-related permits, and say that a schedule of fees for beach-related permits shall be adopted by the City Commission by resolution. And we can bring that forward with second reading.
We can ask the city manager to prepare a proposal for a second reading. Do we have consensus on that, Adam?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Resnicki? Actually, Commissioner Robinson was first.
I just don't see under the definition of temporary structure, the chairs, the tables, and umbrellas. I don't see it in the definition. I see it in 95-4, and then I see it again in, 95-7, where it does talk about renting chairs, tables, or umbrellas. Should that be defined in temporary structures in the definition? I mean, should that be included in there as such? So I'm going under the definition, temporary structure, and then 95-4, and then 95-7.
We'll make sure they all are consistent.
Yeah, I think it needs to be very clear that we're talking chairs, tables, umbrellas. We got cabanas in here too under temporary structure, but we also have cabanas up there. So just want to make sure that's clear in the definition.
Commissioner Resnicki?
Yes, and something to follow up with the temporary and the permanent, since Ms. Robinson brought that up, Commissioner Robinson. For permanent structures, once it's defined as a permanent structure, when a temporary, because of over the 180 days, now becomes permanent, to be a permanent, is that a permit that someone needs to request for? And then therefore, is there a fee also for when something is permanent and then what happens when it's permanent? I mean, it just means forever. What does that mean?
Not necessarily. I think it does come down to intent, which temporary structure does state, just by virtue of the other amendments that are included in this code for nightly removal. Those would, by definition, be temporary for cabanas, chairs, umbrellas, and so on. Permanent, for example, with tiki huts, we do issue permits for those. Those do come in as building permits if they're tiki huts. If they're tiki huts, they come in as zoning review permits. So we handle that through a different process, and there is a fee associated with that. As I mentioned at the end of the presentation, we would be bringing you back a complete resolution related to fees on the beach, not just the alcohol service areas, but all of these fees that staff incur in reviewing and regulating. So.
And then another question on the electrical vehicles by January 1st, 2026. I mean, that's around the corner. Is that, and I know we had discussions, and this was a long time ago, and maybe some of you will remember, is that was for, I thought it was for all city vehicles being electrical, but is this meaning, which I don't think is doable either by a city? I mean, that's a cost that I don't know we're ready for. But is it all vehicles, any commercial entity that's using a vehicle on the beaches to be electrical? Is that what we're saying? Any vehicle that steps foot on the beach has to be electrical?
That is how it's drafted. I understand that this was what went forward back in June, so this was not a recent change. There was a clarification to include electrical in the the summary bikes, but that is the only change. But it would include all vehicles on the beach, yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm concerned to saying January 1st, 2026, because, like I said, it's around the corner, and to define what are all vehicles electrical, I mean, that's a huge expense when you think of vehicles that do maintenance on the beach, fire rescue. I mean, are we saying they have to be, electrical vehicles? Does that mean could it be hybrid? I mean, that's a big one.
There's general language that exempts, when it serves a clear public purpose. So, something like fire trucks and so on, I mean, they would be exempt, but.
Okay, thank you. I'll have more after.
I'm really concerned about electric vehicles and salt water.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that too. Batteries and, I mean, we all have experience of fires, right? Or seen fires.
Well, we had multiples during the hurricane.
I know, that's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should strike that one altogether. I mean, that seems
I would be
ill thought out.
I think I would be inclined. I'm just trying to figure out, do they even sell earth movers that are electric?
I'm sure someone's
Maybe
trying, but to put it
So the public purpose is exempted, so the city vehicles, sheriff's vehicle, fire would not have to be gas.
Okay.
This is,
but that would be an impact for businesses as well, right? Because, I mean, to say all of whatever they use to move those cabanas or chairs or just to maintain or clean. I mean, I've seen them go out there and clean behind their facilities.
But they can't use an electric bicycle because we just prohibited those.
Right. Well, you know what I'm saying. That's why I'm bringing it up. I mean, that's kind of, it's nice. It sounds nice, very green, but.
It's not practical.
No. Right.
It's not practical.
Again, I'm not even sure that they sell.
I don't think they don't.
Do they sell electric ATVs? Because they use a lot of ATVs and.
I don't know.
They're kind of like golf carts.
They do battery.
But the bigger forklifts and things like that are more expensive and less readily available. We could just, I think I hear consensus to remove this section.
Yeah.
They absolutely do battery utility vehicles.
Yeah, golf carts. I didn't think about it.
Yeah. But they don't do, if you're looking at, a front loader or something, no, that's not going to happen.
Because then that would also include, for example, electric jet skis when they get on the sand, right?
And moving them out there, yeah, that's a lot.
And moving them to and from.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Commissioner Mulholland, are you on board with removing the electric probe?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Robinson.
Sorry, got distracted on that one there. Yes. So I'm just trying to make sure I know the difference between the cabana versus the cabana zone, which is now, we don't have that defined in the definitions either. We've got cabana, but we don't have that temporary or cabana zone defined in here. Will we get that once we determine setbacks?
So is this referring to the commercial cabana rental area or the alcohol service area? It was a recent addition. We can define it if needed. It's really just, it's included in there for permitting purposes and to give direction to staff, but we could definitely come up with a definition.
Okay, and to Commissioner Reznicki's point on the permanent structure, can we put in there permitted in there?
Yes. That's for permanent structure, there is a definition for permanent structure. Is that what you'd asked for on page 15?
Yeah, it's for a temporary period of place that has not been defined and permitted through this code. So it has so I'm just making it clear that the permanent structure would be a permitted permanent structure, right?
Understood, yes.
Could be a tongue
I
twister
think we
if I
say all-
say that more.
All permitted structures shall be permitted.
Something to that effect, yeah.
Commissioner Marriott?
So I had a question about this, I'll go with the easy one first. And I don't know I won't be able to find the section quick enough, but there's a section in there about overnight storage of chairs or equipment from the beach and where it can be stored. And it was not in required landscaping, not in required parking, not visible from the right-of-way, landward of the dunes. I mean, have we looked at all of the properties enough to know if that's even possible?
It's 95-2.
That's on page 15, excuse me, 19, and 95-7, E.
To answer your question, Commissioner, no, this is something we would address when the either the enterprises or the upland property owner comes in for permitting. This is a first pass. This was not something that was addressed in the workshop back in June. The assumption from staff was that storage on the beach would not be, especially if nightly removal is a requirement, storage on the beach would not be appropriate. So we just came up with a first pass of potential regulations that we can impose. But we haven't evaluated it at the property level, no.
Okay. I'll lead this into what I'm sure will be a little bit of a bigger discussion about what is the purpose, right? So if we're requiring all the chairs be removed from the beach at night, is that because we want to give the turtles ample opportunity to nest? And if that's the reason, why are we requiring it year-round? And are we requiring removal from the chairs from the beach because in the dark when no one's on the beach, we want it to look pristine? Or, like what is the point, and what can we do that meets what we're actually trying to do? Because if we're just trying to leave a big open area for turtles to nest during turtle season, it seems to me we would just require the chairs be removed during turtle season. And then if that's what we're doing, then if the chairs are all consolidated into the smallest possible footprint, as far landward as they can reasonably go, that seems a lot more practical to me than trying to make people who maybe don't have anywhere to put the chairs, I guess we could make them throw them in the pool every night or something, but it seems largely impractical.
I would think some of this is just not only for the turtles, but also for the sheer fact of eye pollution. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I walk by and not all of those chairs are rented. They're just sitting there, unattended, sitting there. And why are they out if they're not going to be rented? Why?
So, but one of the things it says is they have to be removed every night.
Right, so it would make sense that if you rent one, then you put them out, or you put a small portion of them out, and then if you need more, when you rent them, then you go and get them and you put them out. I mean, that's just how it kind of has worked, I believe, on Upland Beach for the public beach. Other beaches, caddies, whatever else that you go to, they don't put them out there, just put them out there, they rent them. When they rent them, they put them out there for you.
So I'm still trying to get at so if all of the chairs, I think what you're talking about is a little bit of a separate issue, which I'm sure we'll get to. But if we just start with, are we requiring all of the chairs be removed completely from the beach every night, all year round, or just in turtle season, or what is the reason for after sunset, before sunrise? What are we trying to accomplish?
I'm happy to answer that question.
Fantastic.
So First of all, we're already requiring this. It's just like many of our other ordinances. We're not enforcing it. So one of the things that I'll be asking the city manager, and I was going to hope for your support on this, is that we start enforcing our current city beach ordinances as they are written until a new ordinance is codified. So we already have that on the books. So this is not anything new. We're simply making an adjustment to it as we see necessary. The other thing is, if you go to any number of beach towns all over Florida, Commissioner Reznicki and I and the city manager were in Hollywood, Florida, just this past August for the Florida League of Cities. We were there for almost a week. 7 miles of beach, 30, 40-story high-rises, not a single chair in the morning, not a single chair after sundown. 7 miles. Hollywood is not 8,000 people. It's 500,000 people. They manage Cocoa Beach. Most of the cities in Broward and Dade all do this. And there's a number of reasons why, they're doing it, and a number of reasons why we should be doing it as well, right? So you've already mentioned the turtles and the skimmers. So you've got environmental impact and environmental protection that we're looking to do. And it's currently not happening. I mean, you can read the news reports in the, whatever it's called now, the Tampa Times, Tampa Bay Times. It's on the news, it's in newspapers, of the turtle hatchlings that drown in pools, that end up in holes on the beach, that get lost between the chairs and the lights. And there's another reason why we're bringing up the turtle ordinance. You also have a public safety factor. Number of things could happen. It happens to be Florida. Now, you raise your hand if you've ever seen a storm come in with 5 minutes notice, where it goes from blue sky to 30-mile-an-hour winds in a matter of 30 seconds, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So now you've got all of these chairs and structures there, and they can become flying objects, right? There's a reason we're asking to remove them. Not only that, it's in the middle of the night. You don't have any lights out there because it's prohibited by the turtle lighting, right? So now you've got people walking the beach that could easily trip over these chairs, right? So it's a public safety issue, among other things, besides environmental protection, right? Beyond that, we also want to make sure that, look, how many times have we looked in the comprehensive plan and it talks about preserving the character of St. Pete Beach? Well, what is our character? Are we not at least as good as Hollywood, Florida? That we cannot have a beach that's clear and free of debris, that you don't put stuff out until you need it, so that you leave your stuff out there 24/7? And the question is, it's already being required. Why are they not already doing it? Because based on Code of Ordinances, everyone should be receiving citations right now 24/7. It's not happening. Right? So I've got residents receiving code citations because the lawn isn't mowed, and I've got multi-billion-dollar industries that are not following the code, and nothing's happening to them. So again, there's any number of reasons, right, that are legitimate reasons why the chairs should be removed, why there shouldn't be obstacles on the beach in the middle of the night, why they shouldn't be impeding the wildlife, right, why they shouldn't become a hazard in case a storm pops up, which happens, from June until November. It happens every day, right? So yes, there are good, legitimate reasons why this should be enacted, and that's one of the reasons it was already in our code in the first place. We just need to start enforcing it. Commissioner Robinson.
Well, I mean, the other side of that question is, why keep them out?
I mean, I think we'll get the answer to that when we do a business impact statement. I mean, I don't recall any time in the 15 years I've been here there being death or destruction from people tripping over chairs in the middle of the night. There has not been an epidemic of, Wizard of Oz style chairs swirling about the city, going through people's windows. I mean, it's something that hasn't been a problem.
It has been a problem. We haven't been enforcing it.
Except during turtle season. Well, I mean, I'm sure that's not the only ordinance we have that we haven't been enforcing, or that isn't, or that perhaps isn't even needed. you know, what is the character of St. Pete Beach? Well, the character of St. Pete Beach is that there have been hotels on that beach and tourists on that beach since before most of the houses were built. And so, you know, I think you know, I am.
There were
I'm
houses where the
100%
hotels are now.
I am 100% on board with doing things that are reasonable for a reason.
Well, this code has changed quite a bit over the years. I mean, let's face it. First, there was no drinking on the beach, and that was for everybody. There was no special exception to any of the hotels, no special exception to any of the bars. There's always been no dogs on the beach, and there was no bikes on the beach for the longest time. There was always, I mean, I got a citation for drinking on the beach in my 20s out here. I didn't get a warning, and that's just how it goes. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that's just not fair here. I mean, I look at this and it says no person, and that only leaves the rest as being the residents that can't drink on the beach. You know, why keep them out? I don't want to see them. I don't want to see chairs that aren't rented without people in them when I'm walking down my beautiful beach and I can look down and just see it wide open and it pristine.
It also makes beach cleanup much more difficult.
Oh, wait, well, we can go on
the
that.
equipment when there's chairs in there all the time. And you've seen it on many occasions where, especially after a busy holiday weekend, the beach is just full of stuff up and down the beach. And now you can't even run your big equipment through it to clean it all up, which, again, looking at Hollywood Beach, for example, they mow their entire beach every single day. And you know why? They do it at 6 o'clock in the morning because there's no chairs out there, and they can do it.
Does the city pick up trash off of private property on the beach?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I believe, for one, that the hotel should also fill in the holes from all the digging. How many times have you walked the beach at night or dusk or whatever, and there's a hole? They don't fill them in. It's all the tourists are there digging, and that's great. And we've seen what's happened. We've seen what's happened on the other coast. Little girl got sucked in, died. I mean, there's other things too on that. I mean, if it was up to me, I would have put that in there.
Commissioner Reznicki?
Thank you. Not too sure. How about this green light here? We can talk about those rules. I don't know if we just have open dialogue or not. So, anyways, the beach is a preservation zone, right? For everybody, whether you're private or public beach. That is the zone. And let me just clarify something, because I don't want everyone to be confused. But the Hollywood Beach, I'd be careful to. There are apples and oranges here, because most of the East Coast was dredged, and so they have an ECL line. So, and also I lived in that beach for a long time in that area. That's one of the main reasons why it is the way it is. So they have to pull back the chairs. They do have to get permits, and I looked into this a lot because I wanted, doing the beach stewardship, that was the big thing. I wish we could do it. We can do that, by the way, because that's why we have this ordinance. But it's different over there because they have an ECL and we don't, across their whole beach, all the way down to South Beach in Miami. But for the reason, back to Commissioner Marriott's question to us is, what's the purpose? Well, the purpose is the preservation zone. And because of that, we should be preserving our beach. And as someone who walks the beach frequently, mostly in the evening, have been frustrated many times because of those crazy storms, pop-up storms too, that we're talking about, that chairs and towels that have been left behind on chairs are now all over the beach. Okay, and me and my daughter are notorious of grabbing the stuff and either throwing it away in the trash, because I'm not going to walk all the way up to the hotel and give it back to them. So sorry for all of you out there. But they're on the shoreline. They're on the water. They're floating. And it's because it's not enforced in that place. So that is why, if I remember back when we were on the committee, and I say we being Commissioner Marriott and myself for beach stewardship, was because bringing back the chairs prevents, when staff are not there, to quickly bring everything back in, right? If I know a storm is coming at my house, I'm at my house, I'm going to go outside, and I can bring everything and try to secure it as much as possible before my pool umbrella takes off to my neighbor's house, right? But when it's out there on the beach in the evening and everybody's gone, it is everywhere. Now, how far back does it have to go? Does it have to go all the way back to their pools or all the way to the front or side of the hotels? Possibly not. Hollywood Beach is a good example of they don't leave the beach. They go all the way back where there's dunes, if there's dunes, or if you're familiar with from Hollywood all the way south, that used to be seawalls, okay? So there was dredge, and that's why I mentioned the ECL. There was no beach there. All that beach was gone. Army Corps of Engineers came in, now they have beach, but they've got to put all their chairs up to what used to be the seawall, particularly in Hollywood. But as you go further down, let's just say South Beach, it's a very dune area. Those chairs are either really close to the dune line, and some of them, they have some open space for vehicle traversing or for people for walking. It's a much wider beach, than ours, obviously. Or they're close to the lifeguard stations that are on that beach, right? So, but they do have to stack them and put them away. Because it's a nuisance for overnight sleeping, for people going out and drinking, doing drugs, and all sorts of things. Right now, there's a place for them to sit, even though you could sit on the sand, but now you have chairs, and it's even much better, right? So they tighten that up for that reason. So that would be the purpose. My concern is saying daily, move them all the way past and possibly through dunes for those that do have dunes, because I've seen how it also destroys the dunes. We're here trying to preserve the beach, yet now we're going to request that they go out every day and travel back and forth through the dunes, hopefully taking care of the dunes, and dragging all this equipment back and forth. I would prefer, and I think I don't know how many years ago, said for the stacking to be closer to the dune, and of course, this is in talking with in the future. I haven't spoken to any hotels or commercial entities about this, but what would be the best location, what would be feasible, what's not feasible. Every location is unique. When we look at Upham Beach or we look at Paso Grillo Beach, well, that's very different. They're public beaches. Yes, I don't want to see all the chairs outside, even in the day. I know in the evening we want to bring them in, but in the day is different. That's a public beach. People want to come to the beach. If all the chairs are already out there, there's not many places for me to go if I'm not renting a chair, right? So that's different. That's a different model of business when we're offering chairs for people going to a public beach. The other thing, and I know we're going to get into, I don't know when we're going to get setbacks, but I'm just going to bring it up now. Setbacks. Again, every hotel is different. I've been to hotels, and this I have gone out, to look, and I've been invited to go and look to some of the hotels. And they were really nice because they actually coned it out for me so I could see and feel what it looks like. From those that are very small to those that they have a lot more beach or a lot more square footage. And it's nice that you did have on your presentation, Brendan, the picture with the 75, what would it look like, and 50 and so forth, because you can see how it reduces it. That's where I asked for, what's the purpose? What's the purpose in doing that? Are we just trying to get access from east to west? And is that access supposed to be clear access, meaning, and again, it doesn't have to be 75 on both sides or 50 on both sides, that's 100 feet. What are we trying to accomplish? For people to be able to walk back and forth, get to the hotel, for emergency access, so that there's a place for somebody to run across. What's the purpose, right? And and I don't think we all here will be able to answer any of these questions, but I'm just putting them out there. When public beach accesses are between 8 to 10 feet wide, I think, right? And some depending where. Why not keep the same thing? Why are we making it bigger? What does it mean to have it? If, let's just say, it were 75 on both sides or 50 and 50, that's 100 feet. What does that mean? Nothing is there? No one can traverse through there? Not a towel can be laid there? Not a chair can be laid there? What does that mean? Same applies for 50 feet landward side of the mean high water line. Why not 50? Why 75? What 30? What does it mean? Let's just say it's 50. Does that mean nobody walks through there? Nobody puts a chair there? No one puts a towel there? Whether public, private, hotel guest, whomever. What does that mean? Why are we trying to do that? What are we trying to accomplish? So I have, those are my outlying questions, which I don't think we could all answer. I mean, we could all give opinions, but I don't know if we'll have a clear answer. I think what we started, and I can't remember the year I sat on the committee, this has evolved to more than what the intention was. We've mentioned, and trust me, I've wanted to be talking about this beach ordinance before. I've asked for this to be brought to the commission, so it's not like I don't want to talk about it. But it's holding back a lot of the sections of the beach ordinance because of the setbacks and the uncertainties and not having the business impacts. To me, that's important. I thought we were told that was the reason why we held back doing the first reading to start with. And now we don't have it. I'm not putting blame on anyone, because I know we're trying to get this doing. But we also discussed moving the section out. And because we're not going to be able to decide this all right now, what's better, what's the intention, what's the purpose. And maybe we can. I'm not saying we can't. But we still have that option, from what I remember, that we can move a section out, approve the rest that we are in agreement with, because it is kind of frustrating that now I sit in a commission, and I sat on the Beach Stewardship Committee and been through all these workshops, and we're still talking about this.
You're absolutely right. It is frustrating, and I'm committed to stay here until 3 o'clock in the morning, as we have done for other people. We should do for at least for our residents. And if we got to be here and figure this out, because I am tired of having to come back over and over and over again
Absolutely.
to rehash the same thing. And so we're going to get to, that's my commitment. Now y'all decide what you want, but I'm committed to getting this thing answered and done one way or the other, whether y'all pass it or shoot it down. We're going to have a vote on this tonight. That's my commitment. Whether y'all are
And Mayor,
for that or not, that's fine. I would ask maybe that we have the discussion about the setbacks after we hear from the public. I think a lot of them, I would hate to make any decisions. I'd like to hear from them first before we have a discussion on the setbacks. I really would like to get whoever's here that has statements about that, so maybe we can deal with all the other things, then have public comment, and then come back to the setback issue, since that's really the biggest issue. Would you all be opposed to that?
No.
I mean, I thought I was asking questions or making comments. I'm not, by nowhere did I say I did not want to get this done. I've been wanting to get this done a long time, but I'm talking about what I say. The public isn't the only one that's going to, you're going to change my mind. Trust me, you guys are going to come up here and I'm going to listen. But what I'm saying is from observations of many years that this has evolved. If we need a beach access or, a space to go through, what we currently have is good, right? We're able to go from point A to point B. If we're just looking for, I will need this from the commission answered. I don't think the public came prepared with, this is the purpose of what this space is supposed to be. I mean, maybe you did, and I would like to know, maybe you all have some purpose. What is the purpose for, right? What's the purpose of in the front? If we're saying you have 50 feet setback from the mean high water line landward, that it's open for views, right? We've all been talking about views many times. Then it's open for views for everybody, right? It means nobody sits there. We're just walking back and forth, right? So I just need a clear purpose for it, and that will help make a better decision. So thank you.
I'm happy to provide purpose for that as well, like I did for the other ones. And I think specifically what we're talking about with the setbacks or the mean one, or from the water back, is no commercial activity in that area. It's not talking about people not being able to set up their towels or their chairs or whatever else. Is that there's no, am I wrong in that? This is specifically restricting commercial activity, whether it's the cabana area, the drinking area, whatever, to the setbacks, whatever the setbacks end up being if we decide to do that?
That's correct, for particularly those two areas.
Okay.
Yes.
So I can give you some reasons for the setbacks. We already talked about wildlife protection. Same thing, right? They have to have a way of traveling. So if we end up not removing the chairs at night, there have to be setbacks for us to be able to do that. EMS has to get somewhere somehow, right? they have to get somewhere. And a lot of the beach accesses are on the property lines. So the most natural place to put setbacks where there's no commercial activity, where EMS vehicles can, traverse unimpeded, that's one of the areas to do that. We have huge overcrowding issues on our beaches already. The last thing we need is to overcrowd them with more chairs and cabanas when it's already pretty bad in many areas. And the overcrowding also presents a health and safety hazard, right? You cram that many people in that high density, in that low of an area, right? That presents itself, again, another health and safety hazard. And then there's also an ADA compliance issue, right? You have to be able to, in some areas, be able to get, access for individuals, right? So those are just some of the reasons why, it'd be good for us to have some kind of setbacks between the properties. It doesn't have to be 75 feet. We can come up with a number that's reasonable. It could be 15 feet. It could be 30 feet, whatever. I'd like to hear from the people particularly affected by this, what they think is a reasonable number. I mean, I think a setback from the beach back where you're not, we've seen some instances where, they're out there at 7 o'clock in the morning putting chairs all the way up to the mean high water line, to block anyone else from showing up, even though, whether they're allowed to do that, I don't know. But, so I think the setback from the water, also, does the same thing. It provides EMS access. You've got the sheriff going up and down the beach all the time. Another area that we've looked at here is having some kind of, every 50 or 75 or 100 feet, having some kind of break in the cabanas so that you can access them in between, right? What happens if you've got, I don't know, let's say 1,000 feet of beachfront, and you have 1,000 feet of uninterrupted chairs, and then you have an emergency in the middle of it, and no one can get to them because it's all just crammed in together. So again, it's overcrowding, right? It provides a health and safety issue, and it limits, emergency services access, whether it's the sheriff wanting to enforce something, whether it's the fire department having to respond, whether it's an ambulance or any kind of emergency services trying to get someplace. So there are a number of legitimate good reasons why we shouldn't be overcrowding the beach and cramming in every single chair that we possibly can. To Commissioner Mulholland's point, without even charging for it.
Next up, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I'm actually not going to talk about setbacks yet, but I certainly will when we get to it. So I had 6 of the operators reach out to me last week asking me to meet with them so they could show me their operations. And I was able to get 5 of them scheduled. So I kind of got a flavor from where I thought they were, and the feedback that I've heard leads me to believe that the same message has been going out to everyone. But specific to the chairs removed from the beach and the like, I didn't really get the sense from the 5 that I met with, while they'd rather not have to remove the chairs, I got the sense that there was a lot more concern about having to totally remove them from the beach, or maybe they logistically didn't have a place to put them. And I don't know if we could possibly consider, some type of individual site plan approach where each hotel would work with the city planning department. Like, I realize they don't have a lot of time now, but to get a realistic site plan of where the chairs have to go and the cabanas have to go every night. I think some of them just, to me, fell into the too hard category. They didn't want to take them off the beach. But the majority, my sense is their biggest concern was if logistically it didn't work, they would like to see the city work with them creating some type of a site plan. So I would just propose that maybe we consider that as it relates to pulling the chairs. I personally feel they should be pulled. I'm not going to regurgitate what has been said multiple times here by various commissioners. There's a host of reasons why they probably should be removed, and I agree with that. But I think we should consider if we can work with them about logistically creating individual site plans for the various properties. So I'll have more to say when we get to the setbacks, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, I mean, you're absolutely correct. And, you know, if you look at the county park, Upland Beach, Paso Grill, the vendor that is there right now, they're pulling all their chairs in every night. And I think that's what we talked about earlier, Brandon, of having some kind of storage location that we're going to work with the individual property owners to make sure that they have. You have a good point. We shouldn't be carrying them over the dunes every night, but there should be some place that we can work with the property owners and say, okay, here's a designated storage area at night. I saw the same thing in Hollywood. Some of them have under their seawalls, they have storage, and some of them just pull it up to their seawalls. So there's different ways, and, you know, we can work on a case-by-case basis. I think we should be working with those property owners and say, okay, based on your property, and again, for some properties that may have, you know, a few 100 feet, it might be more than one designated area, so that they're not pulling all 1,000 feet to one location, but rather maybe having 4 or 5 locations spaced out, you know, where we're just pulling them back, you know, one section at a time to that area. So I think it'd be good for the staff to work with the property owners to figure out an appropriate location that, you know, staff can maybe administratively approve and say, you know, here's what we've come up with. Commissioner Marriott?
Yeah, I just have a quick question for the city attorney regarding the setbacks, and if the setbacks are for commercial activity as it's written, is that correct? Or for any activity?
I believe they're for the commercial cabana rental areas.
Okay. And so
If you're a beach goer going to a public beach, you can bring your own chair and your own umbrella, and you can set up at the public beach anywhere. But if we have a beach concession at the public beach, I think we impose some conditions on our beach concession chair people, where they should put chairs and where they should allow room for the public. I think the issues that were brought up as rational basis is the ADA wheelchair access, life safety issues, getting in and out, getting sheriffs in between. If they're too close, you can't get a wheelchair in. If they're too
But we
close
don't
to
do
the
any
side.
of that on the public beach, right? So we have no concern about getting emergency vehicles back and forth on the public beach, or whether somebody in a wheelchair could get all the way to the water, because we don't regulate how far apart people have to sit on the sand.
I think we regulate, I don't know, the staff can tell you whether we have concessions that rent chairs on our beach. I'm not sure whether we do or not, and how.
But we don't try to regulate just somebody who walks down to the beach and sets up a blanket or puts up an umbrella and
No,
sits on the sand.
those would not be addressed by this ordinance either.
Okay. And on the setbacks for commercial operations that are on privately owned property, the property owner is still in control of what happens in that area then. They can't have chairs there, but they can still regulate what happens on their own property.
Similar to like a side setback on a house, you have a clear side setback so fire can get in there, but you can't have a shed in there, but it's still their property. You can
Right.
put a fence there or whatever.
So you can't compel them to say, to de facto make it a public beach.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we already have for residential, we have similar ordinances on the books, right? You look at every neighborhood has different setback requirements, right? This is how far you can build your house from your neighbor's house. This is how far your pool has to be from the seawall. This is how far your pool has to be from the back of your house. This is how far your garage, this is how far forward you can be, this is how far back. This isn't any different than that. We're simply looking at setbacks and saying, you know, for the public good, for safety access, for all the other reasons enumerated, you know, we should have a path between the properties, a setback between the properties. That's all. And again, we're talking about commercial activities, and the vendor at Upland Beach, at the county park, and at Paso Grill would be subject to the same requirements because they are a commercial operation.
Another reason for setbacks is to mitigate incompatible uses. So if you have a, say, hotel next to a residential condominium, one way to mitigate any incompatibility is require a setback so that the commercial chair operation isn't right on the property line. You know, it's set back 15 feet or 30 feet or 75. The greater the distance, the more compatibility mitigation occurs in planning perspective.
Yeah, like you have with the C-Mark, for example, that's surrounded on both sides by hotels, and then same with some of the condos next to Bellwether. So I had a question about, and this has come up many times before, the definition of cabanas. And so the way that we currently have it set up is we were talking about cabanas as far as what is rented and what has to be removed at night. And I don't know what your definition of cabana is, but to me a cabana is generally usually 1 or 2 chairs together with some kind of awning structure that opens up, versus having beach chairs, whether they're heavy wood beach chairs, whether they're plastic beach chairs, whether it's a beach umbrella. And I think maybe we should look at just changing that from just saying any cabanas, anything that's rented has to be removed. So whether they're renting chairs, umbrellas, cabanas, any of those things, it shouldn't be limited to just cabanas, because I could see a situation where, well, the ordinance says all the cabanas have to be gone. This is not a cabana, this is a beach chair. Or this is a beach umbrella, therefore I don't have to remove it. So rather, it should be inclusive of anything that is rented or anything that is provided as an amenity, whether it's charged for or not charged for, anything that is not a fixed item, right? It should be removed at the end of the night to the designated area.
We have in there on page 19, it says all temporary structures placed on the public access beaches and privately owned beaches, including but not limited to chairs, tables, umbrellas, cabanas, and tents, shall be removed from the beach nightly.
I think it's just some of the other areas that only talks about cabanas.
Right, yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yep, maybe we put it in the definition of cabana.
As far as getting, add on the
Okay.
definition, on the temporary structure.
Yep.
You're saying to add cabanas under temporary structure, right? Is that
Add those items.
It should be,
Umbrellas, tables, cabanas.
both should be in both areas, so that if we're talking about cabanas have to be removed at night specifically, or the cabana service area, whatever that is, that means anything that is a rented or provided or...
Yeah, how this is written, there's a lot of that where it's cabana, and then it does go into cabana and chairs, tables, this, and then it doesn't. So it really needs to be consistent.
I think it's as
And
a
I think-
result of coming 3 years.
Right, and I think too, if you put it under temporary and then you just call everything temporary, I mean, you define it as one thing, you might be able to do it that way.
Okay.
And that way it gets consistency.
Yeah, we've mentioned cabanas 86
Yeah.
times, so...
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you the word count?
Now, when does a temporary become a permanent? Like, let's say you're not removing it, and now
Says
your
100
cabana becomes a permanent structure.
180 days.
So all of them, and so then they could just get a permit?
Most of these have to be removed nightly under the ordinance, but if there's something that stays there for longer than 180 days, it needs to get a permanent permit, like a big tent or a water slide or something like that, or
So they
blow-up
could,
doll.
so we could put up a water slide for 179 days and not require a permit?
That's a CUP that should be addressed some other time.
Well, I'm just asking, this is,
Yeah.
is that the way?
Brandon's, you can address that, but we have 180 days is what's written in here.
Our land development code for commercial accessory structures lays out the different accessory structures that are allowed on the beach, and those would be considered permanent. We allow for beach storage boxes and things like that, tiki huts, for facilities that have approved commercial water operations still in extent. We allow them to have a limited facility for that, but those other type of, for example, we no longer allow commercial recreation on the beach in our primary resort zoning districts, and I know this came up during recent hearings. So those type of items would typically be preempted.
That would be the water sports items?
Yes, right.
Yeah, I was wondering why they weren't in here, because they're not.
Commissioner Robinson, do you have any other questions? Or Commissioner Woznicki?
No, I'm just playing with my Rubik's Cube.
And I'm trying to look for it again, but for the commercial needing, for commercial activity needing a permit, and I'm not sure if that was put under section 9517, vending on public beaches, and again, we're using public beaches, because there are privately owned, lots, where they're condominiums or hotels or private property. Again, we're differentiating public now in this section, but how about private? Because
Which section are you on? I'm sorry, I missed.
we have vending, 9517, vending on public beaches, and it mentions public beaches, but not beaches. If we're saying we're just going to say everything is beaches, here we're specifically saying public beaches. But, I know hotels take out their business license, to do business on beach. But there's other types of private properties, in our cities, in our city that owns the beach, if you want to call it that. But the landward of the mean high water line, are they exempt if we're not indicating private beaches as well? Because, I could start my business on my beach if I wanted to, without getting approval.
I think we do address private beach vending and solicitation.
But where
Separately
does
from
this?
public, it's in the 9518.
That's correct. We do allow currently, and this is just bringing this in from other sections of the Code of Ordinances, this is effectively adopted as is. We do allow solicitation on the private beach. It can only be oral, with the exception of approved equipment rental and other businesses that are approved on the beach based on the zoning code. But they do allow for, for example, order taking in what are currently named cabana service areas. That would be permitted because it's on a private beach.
So section 9518 would encompass all beaches?
That encompasses specifically.
I mean, all types, let's just say not all beaches, but all types.
Well, 9517 is the preemption on any kind of vending on the public beach, including solicitation. 9518 would apply in parts to the private beach.
So solicitation includes commercial business, is what we're saying, right?
Correct, yes.
So in your own private land, if your own private business, you can sell cosmetics on the beach if you want, for example.
But with a
Come
permit.
into the public beach and sell cosmetics.
But with a permit is what we're saying. Because we have a lot of these pop-up enterprise businesses going on, and we all know we've been hearing about issues with photography, movies, advertisement. I think we all got the videos from like the Secret Garden and everything that was happening over there. And those are all private lots per se, but people are walking over there and setting up their business because there's no requirement to have to. So this section will say you have to have a permit, correct?
Correct. It's permits on the private beachfront. Public beachfront is prohibited in most cases.
They have to have authorization from the property owner too, I believe here.
It doesn't say it because it just says of the person desiring to solicit.
Sorry.
I think we should require authorization of the property owner here as well.
Of the,
I think it's
no,
in
of the location.
9518B. I think it's in B. Permit shall be issued only after the property owner represented has demonstrated to the satisfaction of the city manager or designee the sandy portion of the beach is owned by the property owner. So that's where we have the owner authorization.
But the applicant has to show that authorization though, right? Because, I mean, I can come in.
If I'm going to do beach photography for the Marriott Hotel, then I've got to get the Marriott owner's permission to go do the beach photography there, and they come in and they get the permit for that. They can't do it without the permission of the property owner.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions before we go public comment? Okay. Thank you, Brendan. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes. Yes, we do. The first one I have is a voicemail, so I'm going to play it.
Thank you.
Try to get my microphone lined up.
Good evening. This is Robin Miller, interim CEO for the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce, speaking to the agenda item of beach ordinance. I would just like to share with the Commission today that I'm a little bit concerned, and the Chamber is as well, that we are putting the ordinance through tonight for a first reading. Given the numerous hours, months, and even years that we've worked on this, of why we need a first reading quickly tonight versus taking a step back and really refining this, knowing that there have been last-minute changes to this ordinance prior to it being read. Finally, you have the Don Cesar, the Dolphin Beach Resort, TCI, Beachcomber, and Bellwether, all 100% out of service and going to be out of service in some of those instances for many more months. So that gives us plenty of time to really evaluate the structure of this ordinance and really zero in on its impact that it has not only just on the business community, but also the community as a whole. So I do ask on behalf of the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber and its business community that you would consider reviewing this ordinance tonight, putting it back into redrafting, and following up with some of the amazing feedback that you are going to hear this evening. Thank you for your time.
Kevin Reilly.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. For the record, Kevin Reale, business address 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa. So many of the things I have written down on my notes here have already been mentioned tonight, and also were just mentioned by Robin. So, and I didn't know that. I didn't know what the discussion was going to be. So I'm glad to hear discussion on some of these items. Some concerns on the way the ordinance is drafted, mostly coming to what's the goal. And I understand that in everyone's mind eye, they have a goal carved out, and that's very important. But for example, to the mayor's point, if there's an issue with fire access and things like that, we have to have a specific connection to what that goal is and what the ordinance says and how it's written. Same for other things like turtle protection and preservation. And that public purpose is really important because it needs to be specifically tailored to that purpose. And I'm concerned that the recent draft of the ordinance doesn't do that. And the reason that's important is because this has a huge economic impact on many of the hotels on the beach. And if you have that type of impact, you need to avoid an ordinance that's going to be arbitrary and capricious or unreasonable. There are other issues with the ordinance where it treats public and private beach the same in some instances and different in other instances, and there are situations where that's appropriate and not, and the private property rights have to be considered if you're differentiating the two. I'm not sure that the ordinance as drafted does that properly. The thing that Robin mentioned that I have here is that this process started in '22. It's been through 2 city managers. It's on a new city attorney. It included a lot of stakeholder input, very recent stakeholder input, but then the hurricane derailed that input, and now we have a new ordinance that hasn't had a lot of input. And so, there's a reasonable ordinance in here, and everyone's expecting a new ordinance. But there are some things proposed that are not reasonable, and if they're not reasonable, or if there's objection to them, they have to be connected to some specific purpose. And I'm just asking that you all consider connecting the decisions you make to a specific purpose, and then whatever that magnitude is, tie it to that purpose. And if you do that, we can end up with a reasonable ordinance that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Kwiatkowski.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Sean Kikowski, business address 5250 Gulf Boulevard. I'm speaking on behalf of Bellwether Beach, Comer Beach Resorts. 4 items I really want to talk to tonight that there's been discussion around. So, number 1, water line setback, the change from 50 to 75 feet. I think I heard the purpose of that was no commercial activity, public safety, but if you really think about 50 feet, there's a lot of access in that. So still not really clear why we're increasing that to 75 feet. Number 2, side setbacks. Again, what is the public purpose of this? At Bellwether and Beachcomber, we're currently spaced our seating areas 6 feet plus, so we have clear access to those areas. Also, reminder that we take beach operations extremely serious, right? We have training, we have service standards, we have team accountability, and these setbacks will create a gray area within those, within that area. It increases the risk of issues. Also, any version of the setback will have an economic impact to us. The bigger the setback, the more drastic the burden of the economy is. Number 3, furniture removal. We feel there are conflicting and unworkable provisions in this. We're concerned that, as it reads, we are required to remove all beach furniture completely off the sand nightly. Specific to the Bellwether property, we cannot do that. The only way to do that is we cross the public access bridge to the south of the property, and now we're causing safety concerns with crossing that public access. For Beachcomber, similar concerns. The only viable path is through our sand dunes. Unacceptable to all of us, I think, right? So we just can't physically take it off the sand. And then in closing, we understand that protecting our beaches is a top priority, as it is our number 1 asset and why our guests love St. Pete Beach. It's why we work here and personally why I live here. But at this moment in time, we'd like you to consider the current challenges the businesses face in the rebuilding process. Not only are we working through the physical repairs, but our number 1 goal is to get our team members back to work and repair their lives, which several of them are St. Pete Beach residents. This beach ordinance will have a negative impact on our businesses and team members when all efforts need to be focused on rebuilding our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Timothy Cannon.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Timothy Cannon. I'm an asset manager for Host Hotels and Resorts, the owner of the Don Cesar and Beach House Suites. That's 3400 and 3860 Gulf Boulevard. Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission this evening. It's not lost on me that it was a hearing like this years ago that this community came together to save the Don Cesar from destruction. I'm here today at another difficult moment for this great resort. Hurricanes Helene and Milton severely damaged critical infrastructure and flooded almost the entirety of our ground floor, requiring us to close the resort. At that time, Host Hotels had the difficult decision to make: to restore one of the most significant historic resources in Pinellas County, or allow water intrusion and storm damage to claim another valuable asset from this community. Efforts taken to immediately mobilize, remediate, begin restoration came at great expense to Host Hotels. But these decisions were driven by our emotional connection to the history of this building, to our employees, and to this community. It is the result of these tireless efforts and an incredibly productive relationship with this city that we are hopeful of a spring reopening. I say this about the Don specifically, but it's not a unique story. So much work has been done up and down the beach, and we are arriving at a time when we should be celebrating the recovery of St. Pete Beach. It is that reason that I'm so incredibly disappointed that the city chose this time to further restrict the largest industry contributing to the financial health and viability of the city by limiting hoteliers' beach operations. This ordinance, in its attempt to protect residents, in fact only serves to hurt hotels. The city's further restrictions are simply an overreach, and we see no legitimate public purpose. We object to any more than the current 50-foot setback from the mean high water line, and no more than a 5-foot side setback. We also object to the daily removal of beach furniture as onerous operational burden, which frankly we may be unable to physically comply with. Respectfully, we request that this commission allow the hotels to recover, to reestablish themselves, and to create an ordinance that is mutually beneficial and not simply punitive. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Barbara Reddy.
please state your name and address for the record?
Good evening, Barbara Reedy, Area General Manager over 2 properties, the Don Cesar and Beach House Suites, 3860 and 3400 respectfully. So good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. You know, I just want you to know that both our properties operate with intentional purpose of doing good in our neighborhoods, in our community, and in our county. We partner with our neighbors at the Don Cesar Property Owners Corporation. We participate in beach cleanups. We have membership with the Tampa Bay Watch. We serve at the Don Cesar Property Owners Association Dune Savers team. We volunteer to remove trash. We participate with Sea Turtle Trackers. We do county things related to like-type businesses of food and shelter, which we do, feeding the homeless at Pinellas Hope, and supporting building beds. All this to say is we mean well. We are a positive asset to this community, not to mention a beautiful, iconic, historic resort that has resided with you for 97 years, also known as the beautiful Pink Palace. But as has been mentioned, and apologize for the sensitivity of lack of timing recently, we've just had the 2 most devastating storms happen. We have been closed for 4 months. My team members are out of work. We remain closed tonight as I speak, and now is just not the time to put more burden on us. The proposed new beach ordinance creates an unreasonable economic burden without a reasonable purpose. Removing beach furniture is a hardship, and keeping it out of sight is just not feasible on our property. The proposed setbacks results in a reduction of 1/3 of our land area on our privately owned beach, and for what purpose? As recently said by Tim, we're willing to the 5 feet setback on the east and west, but we are not, or the north and south, but we are not able to support anything further. So in conclusion, this ordinance is just not ready to be passed on the first reading. There were many last-minute changes, and much work is to be done to clarify and quantify the implications of this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Ed Sheets.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. It's Ed Sheets. Address is 517 76th Ave. Business address is 6300 Gulf Boulevard, Los Garden. Thank you again for allowing us to come and speak this evening. I appreciate it. For section 95-7, the setbacks. The proposed setback requirements in section 95-7 could significantly impact beachside businesses and property owners. These regulations may restrict the ability to provide services and amenities that attract visitors and support the local economy. Currently, there is a 50-foot setback from the mean high water line. Pushing back this current setback to 75 feet further diminishes our hotel's ability to service guests. I encourage there to be verbiage also pertaining to the current setback to prevent temporary structures, loungers, and chairs placed within these setbacks by non-guests, especially on private beaches during business hours. Regarding the side property setback, I encourage you to vote against imposing additional side setbacks to private property owners. We currently work well with our neighbors to provide adequate spacing to our cabanas for those walking on the beach to pass through if needed. For sections 95-4, removal of items from the beach. This is another proposed ordinance that I encourage the commission to vote against. We have toured our beach with some of the commission regarding the new ordinance, and we have found that it would be financially infeasible, environmentally damaging, and practically impossible for us to comply with. Also, working in the fading of light of day increases safety concern for all our workers, tourists, and locals, and disrupts one of the most peaceful times of the day at the beach. Our hotel prides ourselves in working with Turtle Tracker and the Coastal Wildlife Advocacy Group to ensure that we are educated on the marine life on our beaches and our impact on them. We've worked hand in hand with those organizations to ensure compliance with the local wildlife and turtles. We received confirmation that the cabana spacing and stacking of the loungers that we currently do is more than sufficient to do not disturb the marine life on the beach and to allow the turtles to move freely about in the evening. We do not understand what value this ordinance would have on our beaches, which only causes all the hotels extreme financial and physical duress to clear the beach for the nighttime, where the fewest individuals would actually be on the beach itself. We hope we can come together as a community to form common sense rules on handling the beach during turtle season and not letting the rest of the year be overly affected by a policy that creates hardship during the busiest times of tourism during the year. Again, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Travis Johnson.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good
Good evening.
Ryan, can you put the doc cam on, please?
Thank you. Good evening, Travis Johnson, representing 5500 Gulf Boulevard Tradewinds Resorts. As mentioned, this is a good dialogue that's been going on for a couple of years now. There's been a lot of reasonable items that have come up in the ordinance, many of which we support and will help enforce along the way. But as evident tonight, there's still a lot of holes, to be transparent here. There's a lot of discussion. Commissioner Marriott, you brought up a question as to why this needed to be outside of just turtle season. I don't think we got a clear answer to that. There's a lot of one positive that I want to mention that has come from the dialogue this far is we've already heard you that we want a more lightweight, dense product, right? So we have on order to order 1,300 lounge chairs. As many of you know, we have almost 1,000 rooms, so 1,300 chairs. Commissioner Robinson is not uncommon, and during our busy times, to use every single one of those chairs. We've expressed the willingness to work together to find other solutions, but with the kind of volume that we have, as up on the screen shows, moving those off-site just is not realistic for us, right? So size and scope, as you've heard tonight, is definitely a concern. There's, as I mentioned earlier, the setbacks, this particular, I don't know that there's clear direction even today as we speak, that we know what these setbacks are versus the side setbacks. This represents 75 feet. One unique item for Tradewinds is it's multiple parcels, even though we operate the resort as a consolidation. As you can see here, what you get is a very disjointed operation, right? We'd like there to be consideration to allow us, as our guests would expect, because all these, properties are owned and operated by us, that we could, we're not restricted as to where the cabanas could sit. Removing, as I mentioned, our volume, it's very difficult. I'm not sure where we would put these. Time of day, by the time we would finish moving them at 1,300, it would be time to put them back. Talk about damage on the beach. Think about the traffic, and Mr. Mayor, you brought up the point which I've been asking, is there electric vehicles capable of moving that kind of volume? We just don't know how that would be done. So again, we've expressed the willingness to stack, move back. Commissioner Robinson, we've looked at opportunity to only use what we need, but there are times where we, because of the size and scope, as you can see on the screen, that we need all of those chairs. Let's see here. We've talked about there's one of the items in there is potentially reduced hours of operation, and I talked about how hard that is to maneuver those around, even in in the time we have. This would be done at nighttime, which we talked about is a risk. If we added an army of people, the economic impact of that cost would be substantial. Yeah, and so one other point was the blinds at night. We do educate our guests. We have window clings, but we, at the end of the day, cannot control what the guest is willing to do. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Mr. Johnson, would you be opposed to answering 2 questions? And don't
Depends what the questions are.
What is your checkout and check-in time?
11 o'clock for checkout and 4 p.m. for checkout.
Okay, so hours of operations in other areas of a business does not seem to be an issue. And so how many rooms do you have?
896 we operate. Yep.
Do they all get cleaned every day?
They do.
Okay, so you seem to be able to logistically manage cleaning 900 rooms in a small window of time. Is this not a small window of time logistically with 1,300 chairs?
Like I said, if they're reasonable and that term came up, we're more than willing to work together and collaborate, right? There's a lot of items in here that I think are not fully thought out, that are not reasonable, and the mathematics of the time that the sun sets versus the time we want to open the beach, which our visitors have come to expect, is just not realistic. There's better ways. Again, a majority of the items in here we agree with. We see the value. We're willing to work, but there are some big holes, and I hope you all can see that it needs to be thought out.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor?
I have one. I'd like to ask a
Sorry,
question.
if you're open for more questions, or you can just...
Yep.
That's up to you. You don't have to answer.
So the room count was 889?
896, I believe, is the count, and that includes what we operate.
1,300 chairs.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
And like I said, we went to, again, it's collaboration. We heard that the The product we had, which was the wooden cabana, which you mentioned, with the large hood, we've been waiting. This has been going on for 2 years, right? So we wanted some direction. We've been 2 years kind of waiting for the feedback because we didn't want to buy something that then becomes obsolete or, would something we couldn't use long term. So I think we listened, we understood where it was going, and that order has been placed. We will have these chairs by March 1st.
Did your other ones get damaged in the storm?
No, we're still using those ones today. This was something that was in the works well prior. So.
Commissioner Mulholland?
Sir, do you still have that diagram that you had up there?
I do.
So I'm just trying to understand things. So you're actually 5 different properties?
Well, these are, I don't know if this is the only parcels, but this was done as an example to show the way it's worded now. We would have to separate by parcel, and as you can see, whatever that side setback becomes creates pretty large gaps in terms of where the seating would be able to be located.
So you're saying there may be more parcels than these 5?
I'm not sure how it's broken down, but I know we're unique in the fact that we run, because as you can see there, that's all of Tradewinds. But the way the language is worded, that we would have to have these odd, gaps where, as a guest, you would not expect that you'd be restricted to sit in one of those locations.
But the properties are deeded separately, apparently.
I believe that's the case.
I'm sorry?
I believe that. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Brad Cochran.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Brad Cochran, 5300 Gulf Boulevard. Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. I'm the General Manager of the Serrata Beach Resort. The newly proposed beach ordinance will have a major impact on the operations of the hotels, not only from a revenue perspective, but drastically added cost to the following proposed guidelines, having to add additional staff, limiting the hours of operation, and a reduction in the service areas. Our site and location, as do many others, do not allow space to move these items to locations that meet the new proposed standard. If they are to be removed, this would take many hours each day, unintended damage to the dunes due to increased traffic and the increase in the possibility of associates as well as guests getting injured moving heavy equipment on and off the beach twice daily. The new ordinance will have an economic and financial impact on all businesses on the beach. I strongly urge you to reconsider and vote no to the proposed beach ordinance without further discussion and review of the total impact approving them may have on the business owners and community as a whole. The big question tonight is what is reasonable? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Elise Betzel.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Elise Batzel, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa, Florida. The ordinance as it's drafted now raises a significant number of legal concerns. We did send a letter in or revisions in to the city attorney. I know that they're going to review those, but I just want to categorize those. First of all, we already talked about the public purpose. I appreciate the attempts tonight to create a public purpose for some of these. Commissioner Resnicki, I so appreciate your preservation. Your code actually talks about preservation and what can and can't happen on those preservation areas. It says that there can't be land development. It doesn't say anything or limit anything about property owners using their private property for recreational purposes, for chairs and cabanas. As with respect to public safety, I hope that anyone tripping on private property would be trespassing at night, and I hope that we would be enforcing those ordinances as well. I think saying that that is public safety is a bit of an overreach. This is a really organized group of hotels. There's 3 lawyers in the room that are looking very carefully at this ordinance and how you're drafting this ordinance, and they're prepared to challenge the ordinance if there aren't significant changes made to this ordinance before it's finally adopted. As arbitrary and unreasonable, as an inordinate burden to their property, there are serious, significant economic damages to them. And I say that not in a threatening way. I say that because since 2022, they are down. You're kicking them when they're down. Half of them don't have permits, just like everybody else, to actually go in and repair what they have. And here we are with this ordinance once again. I sat next to John Kurzman, and we whispered, and we said, really all we need is to have the beach stewardship people and the hotel sit down, and we are sure that we could come up with something that works with everyone, but we've never been given that opportunity. And now this ordinance came back after the hurricane, no discussion with the hotels at that period of time. There's a real opportunity to come up with something that works for everyone, accomplishes purposes, and doesn't overly burden the private property. You can do whatever you want on your public beaches. You know, you have a lot of leeway to do that, but you are significantly restricted with what you can require private property to do. And so we hope that you take those issues into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jeff Click.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jeff Click, and I have two businesses on St. Pete Beach, Suncoast Water Sports, Suncoast Tours, actually, and Suncoast Beach Properties. We own two commercial spots, one on 76th Avenue at 455 and the other at 9540 Blind Pass Road. So I work out of 4 different resorts currently. At various times, we've worked out of 7 different resorts on St. Pete Beach. I can tell you each resort is completely unique. They all have their own challenges. The Dolphin Beach Resort, hugging up to the public access, has unique challenges that the Hilton Garden Inn does not have. You know, some of the things with setbacks, the hotels have that well covered. You know, so I'm going to speak more to the practical application of some of this stuff. And removing the equipment every night, it sounds good in theory, but it's really not practical. And a lot of the stuff is honestly unreasonable. I did a little economic impact study at the Hilton Garden Inn. It's my smallest location. I figured it'd be the easiest to kind of assess what it would cost me. And for us to remove the equipment every night and put it back on one by one will cost me $113,000 extra per year just in payroll. I'm just a small business. I'm not a big hotel. I'm trying to support a family. I've got, I feel like I'm a good person in this community. After the hurricanes, we offered free food and drinks for anyone in the community that wanted to come out. We did that 2 separate times on our own dime, just because we want to be a part of this. We want to be a part of the rebuild. And when it comes to some of the things that were addressed, Mayor Petrella, you mentioned these fast-moving storms. I'd counter your argument as somebody who's been doing this for 16 years, and I'd say that our anchored equipment is much safer than any equipment that's being moved in and out temporarily. There's no way to anchor that. So if you look at South Carolina, parts of Florida that do have ordinance where they take it on and off the beach, you're going to find news stories where people are impaled by umbrellas. Clamshell-style hoods are not something that you can just take down and put up without anchoring them. So we're going to talk about now the trade winds is going to have to put 1,000 umbrellas out there. Fast-moving storm, how many people do you think is reasonable to drop 1,000 umbrellas before they go flying through the air? So there are some safety concerns I have with trying to enact some of this stuff without really understanding the implications of some of this. So beyond the economic impact to me, beyond the safety concerns of flying objects, there are some protections I know under Florida law. Chapter 2023-309, addresses local ordinances and the arbitrary and unreasonable, aspects. Most of this ordinance is pretty good, but some of this stuff, we've never been given any chance to give input. We're the ones that have to live with it. The intent is health, safety, welfare. I'd really like somebody to care about me and my staff. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Deb Schechter.
Good evening, Deborah Schechter, Bocasega Isle and St. Pete Beach. We have had numerous meetings where any hotel you can come and give their 3 minutes of information. They'd like to do that. I was on Hutchinson Island several times. You buy the pool, you want a chair, they put a chair out. They don't have hundreds of chairs on the beach blocking people from walking and doing the things they do. If you only put it out as a guest requests it, it's so much easier. And you're not crowding the beach. We all know some of the beaches you can barely walk on because there are so many chairs. We have to look at reasonable to whom. Obviously, I understand the hotels want it to be reasonable for them, but we also have to consider the residents and what's reasonable for us. And our job, honestly, is to protect our environment, to protect our beach, to protect our sand, and protect the ability of residents to enjoy that as well as guests. And to me, that's very, very important. If it's okay, well, I can't read my own handwriting right now. Anyway, I think it's really, really important that you take a look. 5 years, 6 years, we have talked about this till we're blue in the face, and yet people are coming up and saying it's not well thought out. They had many opportunities to come and speak. I do particularly find it unconscionable that one of the lawyers for these hotels comes up and threatens us very strongly. And then all of a sudden says, no, not really, we're not really threatening you. Well, you just did. Take a look at the information and the transcript. Shouldn't react to that. You should react to the betterment of our beach, to our residents, and it's not that hard to bring a chair out for each resident, each guest who wants one. If you want to maybe put just one row way up near the property, I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'm just saying, it's done all over the United States. I've been to many, many beaches. When I want a chair, I ask. And they're not full of chairs. And this beach has had a history of having way too many chairs on our beaches, and I think everybody up there can agree with that. So, I don't know, we want to talk about it for 10 years and still do nothing? Where's your limit? So much work has been done on this that to just throw it away now does not make sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Green.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Carrie Green. I'm the general manager at the Hilton Garden Inn, 6100 Gulf Boulevard. So my conversation is going to kind of go back to what Robin said earlier, which is where our main focus should be now. Obviously, we know that the hurricanes left a lasting impression on this area, severely impacting both the present and the future of St. Pete Beach, particularly within the tourism community. Over the past several months, the city has entered a critical stage of rebuilding. In response to these challenges, many hotels and businesses, including the Hilton Garden Inn, mobilized immediately after the bridges reopened, prioritizing restoration and disaster relief efforts. We have worked tirelessly to reopen our doors and continuing to contribute to the financial health and long-term viability of this community. In partner with local organizations like Suncoast Water Sports, we have taken significant steps to clean and restore our beach area, working to create a welcoming and relaxing environment that will help drive tourism back to our market. During a time when we are striving to rebuild and support the economic recovery of the city, it is counterproductive to impose further restrictions on our ability to attract tourists. Such decisions would hinder the efforts of businesses that are committed to supporting the community's recovery. One particularly concerning aspect of the proposed ordinance is the daily setup and removal of the cabanas. This requirement would impose an unsustainable burden on our operations. The labor and the resources needed to comply would severely limit our ability to offer beach amenities that are essential to attracting leisure and group travelers. Should this ordinance be passed, in addition to the setbacks and restrictions near the wet water line, our property would lose nearly a third of its privately owned beach. This would force us to replace cabanas with umbrellas, diminishing the experience we could offer to both our guests and the residents of St. Pete Beach, who are also currently afforded access to these amenities. It is clear that this ordinance in its current form is not ready for approval. It still requires further work and clarification on many points. Now is the time for our community to come together and support the city during a rebuilding phase rather than placing additional burdens on businesses that are already fighting to recover and contribute to the local economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie Cole.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Katie Cole with Hillward Henderson. There's been a lot of thoughtful conversation, and I don't want to take too much time. Despite the mayor's willingness to stay here till 3 a.m., I don't know that everybody would like to do that tonight. All the directions that have been discussed tonight seem like there are more significant changes forthcoming. And I think what you're hearing from some of your colleagues and the hoteliers is that this isn't the right time for to pass this on first reading. The hotels tonight and our clients appreciate the city desires to balance the beauty of the natural resources, wildlife, residences, and the business opportunities. But this ordinance, as presented at first reading, doesn't necessarily do that. There are changes necessary to conform the definitions of cabana service area, the private beach, the public beach. The proposed ordinance needs more input, the operational issues that you've already heard about, the special event discrepancies, 10-foot tents. Are the hotels now limited in the number of events they have on the beach because there's a tent restriction? The alcohol service area, if any alcohol is served, has to be within this area. Does that prohibit other events or weddings or parties that they normally have on these beaches? There's an inordinate burden of the greater setbacks, especially for the smaller parcels, as you've already heard from a few of the hoteliers. The residents, Ms. Scheckner, who always speaks well, I appreciate that. She wants the beach to be beautiful and open for the residents, which I think everybody loves St. Pete Beach for that reason. But this ordinance is about private property. The residents don't have access to this property anyway unless they are guests of the hoteliers, which are limited by this. Get the hoteliers and the Beach Stewardship Committee back together and allow the opportunity, now that the storms have passed, to celebrate a successful ordinance where everybody can work together and do this as one and be happy together with this. The mayor already talked about many of these restrictions already being in place and the city simply not enforcing them. What would happen if the city would enforce them? Would that symbiotic relationship of the residents and hoteliers exist, and so something that is even more onerous not be necessary? Please give that opportunity to come back on a first reading with a clearly defined definitions, these inconsistencies resolved, and not try to do it from the dais on the fly, publishing this ordinance last week for the first time since last June, having so much strife in the community. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. As I remember, it was you and your client that were here until 1 o'clock 2 weeks ago. So happy to do it again.
John Kurzman.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
John Kurzman, be here on the way. I am speaking as a beach steward, but I am certainly not representing the Beach Stewardship Committee. Just as similarly, when I was speaking to someone in the back before, I was only speaking as myself and could not be representing the committee. I only learned of this ordinance being, touched upon on Sunday when I happened to notice it in the agenda. There was nothing communicated to the Beach Stewardship Committee that this was even being discussed tonight. But I want to start by saying, wow, I mean, it seems like everybody's looking at just this part about, the cabanas at night, and I think we're forgetting that it was just, maybe it was 6 months ago, there were residents being trespassed on parts of the beach. And then people are talking about that they were concerned about, what areas were going to be the setbacks. And I think we're forgetting that, maybe the setbacks are bigger, but people are talking tonight about private property rights. And I think it may be forgotten, and maybe it's because we have new staff and new legal representation. But this is a unique beach, and every beach is sort of unique. And we do have some customary use rules and some history. And if you go back to the videos, our last attorney even spoke about how we do have a history, and it would be hard to show that there was not a customary use of people traversing the entire beach. I confirmed in a discussion with Pinellas tax assessor in November of 2024 that hotels and beachfront properties are taxed as beachfront properties and are generally taxed to the marsh line, not to the mean high water line. So they're not taxed for the Sandy Beach. And I think that one of the fundamental questions is that when you are doing these BTRs, these business tax receipts, and you're charging them $100 a year for all of the chairs, and yet you're charging a salon per chair, and you're paying freebie per hour for the service they provide, you have to decide what you're really going to be doing there. And I think we have so many things to cover. I certainly can't cover it in 3 minutes. Just one of the fundamental things that we discussed in our earlier workshops was that the cabana zone was not going to be something that restricted the public from walking into it. It was not going to have wristbands. It was going to have signs that said you could not leave with your drink. It would not have signs that prevented the public from coming in. You did not have to be a patron of the hotel to come in. It was not a private area, because we were going to continue to make sure that the public could continue to walk into those beach areas, because we did not want to disturb the usual and customary use of the beach. And also, now that our commissioners are gone and our attorney is gone that was involved in the rescission of our ordinance that protected our customary use ordinance, we have the means, and I wrote you a letter about this today, we have the means to consider fixing some of our customary use ordinances with what was done in the executive session and the vote afterwards. Also, Jennifer McMahon and Matthew McConnell and others were working, and they were supposed to be putting together the things that we had worked on in our workshops to create something. And there were many things that never came back to the committee, and we really need to start putting that information together. And I really think that we have a meeting of the Stewardship Committee in February. I really think that we should put things together at that point. Thank you.
BJ Lawson.
Please state your name and address for the record.
BJ Lawson, 5407 Leilani Drive. In my observations back when I was living at our house, we were living at our house and we'd often walk the beaches in the large resort district. We were always amazed by how few chairs were occupied. And as this persisted over our couple of years of living here, I began to realize, then tuning into the discussions about customary use, and frankly, observing the behavior of some of the visitors on our beach, the day trippers over the past couple of years, gosh, the hotels aren't really putting out all these chairs to rent them. That's not the purpose. They're marking their territory. They're basically saying, this is what we consider ours, so we can have a way to trespass people off of it. Now, I say that because I thank you for being here today and dealing with both of these ordinances, these proposed ordinances. These are both related. They are both very important. And I'd simply say that everything comes down to our starting to enforce our code of ordinances consistently, so that, as we have seen, we don't end up with anarchy on the beach, where we've got people that the resorts would rather push off and get rid of, and we've got really bad behavior that's detracting from everyone's experience. And I think we really can reach a new point of elevating our town and our beach as we get the guests to understand that this is how St. Pete Beach operates, and as we get the hotels to agree and to help us to elevate that standard of behavior. And frankly, I think we're very close. What we've heard here tonight has been an excellent discussion. It sounds like there's consensus that if we only put the chairs out that we need, that doesn't mean we're trying to move 1,300 on the beach and off the beach in a single day. And if we individually decide where's a good place to store these things, that there are reasonable decisions to be made there. So, in conclusion, I would encourage you to take advantage of the work that's been done and pass this on first reading and continue to refine it in a way that gets us to a point of having a set of ordinances that can be and will be consistently enforced for everyone's benefit. The last point I'd like to make, which is just a small topical edit, would be in section 95-18, subsection paragraph B. Based on recent events, it seems we might want to change Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Thank you very much.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Dave Winkler, Suncoast Water Sports, 9540 Blind Pass Road, 455 76th Avenue, 4900 Gulf Boulevard Dolphin Beach Resort, 5300 Gulf Boulevard Serrata Beach Resort, 6100 Gulf Boulevard Hilton Garden Inn, and 6300 Gulf Boulevard Postcard Inn. All the locations where Suncoast Water Sports holds an occupational license, or what is now called a business tax receipt, in St. Pete Beach to conduct business. Since 1978, for 47 continuous years, I have been in the water sports and cabana rental business in St. Pete Beach, offering beachside services to residents and guests alike. 47 years on the sand, you cannot run a dangerous or disreputable or disrespectful business and stay in business for that long. And not once have I been allowed to speak at a workshop or beach stewardship meeting to provide valuable input that I have from experience. If yourselves or anyone in this room wanted to be in the business that I am in St. Pete Beach, you would come into the community development offices next door, announce your intentions, and apply for a business tax receipt to conduct business on the beach behind a resort. One of the first things you will be told by city staff, and maybe to your surprise, is that you will first have to obtain permission in the form of a contractual agreement between yourself and the resort. You might question, why is that? I want to do business on the beach. The answer is simple. The resort owns the beach all the way to the mean high water line, and for you to conduct business on the sand, you must have an agreement in place to conduct business on their beach. The process from there becomes even more complicated, involving negotiations with hotel owners, insurances, stipulations, responsibilities, equipment, and rights. Basically, a landlord-tenant agreement where you come to an agreement that allows you to conduct certain business operations on their private property. This is what we have done for 47 years. The beach is the store that I operate in. If I accomplish anything tonight, it is to make clear that there is a distinct difference between the public and private beaches in St. Pete Beach. Upham Beach, Paso Grill, and the county park across from Dolphin Village are all considered public beaches, open to the public. Make whatever rules you want for that public property. The white sand behind each of the resorts in St. Pete Beach is private property owned by the resort all the way to the mean high water line. The mean high water line is a legal boundary established by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration by taking a 19-year average on the high tide line. That line establishes each of the resort's western boundary private line. Unfortunately, there's a common misconception from the general public that as soon as you step foot in the sand, that you are on public property. That is not the case behind the resorts.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
I have no more cards.
I make a motion that we extend to 12 a.m. and take a 10-minute recess.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We are adjourned until 10:02 sharp. back in session. All right, Commissioners, we have heard from the public, and I think our next step is to discuss the setbacks. So we have several different diagrams that the city staff has provided us just to kind of look at, what size we want to go, how many feet we want to look at setbacks. I think we can look at two different areas for setbacks. One, we can look at the setbacks from mean high water line, and then we can look at the setbacks at the property lines. It's the same as you would have on any single-family house or any other property in the city. We can look at the setbacks on the property lines from the neighbors as well. Maybe we can start by tackling what might be an easier one by looking at the setback from the water. So right now, where do we have Brandon? Brandon, you might as well make yourself a permanent fixture up here. So right now, what do we have and what's being proposed, just so everyone's on the same page?
Currently adopted is a 50-foot setback from the wet sand for the cabana service area, so for the serving of alcohol. There's no explicit setback for the actual placement of temporary structures, as I believe was talked about earlier. What is proposed is a 75-foot setback for the cabana rental areas as well as the alcohol service areas.
Cabana being temporary structures? I just want to make sure.
As was discussed earlier,
Okay.
right?
So we're looking at an additional 25 feet,
Correct.
which is basically a little less than all these windows here, considering they're like 30 inches each. Okay.
And that would be for the alcohol service. There is currently no setback for temporary structure placement, so that would be the full 75 feet. That would be new.
Okay.
When was the 50-foot adopted?
That was as part of the original ordinance for the cabana service areas back in 2016, I believe.
Okay. Does anybody have any thoughts, comments, objections, recommendations for the water setback?
I'm just cruising.
Sure. We got till midnight or longer.
So as this is written, that one setback is going to be for both entities, for both temporary and cabana, correct?
Okay. Yes.
For any commercial activity. Correct?
Maybe not solicitation, but for chairs, umbrellas, tables, service of alcohol.
Okay.
And then, as far as water sports and all that, that's not even included in this at all?
No.
That would not be.
Because I remember when water sports wasn't even regulated. Dave and I go back way back, when parasailing wasn't even regulated sport, so anything was possible back then.
Commissioner?
So I think that a potential problem that I see with increasing the setback from the water is that currently we don't have a customary use ordinance in place. And So currently, if we increase the setback to 75 feet from the water line for the hotels to have any commercial operations, that's going to leave a 75-foot area where anybody walking down the beach is going to assume that that is public beach area where they can set up their own tent and their own chairs. And the hotels are currently going to be able to tell them that they have to leave and that they can't put up their own tent or their own chairs there. And so creating more real estate where that can happen, I don't see the good that comes from that. And so if 50 feet is what we've been doing, I don't see any real compelling reason to change that without causing, without causing a whole new set of problems. And we're not going to create a 50-foot setback on the public beach. So to me, it seems a little hard to argue, or a 75-foot setback from the water on the public beach. So to me, it seems kind of hard to argue that we need a 75-foot clear space of nobody for safety purposes if that's only going to be in front of private property and not in front of public property.
I only see one property that's going outside of the well, maybe two properties going outside the 75. That's it.
So, one, the public beach, the vendors are restricted to the same restrictions that you have any commercial activity. So if the cabanas, rental chairs, umbrellas are 50 feet or 75 feet at the county park, will be the same as any other hotel. So there is consistency across the board there. And then really looking at all of the satellite images that we have here, there is every single one of the cabanas chairs is at 75 feet or greater.
Yep.
So anyone that says, well, that would be some new hardship, they're currently not putting them beyond that. And again, we're being consistent across the board, implementing safety and limiting nuisance and the public hazard everywhere. In fact, I mean, here's a property, they're at 80 feet. This one over here is at about 100 feet. Yeah. So I'm not really seeing that there's anything
At issue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing it. Most of them are. I mean, this one over here is at 100 feet, 100 feet, 80 feet, 100 feet, maybe 150 feet. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, even
so then
though-
there's no issue. So
moving
why
it.
would we change it to 75?
Because that's what they're using, if even. The bigger issue, I think, is
there's no
the side
issue.
setback. The side setback. Well, it's protecting that so that it doesn't get, I mean,
We didn't say it was an issue. I was saying that their point was invalid because, they're saying that 75 feet is too much, and currently they're not using 75
Right.
feet.
We had a couple that said that it would be hard to move them, but what my point is, what I'm trying to say is, I do see that, and this is not all scenarios, and all sand is different in different locations too, but from the ones that we see here, none of them are, maybe a couple of chairs, and it's hard to tell if that's a rental or just someone else who put it in there. In the current, with 50 feet, is not an issue. So what are we trying to solve? Why are we moving it to 75 if they're not even there right now?
Well, it goes back to what you mentioned earlier, the preservation zone, right?
But what are we doing? So are we going to say no one can put a chair,
No,
no other
commercial
temporary...
activity. We're talking about commercial activity.
So, but then
This
are we
whole
gonna
ordinance
be
has been
okay?
about,
I agree, but are we
commercial
going to
activity.
say for preservation that no other temporary structure, no one else can come and put their cabana or, let's say temporary structure, their 10 by 10 tent, their chairs, their umbrellas, right, in that zone?
they also have restrictions, right? So they can't do anything larger than 10 by 10. They can't put 10 by 10s together. They make a large continuous thing. They have to remove their stuff at night anyway. So again, we're not imposing anything that is, again, I'm not sure, that I see where the hardship here is, and if we are going to have a preservation zone, like you've mentioned, at the beach stewardship,
Well, all of that is preservation.
yeah, so we're maintaining the preservation zone here. And again, I mean, I can go back through the list of the reasons why. We had the same reasons that we had at the multiple workshops with the beach stewardship. The beach stewardship had their own workshops, the commission had its own workshops, then we had joint workshops. This is the first reading that we've had. So everyone that says that you've never had an opportunity, I'm sorry, but you all spoke for 3 minutes today, the same way that you had an opportunity to speak for the last 3 years at all the other meetings and first readings or false start first readings of this ordinance. Plus, we have a hotelier meeting between the hoteliers and the city manager and me every other month. And in fact, we just had one 2 weeks ago. And I was there. And we had a 5-minute meeting because no one had anything to talk about. And then we have a business meeting with the business community that hotels are also part of once a month. So anyone that says you've not had ample opportunity, my cell number is listed on the city website, so is my email, so is every other commissioner. I answer my phone, or at the very least, I return phone calls, I return emails. Many of you have emailed me for other issues, so you know I do respond. And you know I call you back. So I appreciate that you all are here. In fact, I love that you all are here. I wish you all would come more often. Right? Because I do want to hear from you. That's one of the reasons that we paused the discussion so that we can hear from you first before we start making arbitrary decisions without hearing from the people that are being impacted. But we've given so many opportunities for public input. I mean, dozens over the last 3 years. Every time the beach stewardship meets, you get 3 minutes. Every time the commission meets, 3 minutes. So let's go back to the issue of 75 versus 50 feet.
I think that you may be right about nobody being negatively affected, except that when you get up to the north end and the Beachcomber and the Postcard Inn would lose some space according to these photographs.
Which page is that, please?
Page 179 and 180.
So they are also less than 75 feet.
Or, sorry, 180 and page 180, 180 and 181. The last 2 pages. If you look at the 75-foot front setback line,
I have a question.
it's behind their first couple of, I mean,
I like my verb, it's cute.
So 181, there are no chairs in that picture. And then 180,
181, the 6300 Gulf Boulevard. Do we have different page numbers?
yeah, there's nothing in that.
6300 Gulf Boulevard.
There's nothing in that
That green
blue.
line, that's the 50-foot setback, what is that going across? Those are chairs.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not seeing any chairs.
It's like you're on not the same page.
It's the very last one. It's the very, very, very last one.
Well, those chairs must be so small because they're...
They've got umbrellas. too.
Oh, it's the only one. But then there's nothing in the middle, which is kind of weird. But
And then the one above that, 6200 Gulf Boulevard, they also have.
if we do the 75 but increase or decrease the side setbacks, given a more rectangular area, I'm just looking at, we can do a combination of this, correct?
We can look at anything. So what we have for examples here is 30, 50, 75.
Right.
We
Just
can
as
go
an
to
idea to see
45,
where it is.
We can go to 15. We can go to 10% or 5% of the length of the property. We can look at anything.
I think this,
that-
I'd be okay with it decreasing the side setbacks. I mean, we're 15 feet, right, to 10. If you did 10 on each side, I would give them a little bit more space outside.
Well, I'm thinking about like a fire truck or a fire engine or something that
okay.
we want at least, I would say the minimum, at least 15 feet.
Right, but you're going to have 2 properties next to each other, so you're going to have 30.
You have 30 feet.
Which is, like, that's
true.
As wide as Gulf Boulevard.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if we look at 10, well, no, Gulf Boulevard is
It's not as wide as
8.
Gulf Boulevard. It's
yeah,
as wide as Focus Ciega or Gulf
Well,
Lane.
so that's what I'm saying. Like if we do like 15 feet on each side, that gives us 30. That's plenty.
Well,
And it's not, and from the looks of it, it hardly impacts anyone.
Brandon, is the ordinance written such that the Tradewinds property setbacks would be per parcel line? Or would they be interpreted by staff as the overall property?
So it does state property line, so I think there is some ambiguity there. Typically, we look at zoning lots, which is the entire property as developed as one unified site. That's how it was brought forward for development, so I believe we would probably just clarify that if
As a zoning
the
lot.
commission's not adverse to it, we would just clarify it's for the zoning lot.
So do those properties have a unity of title?
They will as part of the development.
But until such time?
I'm not aware of one now that's active.
So you said they will, at what point?
At the point that development's undertaken based on the approval granted last year.
So there
that's
will
one
be
of-
a unity of title?
That is one of the requirements, that there be a unification. Maybe not a unity of title specifically, but there would be some kind of unification that would allow them to function as one property.
So they're, when it benefits, they get the benefit. When it doesn't benefit, they get the benefit.
Well, I think it's up for discussion how we interpret this. There are other properties in a similar situation that are also resorts. So if it were to be based on the current parcel property line, it would just affect the layout of the cabana service areas for each of these properties. And this again would relate for properties that potentially just have cabana rental areas as well as alcohol service areas. They would be treated the same as drafted. So.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I know we're still talking about the seaward side, so.
No, we can talk about any of it. I mean, it's, at this point, it's up to the commission to decide, but, yeah, I'm trying to think through this. If I bought my neighbor's house and then I went to the Board of Adjustment and said I want to combine these lots, and then I never actually did it and just started building a house on both lots without having finished a combination, are you going to tell me that you actually can't do that?
The lots would need to be combined.
Yeah, so until such time, you can build what you can build on each individual lot if it was a residential lot. And so I don't see how the difference here until such time that they're combined. They're separate tax ID numbers, they're separate entities, they're owned under separate LLCs. So why would we treat them as anything other than the separate things that they are on paper?
I'm not disagreeing with you.
No, I know, I'm just, I'm
Makes sense.
speaking to the four on my side. Because we have another instance of one that is proposing to separate their property into 3 lots, right? The moment they do that, they're going to be subject, and the way I read this, they're going to be subject to the same rules. So if they split, if they combine, they get a different benefit. If they split, they get the same requirements as everybody else when they split.
That makes sense.
I'm not sure that commercial properties are always treated exactly the same as residential properties in all those ways. You know, like I'm thinking about if we had a restaurant on Corey Avenue that expanded into a storefront next door to them, would we, and they had, you know, chairs on the sidewalk, would we require that they have setbacks between them even though it's one functioning business and 2 side-by-side businesses? Like, in that scenario, I think most people would look at it and go, well, that's ludicrous. You know, so I don't know that it's quite as simple as saying, well, if I, you know, bought my neighbor's lot and built a house across the middle, because what we're talking about on the beach isn't buildings. It's not permanent structures being erected. It's you know, it's what does the whole thing look like? And you know, everybody was really concerned with the Tradewinds and with the Serrata that it look and operate as one resort. And now we're going to take the current Tradewinds, which looks and operates as one resort, except from the beach, make it look and operate like 5 separate ones. You know, I mean, I'm kind of fine with whatever, but we should at least be consistent.
We are consistent. Each property tax ID number is subject to the same rules and ordinances as every other tax ID number. Right? And if you expand into the into the storefront next door, it's probably still the same tax ID number. If it's a different business, if it's a different building, you're gonna have the same rules, right? If you own 2 different buildings on 2 separate parcels and you wanna run a restaurant, you're gonna have to get a second license for the other one. It's a different tax ID number. It's a different, if you wanna run it as one entity and share a kitchen, which they might be doing, if you wanna share the same cabana personnel, whatever. But as far as for the purposes, how they operate their business, it's, that's for them to decide how to best operate it, within the parameters of the ordinance.
I mean, from a practical standpoint and an aesthetic standpoint of what it looks like from the beach, to me that seems, that seems unreasonable. But
well, we already looked at. So they clean thousands of rooms a day. They serve thousands of meals through room service and the restaurants. They have set hours of operations, right? You check out by 11. You check in at 3 o'clock, so they got 4 hours to clean every single room, every single day. Clearly these individuals are masters at logistics. And we have the businesses that operate at Upham, at the County Park, at Paso Grill. I've spoken with them. They operate 11 locations in the county. They have 1 staff person at each location that puts all the chairs out and all the chairs back at night.
I was
So
just
clearly-
talking about setbacks. I was
No,
talking
I'm
about
simply-
separation between the chairs. I was talking about somebody walking down the beach or somebody, walking out from the resort and having these things parceled out. And then again, what is the purpose other than we've created the rule that says it goes with the property line, and so we're going to stick to it even if it seems ridiculous, and we're going to have these setbacks in the middle where we're going to try to orchestrate some confrontations between residents and the hotel when somebody comes up and tries to put up a 10 by 10 tent in a 30-foot wide space that's on hotel property that isn't there for any reason other than we've decided that we want to punish them for having separate parcels.
So again, I've outlined the reasons twice tonight. I've outlined them at every single previous beach stewardship and commission meeting that this ordinance has come out. I'm not going to repeat myself for a 7th or 8th time. So the reasons are there, the reasons stand. I don't see how a contiguous 1,000-foot, 2,000 feet of cabanas somehow is more pleasingly aesthetical. That doesn't make sense to anyone. I think we're all just a free-for-all at this
Okay.
point in the discussion.
Can we stop with
We're
this one?
just-
'Cause I
Step in.
I don't really like the lights right now. I do agree with Commissioner Marriott's, some of your points, but I just want to go back to these pictures because this is not one continuous view of the whole entire beach, okay? So, and I'll look at just Bellwether, for example, that's next to the Serrata.
What's the address on that one so I can follow?
Or what page?
So it's on page 177 and the next page or the one before 176. So when we look at 176 and you're just seeing the smaller parcel, right? But you're not seeing, miraculously all the other chairs. I guess it's on the opposite side. But you're not seeing the impact when you've got a large resort, then a small resort, then that particular one has a public beach access, has a condominium on the opposite side, and how the whole thing looks like. It looks very different. If you look at the Bellwether, yes, they're on the property line. Their chairs are on the property line.
The Bellwether is at 30 feet.
I'm saying the side setbacks.
Yeah.
No,
they're
On the
they're all
south
way to the
side, it's at
property line.
30 feet. And
On the
then
north
on the
side,
north
it's all
side,
the
they're
way to the
encroaching on their neighbor.
Yeah.
What's the address there? I don't have the page numbers.
It's 5250, 5250,
I'm sorry,
5250.
5250.
176 for the page number.
I don't have page numbers.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay. Anyways, this property is narrow. I mean, and yes, they have reached out, and I've gone there, and I think it was a year ago. I don't remember even before that, and what it looks like and when it's staked out and what it would be. For me, leaving it at 50 from the water, because looking at all these pictures seems no different. But the side setbacks, from what I earlier said about if it's an access point, and I'll get to the fire trucks later, but if it's an access point to traverse, whether for ADA or to just be able to move across, right? If our current beach accesses are maybe at a max of 10 feet, maybe, I know we've been wanting more through CUPs and all that, then the side setbacks all the way out to the mean high water should still be the same, right? If it's just for access. I liked, and I had written that in my notes, when Commissioner Mulholland said, let the individual hotels work with the city, come up with the plan for accessibility, you know, for safety and so forth, because they are unique. You know, it can look different. And you look at some of these, hey, they got nice straight rows, there's spaces in between, so they seem accessible. Fire trucks are not going to be going south to, or east to west on all these properties, right? Most of them don't even have access from Gulf Boulevard to come out. You know, if I've ever seen any truck, and I don't know if fire is here, anybody in the back, nope, but they're not going in that direction, okay? The vehicles are smaller, and I do remember some discussion about that. Not all those vehicles can go back and forth, even in discussions in CUPs and the turnarounds and all that kind of stuff. So as long as they're able to, you know, work with the city, come up with a plan that meets the safety or the health of those, the patrons who are at the hotels or the people who are walking on the beach, right? Anything could happen on the beach as you're walking and you need some paramedic or someone to come out and help you, right? As long as we're meeting that, then I know strongly that we're meeting that purpose. You know, I agree in a lot of the things that some of the people who came up publicly and spoke. When I asked, you know, where are we on the status of the beach ordinance in the past, was to find out where we were from the last time this had been in front of the commission, and we were waiting for a business impact statement. There has been some other changes that I saw once this was published that I had not seen from that last time either. You know, and I do think that they should be given, and probably beach stewardship. I know I called my counterpart, didn't know about this being on tonight, right, from beach stewardship, with the additional changes. So to give them opportunity to work through that, I don't think is a bad thing, because they deserve, I mean, it impacts them, right? It's economically going to impact them. Pulling all the chairs for me all the way through the dunes is not preserving anything. I do want them to be stacked, to put away. That's, you know, that's a definite, you know, but not all the way back. That there was no purpose for that. I wish I had some of the representatives here from turtle trekkers and so forth, even though I've heard from some already that the way that they were stacking and moving them during turtle season was okay, you know, and that, you know, it still met that purpose, you know, for wildlife. So I'm inclined to keeping it at the 50 from the water and having them work on individual plans, because there is a variety. I don't know when this picture was taken. I don't know if if I remember last year, some of the hotels were starting to try to see what it would look like if we did go to these ordinances. At least I know when I walked out there, they tried it out to see if it was doable. So I think they were trying to work with us, but I don't think there was a closure on that. So.
To clarify, we sent the staff after the last meeting to come back with exactly these sketches. It was not the business impact statement, it was these sketches. The business impact statement was always going to be a requirement, which we will have at its second reading. City manager has already mentioned that at least once this evening. And so the only thing we were waiting on, the only thing, that was the last thing, and this is the conversation, in fact, Commissioner Rizicki and Commissioner Marriott, you and I had, because y'all wanted to pull this part out and pass the whole ordinance as is, which you haven't made any substantial changes to the ordinance, so I'm not sure why there's any objections to the ordinance now. The only thing that we have now that we didn't have before is these diagrams and sketches. And the reason why I was so adamant at that time that we have it all as a unified ordinance is because we had an interim city manager whose his whole job was just to keep us floating along until we got to a point. We had 4 appointed commissioners, we had 1 elected official, right? That was the reason at that time, because our staff was in flux, our commission was in flux. And the only thing that's been required, the only thing that was sent back to the staff is exactly what they've provided. So everybody was in agreement with the substance of 99% of this, with the exception of the setbacks. So I'm not sure why now we got to kick it back and kick the can down the road again. And the reason we're having this conversation tonight is because of the storms. Because like many other areas, the storms have identified some real significant difficulties and deficiencies in our ordinances. We had chairs, thankfully they all have nice logos on them, across my neighbor's yard, almost a mile from the hotel. So you tell me, they weren't secured. And we had how many days' notice? A week's notice that the storm is coming? That we might have 5, 7, 9 feet, 15 feet of water? And nobody secured their chairs? So I don't buy the argument that this doesn't happen, because it just happened. Here's the reason why. It's because of the events of this is even more important now than ever to make sure that we are more resilient in the future, so that when these things do happen again, if they happen again, we are more protected. And whoever said before that this is simply to benefit the residents. Is it going to benefit the residents? Absolutely. But who uses the hotel properties more than anybody else? It's not the residents, it's the visitors. So the health and safety aspects that I've outlined multiple times here, they benefit your guests more than anyone else. It's for them and their benefit to have easier access to emergency services, right? And so, that's the reason we're here. That's the reason why this is important, that we get this over the finish line and get this moving along, so that, as these events happen, we are more prepared and more resilient. That's another reason on top of it, which is why it's important. We were 99% finished, minus the setback issue, so I think we should finish the setback issue. So do we have any consensus of 50 feet versus 75 feet? I think we should all I'm okay with 75 feet. Where are we at on the 75 feet? And let's talk about the side setbacks. We should be moving this forward.
Yeah, I'm for the 75. I'll just make a motion.
I don't think we need to make a motion. We just need to get consensus, and then we'll get a motion on the whole thing.
Okay, it's written as a 15-foot side setback, which isn't indicative of this. It's half of that, because that's a 30 on the side, so it goes out further. So it'd be the 75 here and the 15 over here, so half of that.
I'm okay with 15 and 75, yeah.
Are you talking from the water, though?
75 from the water.
Which takes you to the
15
blue
feet
line.
from the property line, which is
Half of to
distance
the,
of what's on here.
well, no, that's 30.
That's what I'm saying, it's half the distance.
Yeah, half the distance there, right. And we're not touching, of course, anything up top.
Yep.
I would be in favor of 50-foot setback from the water. 15-foot side setbacks is probably fine on a parcel like the Tradewinds that crosses so many properties. I would rather see them work with city staff to have appropriate breaks for, for safety and access purposes, instead of having a solid sea of chairs. But I would rather see there be reasonably thought out, appropriately sized aisles, so to speak, through the chairs that could be worked out with staff in places that make sense, instead of just a blanket property line side setback.
There's no reason why we can't say
They're not even
75 feet, 15 feet, and have a site plan that can be administratively approved.
And so would you be allowing the staff to administratively approve going into the 15-foot side setback?
No, that's the ordinance. The ordinance, just like your home setback, is 15 feet from your.
Right, and so that's what I don't agree with in a case of properties like the Tradewinds. Because if you're doing 15-foot side setbacks, which makes a 30-foot side setback, 30-foot wide break in the chairs at property lines, instead of putting in appropriately sized breaks in the chairs at spots where it makes sense, where perhaps there is access for emergency vehicles, or, you know, maybe there's a spot where there's a parking lot that abuts the beach where you could get an emergency vehicle onto the beach, but it's not at a property line where you're going to have a 30-foot wide gap in the chairs. So, you know, to me, if we're going to solve the problem we're looking to solve, then that should be probably solved at the site plan level with staff if you have one business that's across multiple properties.
Okay, I mean, at this point, again, we're looking at 15 feet. You're looking at a property that combined is 1,500 feet. If you put 4 breaks in there, plus the 2 on either side, that's 150 feet, 150 feet and 1,500 feet, we're looking at 10%. If anyone is not impacted, that's that property.
Yeah.
So we have 2 people for 75 feet and 15 feet. We have Commissioner Marriott. I'm not sure what your proposal is.
I'm proposing 50-foot front setback from the water, 15-foot side setbacks,
Okay.
but allowing the staff leeway on a site plan if you have a single business that's operating across multiple property lines.
I am absolutely, and as much as I appreciate and trust our current city manager and our staff, we've had some terrible experiences with administrative staff approvals, especially when it comes to large resort district. And so I am not inclined to allow for any kind of administrative. If anything, it should follow the same process as everybody else. You submit your variance, you go to the Board of Adjustment, you come to the commission if it's a CUP.
Is there a provision in this ordinance for people asking for variances and going in front of the Board of Adjustment? Does that exist on this ordinance?
Well, it's currently drafted, and City Attorney, maybe you could weigh in on this. There is a provision for a dimensional variance for the side setbacks.
We have in there that you can apply, if you're a property that for whatever configuration, you're pie-shaped, or you're very narrow in width, then you can, and the setbacks don't work for you, where you don't have any reasonable area for cabanas, then you can apply for a variance. Go to
And
the
that,
Board
does
of
that fall under
Adjustment.
the hardship provision, or?
You'd have to show the reasonable hardship, no area where you could put the cabanas. It could be done by case-by-case basis, or you could do the staff, if you're going to send it to staff, I'd recommend that you send it with some standards, like for compliance with a life safety plan and ADA compliance for access to each chair. So that way someone with a walker or crutches or wheelchair can get to each chair. And then also if they have to leave, they can get out, and if we have to have an ATV come in to take someone out in life safety situation, they can get in and out, and staff can work with the fire chief and EMS to make sure we have access points. Similar to like outdoor dining, where you want to have a life safety plan where people can get in and out. If there's a fire here, there won't be a fire, probably it's on the beach, but you would have medical emergencies.
So there's an opportunity to apply for hardship variance, go before the Board of Adjustment, the normal process that any other property owner would follow.
Yeah.
Okay. So we already have a mechanism in place
Might be
to address
difficult
it.
to get, but they could apply.
Sure. I mean, you'd have to
All
demonstrate.
these lots that you see here, they all have sufficient area to put chairs. I mean, you're just talking about where you're going to put them. I don't see any properties where you're not going to have any chairs allowed at all.
I know, they're not using it. I mean, we're holding all this up for that?
Commissioners,
Yes.
You two have yet to declare your intentions. If you would please kindly do so we can move to the next item.
So we haven't spoken about the landward setback.
I don't think there is one. This was just showing this,
Yeah, I
the
thought, I
size.
thought there was discussion on Four Corners, but, so we're really only going to install,
The water and the sides.
okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely didn't like the thoughts of a 75-foot side setback. I think 15 is reasonable based on the circumstances of what we're trying to accomplish here.
Sure.
And quite honestly, I could go with the 75 or the 50 on the seaward side, although I personally, if I were king, I would do 75.
You do get a vote.
Was it?
You do get one vote.
I get one, yes. I'm well painfully aware of that.
Commissioner Woznicki?
Let me ask, because there is a setback towards the back, right? Because it's the dune setback, but that's page 19 on this.
I think that's for storage, on the storage areas. At one point, we did have a setback from the CCCL.
Yeah, that's what.
Replacement of the cabanas.
At the workshop, there have been discussion about both the CCCL and a dune setback, so that,
But it's 15 feet, right? Like, no closer, isn't that what?
Right now, we have in there 15 feet for the storage area, but you could also have 15 feet for the placement of the cabanas during the day. You'll see in the diagrams, there's a black line. I think that's the property line, or at the parcel line that's from the property appraiser, but there's also, on some of the drawings, or another line that shows you where the CCCL is. If that's something you want to go back to and include. Or maybe you just want a setback from the frontal dune. You don't want yours placed in the frontal dune. And sure, you could say, and shall not be placed landward of the frontal dune during the day.
Yep.
Right now, it doesn't look like any of the chairs are placed in the dune areas.
No.
It seemed to be all complying with a 30-foot setback from most dune areas.
Maybe I'm confused, because 19C talks about waterline setback, side setback, and dune setback. And it says cabanas shall not be placed closer than 15 feet. It doesn't talk about storage.
Oh, that's right, okay. Cabanas shall, it says dune setback, cabanas shall not be placed on dunes or in the established dune system, because we have some dune restoration projects. When a dune is partially or fully landward of the beach on the property under review, cabanas shall not be placed closer than 15 feet to the waterward toe of the primary frontal dune. Properties which have been the subject of approved permits for upland redevelopment in which dune restoration is a condition or requirement of approval shall depict the approved extent of the dune to be established on their site plan and follow all required dune setbacks. City Manager, do you have something?
Right, Commissioner, it's down to you.
Oh, I already had said 50 from the water line is, to keeping it what it currently is. And if, the 15, looking again, and I'm glad that, someone can possibly get a variance. I think there's two. There was another one of how narrow their property is. With 15, looking at the pictures that are here would be good. It's just
Okay,
that-
so we have consensus on 15-foot side setbacks. We have 2 for 75 and 2 for 50, and Commissioner Mulholland yet to declare either way.
I'll declare 75.
Okay, we have consensus on 75 and 15 feet setbacks. Okay, I had a question about signage, delineation, how do we... Okay, so the concern that Mr. Kurzman brought up, which he has articulated at several beach stewardship meetings, joint workshops, and commission meetings when we've had this ordinance before us, is that by placing signage facing outward, blocking people or telling people you can't come in, rather than having signage on the inside saying you may not leave this area with alcohol, by having, people with wristbands that you cannot enter this area if you don't have a wristband, that might put our customary use in jeopardy. And so I would be opposed to anything that might put that in jeopardy should the city ever decide to pick up that ordinance. So I would be inclined to say that the signage should be, clearly staked out with, either a post or an A-frame sign or something that tells the people inside the area, you may not leave this area with alcohol in hand. And remind me, Brandon, do we have a requirement for each individual property to have labeled cups?
Yes.
Okay, so they have to have, so that it's easily identifiable. If somebody's in the water and the sheriff comes and says, you've got alcohol, we know what property it came from. Okay. So for that reason, I would be inclined to specify that the signage should be for people on the inside, keeping them or advising them not to exit the area, rather than have signage on the outside that says you may not enter the area. And I would dispense with the wristbands, because what are you going to do? You're going to give children the wristbands and then they can drink? Or is it just you have different colored wristbands for adults versus wristbands for children? I think we can eliminate, a potential economic impact so that people don't have to buy wristbands and then manage the wristbands and give out the wristbands and see who's got a wristband, and one less thing to manage and supervise.
And they also want to remove the requirement that the person drinking the alcohol then be a guest or a registered guest of the hotel. That way, if there is customary people going in and utilizing these beach bar areas, that they could still go in it. I think another council commissioner pointed out, why are we just letting the occupants of the hotels have drinks? Why not? If the hotel's willing to allow the public in to have lunch and to have a drink with it, why not allow it? So you might want to take that out. It's probably difficult to enforce anyway.
I would agree.
And that may hurt us in customary use, like you were saying.
Sure. I mean, look, if they want to serve residents, and they've stated many times that residents are always welcome, then we shouldn't have an ordinance that excludes residents from participating. Any objections?
Nope. None here.
I don't hear any objections, so
Where's the sign? I don't find where that is on this ordinance. The sign that faces what you're saying.
I'm saying we should simply specify that, we're
It's
talking
not
about...
in there right now, but we would
We're
have it.
talking about, clearly delineating the areas, like not ropes, definitely no ropes, definitely just a simple sign that says, you may not exit this area with alcohol, you might be subject to fines, whether it's code enforcement, whether a ticket from the sheriff.
If that's something that we're considering to be placed in, because of that, I would like you all to consider, and hear me out, not having the wristbands, and
No, that's
listen
what I
why. Oh, not, okay. I thought you said
I said
have the
not to have them.
I was gonna say, I'd rather not have wristbands.
No, we
because it's gonna
can-
end up in the water.
Well, we can eliminate administrative duties, cost of the wristbands, managing stuff. If they have a cup that identifies where they're from, if they're outside the designated area, the sheriff can enforce it, right? Or code enforcement with the sheriff, right? And then the same way, no one's being kept out, so if they want to go to the bar, which again, they've invited us to frequent often, so
So eliminate the D part, that's what I'm
Yes.
saying. Okay.
Yeah, eliminate the wristbands. And again, it could be as easy as the four corners. You have a sign that says, "Do not exit this area," which you see it all the time. In fact, if you go to the Undertow, they have one, a lot of the beach bars have signs that prohibit leaving with alcohol, even though they could potentially have the area available. They actually restricted themselves even more so.
It was always like that growing up here.
I think they usually say no alcohol beyond this point.
Yeah. Doesn't, like, you can buy those on Amazon for $20. Okay, any further comments, discussion on the beach ordinance?
I do have a question on Section 9521, special events on the beach. I think one of the things that's changed since we've had a change in city attorney is some of the wording has changed, like Commissioner Ruznicki mentioned before about where before there was no differentiation between public and private beach, and now we have differentiations between public and private beach in different parts of the ordinance. And so prior, last summer when we were talking about this, the special events on the beach at that time, city staff at the time said, the attorneys said, we're not going to differentiate public or private beach, we're just going to call it the beach. And city staff said, we're going to require special events permits on the public beach, but on the private beach, any events that they have would just be part of their BTR, part of their business tax license, right? But now the way this reads, it says that any special event shall be permitted on any public or private beach. And so I think that gets a little bit into some confusion about what is a special event on a private beach. There's a lot of the hotels that in season have 3 weddings a day for 12 weeks in a row. And are those all going to be required to be permitted separately? And then in another spot, it talks about you can only have, 3 permits a month where alcohol is served on private lands. And so, if there's a wedding at a hotel, sometimes the reception is by the pool, sometimes the reception is by the beach bar. I think we're getting into some
Some
things
cities
that
do require special event permits for weddings. Some cities say you don't have to have a special event permit for a wedding if you're at a hotel or convention facility that can already accommodate it within their development order. They have enough parking spaces, for example. So you might want to take that out or modify that. It's all what you decide to set as your rules here, if you want rules for those. You have to
I was
ask staff as to whether or not weddings on the public beach require a permit. I don't know whether they do or not. Do you know, Brandon, or Parks and Rec, maybe?
Yeah.
Amber says, is shaking her head yes.
Yeah, because it's in specific addresses, right, that you can access.
Yeah, I was, the mayor was saying, we were all ready to pass all of this except for the setbacks last summer, which is almost true, except with a change in legal counsel, we have some pretty significant wording changes that change a lot of the impact of what we're doing here. And so, I was fine with, you need a permit for a special event on the public beach, but when we have businesses that are operating, that are doing things that are their normal course of business, and now we maybe are or maybe aren't going to require a special events permit for them to do things that are in their normal course of business because they happen to be beach facing, I think we might need to figure that out.
This isn't something that I added. I think this was here when it was handed to me, so.
It's highlighted, the part that's highlighted on my copy, which I think means that it's new, is where it says no special event on a public or private beach, where prior it just said on a beach, but at that time, city staff's interpretation was that any special events that happen on private beach would be covered by the business tax license.
Well, business tax license wouldn't cover it, but any development order would cover it. Business tax receipt is just an occupational license. You're just paying taxes. Doesn't give you zoning approval for anything. But if you're a hotel, we usually say whether you can have weddings or not, and what areas are set up for weddings. But we could take out this public and private beach and just say no special event on a beach shall be permitted within the city limits of St. Pete Beach unless and until a special event permit has been issued.
And so and so then is staff interpreting that the way a completely different
This is
staff
for
was
you to
interpreting this
decide whether
last
you
summer? You know, that's, yeah.
This is for you to decide as a council whether you want special event permits or not, for example, for weddings on the beach, and whether you want that to address, this ordinance to address that.
I mean, I think we want permits for things that happen on the public beach. I think that,
So if they wanted to have an event for 1,000 people, there's no permit required?
I think there needs to be a differentiation between, I mean, you know, what is a special event? Is a wedding a special event at a hotel? Or is...
Could you have an exclusion
or
for...
is a giant concert on the beach a special event? I mean, there's, you know...
I think a giant concert like a hurricane relief show with Kenny Chesney would require a special permit.
But clearly...
Or a wedding of 100 people would not. So we can write up something in here to have some reasonable exemptions.
I thought the other special events guide had 250 people.
I have
City
a
clerk.
button here. So your code already identifies what a special event is, and it's any temporary activity conducted on private property or on a public area for a commercial, public, or charitable purpose, which is not authorized by any ordinance of the city, or any temporary activity conducted on private property which is not customarily conducted where the temporary activity is planned, nor authorized by the occupational license issued for any business which may be operating on the property where the activity is planned, or any other temporary activity which may require the approval of the city manager or the city commission.
So, for example, in case of weddings, the city could have a simple administrative process where you just notify us when you have a wedding, and is there a way to...
We already have a permitting process for weddings.
Okay.
But that's for weddings on the public beach.
That's on our public beach.
On our public beach. So would it be simpler just to have something in the can't come up with the right words, but anyway, something that just allows that hotels can have weddings and it's not a special event?
My understanding is that in their overall development plan.
Not
Or
only
they
that,
use-
but as the city clerk just said, it's something that's not customarily done, which they do customarily run weddings.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so there would be no requirement that they have special events for that, or get a special events permit for
If
that?
it's 3 times a day for 6 months straight, that's not special.
Right, well, right.
That sounds like a customary.
But when you have a new ordinance, you know, what gets changed from customary to not, you know?
I think if you look at this 9521, how it's organized, they say you have to have a special event permit in A, and then it says B, they're not required for sponsored or co-sponsored by the city. And then C is about permits for drinking alcohol during the special event. And then it says the commission can authorize the alcohol at the special event on public lands, and they can now authorize alcohol at the special event on private lands, which I would presume would be alcohol service outside that transient alcohol service area. So they would have an additional area where they could sell alcohol beyond their cabana liquor service area for that special event. And then it says also that you can approve additional alcohol areas through the conditional use permit process. In their dining and their restaurants, etc. So that's really just about giving them one more opportunity to have alcohol up to 3 times a month outside their regular liquor service area.
Right, any other questions, comments on this? Somebody willing to make a motion one way or another?
I'll make a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2025-02 with amendments, I guess, to include what, a life safety plan? 86ing the electric vehicles.
Well, all the changes that we discussed.
All the changes that we saw. There you go.
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner,
Also, before you vote, I'll try to add some findings of fact and whereas clauses based on the rationales that were expressed at today's meeting, so that we have a defensible ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Resnicki,
No.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
No.
Mayor Petrella.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Next, we have item 7C. First reading of ordinance 202505. City Clerk, if you please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 2025-05, an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, creating additional new nuisance noise control provisions in Code Chapter 46 Environment, creating new Article 6 noise plainly audible at a distance in a residential location, creating Section 46-160 authority and scope, creating Section 46-161 findings of fact, creating Section 46-162 excessive noise declared a violation, and the means and method of determining excessive noise and definition of residential location, creating Section 46-163 declaration of public nuisance and declaration of irreparable and irreversible nature of noise violations, creating 46-164 enforcement, creating Section 46-165 construction of article, creating Section 46-166 excessive noise determination under plainly audible at a distance in a residential location, means and method, creating Section 46-167 exemptions, creating Section 46-168 severability, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
City Attorney. Please
Good
proceed.
evening. Okay. It's good that I didn't have to say good morning.
It's almost.
Not yet.
Yeah, almost. Okay, well, this is the first time this ordinance is in front of you. I think it's pretty complete in what it has in it. Okay. All right. Under the current code, we have two alternative standards for a noise violation. And those standards currently are a decibel-based measurement, and that is really problematic. And it was confirmed today in the sneak peek meeting that we had. Code enforcement said that they had tried to enforce the decibels, and in fact they were unsuccessful in doing it. And the reason that it's problematic, and I've tried to enforce these in other cities, and in order to comply with both due process and the provisions of virtually every decibel-based code, you have to figure out what the background level of the noise is. And that is very problematic because, for one thing, you have to, if you're there measuring, for instance, noise for a concert, you'd have to stop the concert and, test the background noise. And the background noise, particularly in an urban area, has cars going by or boats going by or somebody shouting or something. That's background noise. And those are specific to a point in time. So when you measure the background noise, it could very well be very different when you measure it when you're listening to the concert. So it's nice in theory, but it really doesn't work from a practical standpoint. The second standard that you have is the loud and raucous standard, and that is actually a standard that's been approved by the U.S. Supreme Court, and a lot of cities have that. The definition of that is any sound that, because of its volume, level, duration, and character, annoys, disturbs, injures, or endangers the comfort, health, peace, or safety of reasonable persons of ordinary sensibilities. That's tough. That's pretty subjective. I don't happen to like rap music, so probably, a medium sound of rap music I might think is loud and raucous, whereas I like classical music, and if it's really loud, I might think it's wonderful.
Don't get me started on country music.
Huh?
So don't get me started on country music.
Anyway, so what I have proposed is what's called the plainly audible. And this ordinance is kind of a practical, common sense way of dealing with noise. The proposed ordinance prohibits excessive noise that is plainly audible at a distance, and you can choose the distance. And sorry. Okay. And this would be in addition to your two standards. I'm not proposing that you get rid of the other standards that are in your ordinance. But it's an objective, it's non-content based standard that's actually been upheld by the Florida Supreme Court. So, it does work. It's not perfect, but it does work. I've seen it work in another city that had serious noise problems, quite similar to what you've got here in some instances. And the way this is written, it's a plainly audible at a distance in a residential location. So in other words, if you can hear it and it's in a commercial location, that's fine. That's not a problem. You would test the, whether it is in violation. You'd have to be standing on a residential piece of property.
Next slide.
Thank you. Okay, so and I'll read this. The standard is no person shall permit, cause, allow, or create excessive noise that is plainly audible in a residential location when that residential location is located no less than 200 feet from the originating location or the closest property line of the originating property.
Becky, I think you're one slide behind.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Okay, so, and when I asked the planning department what is a residential location, how should I define that, I was told that they are the zoning designations of RU1, RU2, or RLM1. Or there are a lot of zoning designations in the city that have houses, have condos, whatever residential uses in other zoning districts. So the residential location would be those districts or any place which is in the location of a single-family residence, a duplex, triplex, fourplex, multifamily development, residential condominium or cooperative apartment, or a residential apartment. And I did check with zoning, and they said those are really the only residential uses in the city. And the investigating officer who would be looking at this, whether it would be a sheriff's deputy or whether it be a code enforcement officer. And by the way, I got these standards from the Florida Supreme Court case. These are the same standards. The officer would use their ordinary auditory senses, their ears, without a hearing aid and without a microphone. I don't quite understand that, but that's in the Florida Supreme Court, so I put that in. They have to have a direct line of hearing to readily identify the source of the offending noise. In other words, they can't go someplace and guess that, the sound must be coming from there. They've got to, maybe go to the location, be listening to a song, and walk the 200 feet somewhere. Or maybe they can see it and they can still hear it. The officer, and again, this is from the Florida Supreme Court case, the officer does not need to determine the particular words or phrases being produced, or the name of the song or the artist. And in the case, it says that the detection of a rhythmic bass reverberating type noise is sufficient to constitute a plainly audible noise. Because you've probably experienced, maybe you can't hear the words, but you feel it, and it's a reverberating bass. Okay, and this ordinance declares excessive noise plainly audible in a residential area that's more than 200 feet away as a public nuisance. And it's also states that it's irreparable and irreversible in nature, which allows us to give larger fines if that's necessary. And the way this is written right now, it's applicable citywide, and it's all day and night. There are a number of different, iterations that you could have with this. There could be limited times. There could be different distances by location. There are a lot of different ways you could go at this, but the way it's written in front of you right now, for first reading, it's citywide, except that the receiving end of it has to be in a residential area, but it's citywide and all day and night.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions, comments? I think we can go back to our little doodads. Commissioner Marriott.
So though I strongly agree with this ordinance in spirit, I think that there's some significant problems with it the way it stands. And as I've been walking around town the last 3 or 4 days, the live music at the Sunday market is plainly audible, much more than 200 feet away in a residential area. The bells on City Hall are plainly audible, much more than 200 feet away in a residential area. When Little League was playing at Egan Park, the sounds of children playing was plainly audible in a residential area more than 200 feet away. There's, like I say, I strongly agree with the intent of this ordinance. The way it is right now, I think it would be ridiculous at best. And, if we wanted to, make this between 10 p.m. and 7 p.m., I would potentially consider it. But I think that there's a lot of things to be worked out. I'm tempted to say that we should table it altogether and have a workshop to figure out the actual ramifications of this. I think we're trying to control a couple of bad actors in the city by creating problems in a lot of other places. And I looked up all the noise complaints that have been filed with code enforcement for the last couple of years, and there's 5 or 6 of them are loud music from bars, and 8 or 10 of them are things like the birds were too loud and I want someone to do something about it, and my neighbor's wind chimes were too loud and I want someone to do something about it. And there were kids playing in the street and it sounded like someone was having fun and I really don't like it. And so, I think that this, I think we either really need to very thoughtfully consider the distances in different zoning districts, which I don't think we'll be able to do tonight, or we need to limit it to very specific overnight hours. So that's where I'm at on this.
Who is next? Commissioner
I had somewhat of the same concern, just of a time frame. That was my only thing. put a time frame in there, so it's, quiet enjoyment at night. I don't think we've had that many issues during the day, Corn Market. I'd be inclined.
We currently have a time for our regular noise ordinance?
In the decibels are different, as I recall, and I don't have that in front of me.
So
Sorry.
could we just sync that up?
Yeah, use the same time frame.
Good.
And just add this as a third measurement? It's what we're doing here, right?
I can slip it in this ordinance. With regard to the bells at City Hall and the Little League and the Sunday Market, I don't know if that's a special event.
Yeah.
Because we could put exceptions. We already have 11 exceptions. We can add some exceptions, if that would help.
Sure. Commissioner Woznicki? You're done now.
We already have a time frame, so I am in agreement that, we have a 10 o'clock, I think it is 10 to.
I'll look at it.
Okay, thank you. I like that it's audible, right? And I'll give you a personal example that's happened to me, because typically code enforcement is not going to be there when I want somebody to come and help, because there's an issue with noise when I'm trying to sleep, okay? So that's usually the sheriff that I'm calling. So
And they have to come to City Hall to get the equipment.
well, it's happened to me more than once, same issue, so I know that it could be frustrating, that the sheriff shows up, and I have to claim how loud it is, and I'm on my phone, and I'm like, can you not hear it? Like, you could hear it, right? And then they come to my house, take a decibel, then, okay, yes, and then they go over, and this is a canal-to-canal situation, okay? So they go over, but it's happened over and over. They get a warning and another warning and another warning and another warning and another warning, because there's a different officer at 2 o'clock in the morning, by the way, that this stuff is happening. So to me, that's the piece, because there's a lot of this can't be all day. I mean, you go on the beach and you hear someone playing their radio, and one person is playing one song and the other person is playing the other song, and it's not to talk about what's the better song or nothing, but you can hear noise. You could hear, a speedboat going across on the water. If you're in District 1, you've got a school that unfortunately is not open right now, but the kids are playing all day. What are we going to say? Is that a special event? No. That's operations. We have a church that's operating their masses on the parking lot right now. So I don't think the hour, that's whatever our current was fine. I think the issue was that when someone comes out, whether it's the machine like you're saying, the sheriff didn't even tell me that. They apparently have one. I have an app, then it shows it, and enforcement is an issue, right? They get the warning and the warning.
They have to check it out. They have to take it back out. So it's like a whole
Correct.
process.
And it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and they're not going to do all that. So
The current
that
noise,
makes it better.
current noise ordinance is 10 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay.
So from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. it's 65 decibels, and then at 10 p.m. it drops down, and that's when the more quiet. 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. 55 decibels at a residential receiving property.
So with that, does that mean that this just makes it an additional measurement, right? Because if we're not taking a decimal, then we can do.
We're not getting rid of the decibels, but the reason that they just got warnings might have been code enforcement said that they had been unsuccessful in actually, somebody contested it. And I believe that, because in order to, in your ordinance and under due process, because you can't charge somebody who is running a bar with the sound of somebody speeding by on a motorcycle. So you got to test the background. And how do you get a consistent background if you've got environmental noises going on?
How was the 200 feet chosen? Is plainly audible at 200 feet roughly equivalent to 55 decibels, or is it just?
That, the 200 feet, put a number there. I just pulled it out of the air.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you said that, another question was, you said that you've done this in another city.
Yes,
Have they done all day? I'm just curious to know if a city actually does no noise
they have
all day.
Okay, it's Cocoa Beach.
Okay.
Which is a very lively city, definitely. And they have, their distance during the day is 500 feet. At 10 o'clock, it goes down to 100 feet. So it dramatically drops.
Yeah.
But you can't have really loud stuff, because, 500 feet isn't that far, really.
It's like 5 lots, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Well, it's not even that.
I mean, for
Big lots
reference,
100 feet.
Haran Park, where we have concerts in the park, from where the band sets up to the back of the park is 200 feet. So if you can imagine that having to be, whatever happening where the band is, having to be quiet enough. Now, it doesn't apply to the park, right, because that's city property and it's not residential area and all that, but that's, well, right, and that's the distance we're talking about. Something would have to be quiet enough where the band plays at Haran Park that you cannot hear it at all at the south end of the park. That's 200 feet.
That's at 10 p.m. because then that.
No, I'm just saying, for reference, that's yeah.
And do you want to talk about the, special events, the bells on City Hall? Do those go all night?
On the hour.
They stop? Oh, okay, all right. And Little League, because we can exempt those.
Are they playing after 10 p.m.?
Probably not.
Just
I would hope not.
We'll find out pretty soon.
Commissioner Mulholland, you were next, sir.
So I guess what I'm hearing from the rest of the commission is that if you have a neighbor that's firing off a cannon at noontime, every 5 minutes, on every 5 minutes, that's okay.
You would need a fireworks permit for that?
Yeah, right.
Well, and according to this ordinance,
or you're having a pool party where you're playing your music at crazy loud. Quite honestly, I have a neighbor that doesn't live here full time, and every holiday, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, he has a huge pool party. And it's in the middle of the day, but it's still, it's ruining my quality of life. I can't sit on my back patio and enjoy my pool while that's going on, because he's across the street and down the street. I don't know how far he is from my house. He's probably 250 feet. And yeah, it's only 3 times a year, so I guess I can live with that. But when you live with it day in and day out, and day in and day out, and night in and night out, you come to realize that what we have now, like many things that we've been dealing with all night long here, the city doesn't run very well, hasn't run very well for quite some time. And residents' qualities of life and lifestyle is severely impacted by people that don't act right. And I mean, I don't have statistics on this, but it's gotten worse since COVID, it seems like. I think, it probably has. But, if you let 5% of the people do whatever the heck they want, you end up destroying people's quality of life. And I will tell you this, I probably shouldn't say this publicly, but this is how strongly I feel about this. And I told the city manager this today, that neighbor that has the 3 pool parties a year, If he were doing that 5 or 6 days a week, day in and day out, I'm leaving St. Pete Beach. Okay? I love it here, but I would not put up with that. So, you know, the fact that we're you know, saying, well, maybe this, if it's 10 to 7 or whatever, you know, 10 to 7, I would guess that in most neighborhoods is not the problem time. It's when we're actually living our lives. And it can be very, very disruptive. And like I say, I thought that I moved here to live here the rest of my life, but if that part-time resident becomes a full-time resident and he has a pool party every day, I just won't put up with it. And I can't imagine that many people in the community don't feel the same way. I don't know if there's anybody here from the Zamora or the, I apologize, not the Zamora, but from Bella Vista that dealt with the situation with the Zamora. And I'm sure some of that was after 10 o'clock, but before, exactly, not after 10 o'clock. So I'm disappointed to hear us, you know, framing this as if it's after 10. To me, it's normal life hours is when these noises are problematic, because I just don't think it happens that much, you know, after 10 o'clock. Not in our community. It may up here, possibly with some of the rooftop bars or whatever. I don't know. I also know that before I was on the commission, not only did I come to many of the commission meetings, but as the mayor will attest, I went to many of his meetings at the library, and two of the biggest complaints that I heard was that city government didn't respond to the communication requests from the residents when they were having problems, and quite honestly, Public Works was the biggest area of concern there. But noise, and it wasn't noise at midnight. It was noise during life hours. So, yeah, you know, I could go on about it, but I don't think I could say any more strongly how I feel about it than what I've stated. And you know, it is a quality of life issue, and if you've lived with it, you understand it. And I know I'm 67 years old, and I probably am one of these guys that's a little stay off my grass. I'll admit that, but I don't think I'm overstating just how miserable this can be when you live in a beautiful city and you have a nice, comfortable home, and all you want to do is enjoy your home. And, you know, one of the 5% or 3% or 10% bad actors wants to make your life totally miserable. Trust me, they can. They can. So I think that's all I have to say, Mr.
I don't think you're overstating it all. I mean, I think the bad apple is, you know, there's a reason why we have that. But prior to the current situation that we have with the storms, it is the number 2 issue that I received calls and emails from, the number 1 being development. And there's no close third between those two. I received more emails, and I don't think we should be making light of people that are genuinely suffering. I mean, I've had phone calls with residents crying because it's the 3rd, 4th, 100th night in a row that they can't sleep. And one of the issues was, I can't hear it. I have videos of a lady. She calls me up at, you know, 10:30 at night, and when the mayor's line, I have a separate line for the mayor's line. That line goes off at 10:30. I generally answer it because something is bad. Nothing good happens after 10 o'clock when that line rings. And she was in tears. She said, listen, I'm a retired cleaning lady from New York. I sold my house. I bought my dream beach condo with all the money that I had. And my life is horrible. It's miserable. She was crying on the phone. I've had, I don't know how many emails from residents right back here, down the street on Corey Avenue, who would email me every single day, every single night. And I appreciate you all having this conversation today, and thank you, City Attorney and City Manager, for bringing this, because no matter how many times I've brought this before the previous commission, this previous staff, I received no support in bringing any kind of, well, just call the police. And I would sit there on the phone and I would three-way dial the sheriff. Say, hey, it's Mayor Petrilla, right? Well, that's the only time I'll ever do you know who I am, if it's for a resident. No support. Code enforcement, love you guys, but you're at home at 11 o'clock at night, right? I think with this ordinance and with the previous ordinance that gives us the ability to issue fines, we actually have some teeth now where we can enforce, assuming, and I do think we have a willing city manager and city staff to help us enforce the ordinance. But I mean, this is something, this has been, and I felt horrible not being able to provide these residents any kind of resolution because I found no support trying to get this situation fixed. And that'll be the first thing I do tomorrow morning is email all those residents, assuming this passes, and says, we finally have a solution. I'm sorry it's taken me 2 years, but we finally have a solution. And so I don't think this is a haphazard ordinance. This has a real need behind it. I'm happy that finally somebody's listening and is willing to do the work. Hopefully we have support from the commission to do something for our residents who've been begging us for years to do something about this. And it is so much of what we do, and some of us have run on this, protecting and preserving and enhancing the quality of life for our residents. This is exactly what this is. This is a quality of life issue for our residents. And there are too many of them that have just been ignored, put to the wayside, and said, sorry, there's nothing we can do for you. Sheriff won't come out. It's too late for code enforcement. What can we do? Nothing. And they're just miserable. And so I don't know if there's a middle ground, Commissioner Mulholland, where maybe we can look at something, as the city attorney mentioned, in a different situation where maybe at all times it's 500 feet, at night it's more restricted. I don't think that would fix your situation because I think that's less than 500 feet, maybe. But is there a way to have a middle ground where we are preserving and protecting and enhancing the quality of life for our residents, and at the same time respecting that, look, maybe I want to have a pool party. Again, it doesn't happen very often, maybe once a year, and my neighbors are deaf on one side and absent on the other, so I don't really have that issue. But at the same time, it is part of the quiet enjoyment that everyone is entitled to with their property.
I think I don't know what the right number is, whether it's 200 feet or, because the pool parties that I cited would have been clearly audible at 300 or 400 feet.
Right.
Somebody having an occasional pool party, it's a habitual that is day in and day out of excessive noise.
And that's why the ordinance that we have passed previously, 05, was it 04 or 05, right? That one has the option of giving them a warning, right? Code enforcement officer comes, says, look, just turn it down a notch, right? Your neighbors from 3 canals down can hear you.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, I had a list of things, but I think that I got a little bit passionate about it, and I didn't really feel like I needed to go line by line, but I totally agree. One of the things that I said was code enforcement may or may not issue initial warnings to non-habitual situations. I mean, code enforcement and the city manager is going to know if there's habitual people having pool parties that you can hear, you know, a block away.
Well, they'll have a first warning, and they'll know if it's a repetitive situation, right?
Exactly, exactly. You know, does the distance need to be 200? I mean, I didn't, you know, I wasn't the one who picked that number. I don't know what, you know, someone might consider reasonable. I mean, I just know when it's loud, you know, you can hear it, you know, certainly very uncomfortably 300 or 400 feet away. There's no question about that. I mean, like I say, this particular neighbor is probably only 250 feet from my house, across the street and just a little bit east. But, you know, I use him as an example because I think that's a good example. But I don't know what the number is, but what I know is what we have now doesn't work. It flat out doesn't work, just like a lot of this stuff doesn't and hasn't worked. And we have a mechanism here to put some common sense into this and potentially help everybody in the city that might be subjected to getting, you know, a bad neighbor, somebody renting a VRBO for a month that, you know, because right now, I don't know, maybe there's other things that code enforcement does on the VRBOs as it comes to that type of violation. I just know if you've lived it, you'd understand. If you've lived it, you'd understand.
Should we take some audience comments?
Could I?
Sure,
Just
go ahead.
before you do. Is there an ordinance, or in our ordinances or other cities, something that has to do with properties that are a nuisance, right? That could include noise or like the habitual stuff that we're talking about? Because, and I say this because I do agree with you, because I've had residents even, you know, way before being on Commission 2 and on the association that crying people too, that I had to go out to the park and, you know, one particular resident that was building speakers for cars and was really good about going right to the 10 p.m. time, but had it blasting all the way till then. And this poor neighbor, older lady and now her deceased husband, had to deal with this all the time. And I would go over there and try to talk to them, and, you know, and it was just a constant nuisance. But there was no support from the city because there was just nothing available to cite them on. They can go loud until 10 p.m., you know, and whether we're like, but they're running a business. Well, no, that's my cousin that I'm doing the speaker, and that's just a whole other thing. But it's a constant nuisance, right? And from what I'm hearing from Commissioner Mulholland is he's got a constant, you know, nuisance going on that's happening all the time. I don't know if it's been approached or not, or if they invited you to the party or not, but you know, you have something constantly happening, and that happens a lot. What worries me is those who want to complain about it all the time, right? I'll give you an example. When I got married, I held my reception at my house, but I invited all my neighbors, but one particular neighbor could care less, but called the sheriff on me while we were in the middle of our reception, you know. He knew it was a one-time event. You know, he came in very nice, got my warning, and make sure by 10 p.m., you know, you guys are done. But it's just because one neighbor is going to complain about it, right? You could have the drill running by someone remodeling your home, or the jigsaw or whatever going really loud and it's annoying, and I work from home, so I know it could be annoying that you hear this constant noise in the background, lawnmowers or whatever, and just keep calling, so the person who's always going to pick up the phone and say, hey, they're not stopping, it's too loud. So how, this is noise, right? So what's something from nuisance, from, this is noise, or like, is it by different locations?
This does, if there is a violation, it does provide that it is a nuisance, but the problem is it wouldn't be a nuisance until 10 p.m. So they could just be absolutely blasting your ears out at 9:55.
Yep.
And you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So what they did in Cocoa Beach, they do have the different measurements. And because they have bars that are going all day there, and they did want to protect the residents with regard to that also.
Was it different by zones too, like the times? Like, because we're talking about businesses that are operating, and some people who live close to businesses, if it's all day, how are they going to operate? Like, does Cocoa change that?
I will mention something that actually, because I called the chief of police in Cocoa Beach, I wanted to make sure that, everything there was okay, because I hadn't heard anything about noise for quite a while. And I checked with him, and he said that the chronic offenders, because I had talked about this at the meetings, the chronic offenders had hired acoustic experts, because it's not so much how loud the music is in the bar or restaurant. They can have very loud music in there, but if they do it right, it won't bounce out. There was one that we actually had litigation over. It's called Island Time Marina in Cocoa Beach, right there on 520, that we filed a nuisance lawsuit against them. In the resolution of that case, we got an acoustic expert from Gainesville who has a company, and he came in and he designed it's basically kind of like a clamshell, because they had outside seating right on the water, and there were condos right over there. And they designed this clamshell and they required all their bands to use the in-house system, the speakers and all that. They couldn't bring their own speakers and set them up however they wanted. And apparently that's not a problem, because you can just hook into other people's speakers. And so they had the eating area in the band, those were outside, right on the water. And the way they had it before, they had the sound going in to the restaurant area, and they had regular either glass or walls, and of course the sound would just bounce right out and go over the water. Well, they required them, or I shouldn't say they required them because the city didn't require it, but the acoustic guy said, you need to put up this acoustic material. And actually, I go there occasionally to eat, and it's not offensive looking at all. They've got, some draperies, and then they've got material on the walls. So the sound goes in and it stops. So I've been there when it's really loud in there, where people are eating and drinking and all that. And if you drive around, and I can walk behind the condos, you can't hear it. So, there are ways that these things can be dealt with, but you just have to incentivize the bars to actually spend the money to get an expert to make the improvements, for the benefit of everybody, including them, because they were tired of, they didn't want to be sued for starters, but when we...
Not that we're threatening to sue anyone, right?
No. Oh, I'm not. No, I'm just saying what happened in Cocoa Beach, because we did sue them. But, but the other bars learned that they didn't want to get citations. So I don't think it costs that much. I mean, bars make a fair amount of money. You know, and they arrange things so that the sound didn't come out.
Thank you. I think we're looking at it from the wrong perspective, if that's the question. The question should be, how do we enhance the quality of life and how do we preserve it for our residents? Not worrying about the one person. Because again, I don't have any emails about somebody saying my neighbor's reporting me all the time, even though I'm not doing anything. But I do have dozens and dozens of emails from residents saying, I've got noise and no one's doing anything about it. And I've been there with them. I've been there with the sheriff. I've been on the phone with them. I've been in person. And nothing's being done. This gives us an opportunity. I mean, I would be inclined to look at something like 200 and 500 feet during the day, 200 feet at night. But I think, Commissioner Mara, do you have anything to say? And then we can open up for public comments.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think that, having some sort of standard that's different in daytime and nighttime makes sense. I don't think that there is anything to be gained by randomly picking distances without any idea what it means, And so right now tonight, I would be hard pressed to say that I would be in support of, what distances I would be in support of for day or night without without it being based on anything factual or anything that can be related to real life or what the unintended
Well, we do have other examples in real life from our own city attorney.
Sure, from another city that,
I mean, a lot of the things that we do are based on, what our other cities doing. I mean, we just talked about Hollywood Beach and them pulling the chairs out,
Yeah, I wasn't on board with that argument either.
I think you're looking at it the wrong way, right? Our residents have been screaming for us to do something for years. We haven't done anything. We literally have not done anything. And at some point, somebody's got to say it's enough.
I have not said that we should do nothing.
Okay, then make a counter proposal. What's reasonable to you? To me, based on precedent, based on other cities, 200 feet, 500 feet during our normal, nuisance hours from 10 to 7 p.m. seems perfectly reasonable. We have a real need that needs to be addressed. We have an opportunity to address it. We should be addressing it.
I'm sorry you're outraged by my desire for factual information, but I would...
Provide some. What factual information is missing? I don't understand.
I would like to know how loud something is compared to our current code that, for years...
It has to be audible.
Decibels.
It has to be audible.
No, I want to know what 55 decibels is. If the decibels is, for years, things were based on decibels, right? If something is 200 decibels at the spot, if you go 500 feet away,
your head would explode at 200 decibels.
Yeah, it would. Yep.
So regardless of the numbers, I would like some factual information about what it means and what the practical application of it
Sure.
is.
So we've all received this almost a week ago. We've all had an opportunity to look at it, ask questions, sit with the city manager, sit with the city attorney, and ask these questions and be ready with them.
Right, and I did not receive answers, and I think this was a rushed, poorly thought out ordinance that is needed. I'm not saying it's not needed. You are not the only one who can be outraged by things that are needed, right? It is a needed.
No one else is ever outraged besides me.
Well, maybe the
And
rest of
this is based on the instructions that we gave the city attorney just at the last commission meeting. We asked him to bring this to us. It was a consensus by the commission to bring this to us to address a real need in the community.
We're not doing a noise-based ordinance, so we didn't bring you the normal. There's a chart that shows the levels of noise and what's harmful. And let's see.
I've seen those charts. I just don't know what I don't know what that relates to in distance, right? So
the comparison chart says let me go down to our areas here. A vacuum cleaner in your house when it's going off is 75.
Right, that still doesn't...
City traffic.
That doesn't tell me what things are at distances. So the...
I guess the other thing is the distance, so like a typical canal could be 80 feet to 200 feet, depending on the width of your canal.
I mean, if you guys are all fired up to pass this on first ordinance and we can work out the details later, then I guess that's how we're doing ordinances, that's fine. I don't think this is ready. I don't think this is, I think we need to do something. I agree. But I don't want to be involved in passing an ordinance that is going to have significant unintended consequences, right? I think we all work too hard to try to do things and do them well and do them right. And to pass an ordinance where 6 months down the road, we're going to be going, well, that was a huge mistake. I guess we're going to start over and actually do it based on facts this time.
What are the
Which I guess
what
is
are the
also fine.
consequences?
City attorney provided you with facts. They told you exactly how the ordinance is working. They spent time, they spent over 2 weeks working on this. Are you saying that their work was just haphazard and random? This is how 90% of our ordinances are. They come to us on first reading. We have an opportunity to review them for 4 to 5 days in advance. We ask the city attorney, the city manager questions about them in our private meetings before the meetings. We have an opportunity. If you were, first of all, no one's talking about decibels here because we're not talking about decibels. That doesn't change anything. And if you were concerned about that, you and I could have sat, or you and somebody else could have sat somewhere, play at 65 decibels, walk 200 feet, see what it sounds like. That would have been an easy way to, again, I don't think there's anything random or haphazard about this ordinance. It addresses a specific need at the instructions of the commission to the city attorney.
It is random. She specifically said she picked a random number.
Right, the 200,
That is
it came from
random.
nowhere, yeah.
Okay.
She said it right there.
I make a motion that we extend this meeting to 1 a.m.
Second.
City clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Rosnicki,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Mayor Petrola.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Are we ready to hear audience comments?
Yes.
City clerk, if you please.
Kevin Reilly. Gone.
He is not here.
Sean Kwiatkowski.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Sean Dukowski, 5250 Gulf Boulevard. So I think one of the questions was, what's one of the consequences as it's currently stated? And I know there's been comments about timing and from a business perspective. Sorry, I'm speaking on behalf of Bellwether and Beachcomber. As it's currently stated, there's serious economic consequences to our business. We need a little bit more definition to that. One fine balance we make from a hotel standpoint is the balance of our guests, right, in the hotel rooms, and the balance of a beach bar, right? So we put a lot of things in place to balance that, right? We don't want to disrupt our guests trying to sleep or enjoy a sunset, and we have a beach bar. So from a business standpoint, we put a lot of work into that, a lot of decibel readings, a lot of things of that nature to manage it internally. So I think as we're seeing this currently stated, that's still kind of in question, and that's where we have a concern at. I think also there's a balance of live music in the DNA of St. Pete Beach too, and there are residents that enjoy that live music. If we put that at sacrifice, I think we have a concern with that type of experience. Again, we want to balance that out, but we just see it as it needs a little bit of cleaning up right now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. City clerk.
Gilbert Bolivar.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Gilbert Bolivar. I'm the hotel general manager of the Hotel Zamora on St. Pete Beach. Address is 3701 Gulf Boulevard. Mr. Mayor, Council, appreciate the time to allow me to speak today. The Hotel Zamora has been a great destination for our local residents where they can come and enjoy a nice sunset cocktail or have a wedding event in our rooftop where many celebrate their birthday parties or their Mother's Day gathering during Mother's Day brunch. This noise ordinance will have a significant financial impact in our property. We currently operate 365 days a year. Our wedding groups have our events on our rooftop. We are constantly following our noise ordinance as they're currently stated at the moment. 65 decibels. I have a heavy amount of years of experience managing different applications, different sound levels. I can tell you that there are systems that limit your ability to increase the volume. Sound travels in many different ways, from matter to gas, wood, and water, and air. So depending on how you read or what kind of device you use, that can impact the results of the decibels that you're reading at whatever distance you might be. So I'm here to say we do what's best for the community. We care about our locals and our residents. Our residents frequently visit our establishment, from our restaurant to our pool bar and our rooftop. This noise ordinance is too soon and too much of a financial impact, which will impact our team members, our ability to provide for jobs, the lifestyle of our local residents that visit us. Our local residents have weddings in our establishment. They come and celebrate with us. They're regulars at our bars. They're regulars at our rooftop. I've been in the property for over a year. We have not had any violations thus far because we follow the noise ordinance that's currently in place. And I don't see the need to change that at the moment. I do feel that we need to talk through that, and I do understand where you're coming from. However, I think that there is an opportunity for us to work together and be able to still provide that experience to our local residents and hotel guests. So it's a fine balance between the two. But this noise ordinance does not have any strict parameters. The time frame that it currently states now, I believe it's adequate for where we are. We do stop our events at 10 p.m. and we follow the current noise ordinance that we have in place. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ed Sheets. Elise Betzel.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Elise Batzel, 401 East Jackson Street in Tampa. It seems like what the city attorney has given you is a skeleton of an ordinance for you to fill in. We worked extensively with the city of Tampa when they were adopting their noise ordinance, and they also have a plainly audible standard, but they have a lot of guardrails within that to add protections for businesses and other things. And what they did is they went out and did acoustical studies around their city to determine how far it is to, how are you going to hear things? What are those distances? So there was measured data behind what they ultimately put together as the ordinance. Clearly, the ordinance needs more definition sections once you determine all of those parameters. It doesn't obviously distinguish between commercial areas and residential areas because you have mixed, right? Every jurisdiction, every zoning district has residential in it. And it doesn't account for the fact that businesses reside next to residences. There are so many typical commercial operations that would be in violation of this ordinance right away. I mean, loading and unloading, those audible warning signals, that backup signals, that's clearly plainly audible. You mentioned several. It also doesn't exempt, protected speech. So there just needs to be a lot of additional things put into the ordinance before you finally pass it. It also lacks a discussion or a provision regarding the duration or length of time before a violation can be issued. Does the sound have to last 5 seconds? Does it have to last 2 minutes or 5 minutes? Those types of provisions need to be in here because clearly something that's an instantaneous sound would technically be violating the ordinance as it's written today, and I don't think that's the intent of what you're trying to accomplish. In addition, there's nothing in the ordinance today that distinguishes what's a warning, how much time has to go by until it's another warning, or is that then a violation? So you need some procedures and some timeframes in there so people have notice with respect to how this is going to be enforced. There's also an interesting provision in section 46-164. It talks about law enforcement, code enforcement, or any investigating officer, I'm not sure what that means, can levy fines filing civil suits in circuit court through the special magistrate process or any other legal proceeding deemed appropriate. Commissioner Mulholland, you were talking about, you know, these subjective standards. Who is going to decide whether someone gets a fine or whether they go to circuit court? Those are the things that need to be fleshed out and maybe materialized a little bit before you move forward. I'm also concerned about how officers are going to implement this. The ordinance talks about measuring from residentially zoned areas.
Thank you.
Plus 200 feet. Thank you.
Deborah Scheckner.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Deborah Scheckner, Boca Ciega Isle. I appreciate our attorney bringing something that the Supreme Court of Florida agreed to. That's very important, I think, for everybody to listen to. The Supreme Court of Florida approved this particular ordinance. We have water in St. Pete Beach, and I can tell you, I can hear my neighbors way across the bay. But it doesn't bother me. It's not that loud. Like you, if somebody's having a party, or the neighbors are invited, if it's going to be loud. A funny story about the Zamora. There was a developer who used to live here. He had a house across the street, the bay side of the Zamora, and he moved. This is a developer because it was too loud for him, and he moved to Treasure Island, where he could not have had, I guess he should not have bought a house across the water from the Zamora. But this is also about rooftop bars and how annoying they can be to the people who live right next door to those rooftop bars. And all the hotels, even when they went through their whole process, all of a sudden, wait, we want to add a rooftop bar to this after the whole process went through. If this survives a Supreme Court ruling, then I think it's very clear we should pass something. If you want to think about it down the road, there's nothing wrong with that. Times change. People are different. We have neighbors who have pool parties with their kids. It's fine for me. It may not be fine for you, but they're not loud and they're not playing loud music. So some of it's subjective, but some of it's not. I think our issue really is, how do we get the proper law enforcement, code enforcement out at a good time so that that issue can be addressed? But let's remember, again, I'm going to say it, the Supreme Court of Florida approved this. And if we change it in any way, that's fine. Right now, it's 10 o'clock, which I think is reasonable, but I think you should pass it. And if years down the road, you see an issue that comes up, just like everything else we do, life is flexible. You can change it later on, but let's get something with teeth on the books now, because there's nobody on the beach right now. But when they all come back, they're going to appreciate that they have peace and quiet when they get back into their homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Kurzman.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
John Kurzman, Bahia Way. What I'm concerned about is when we look at this ordinance, that you focus on where the problem is, or as I understand the problem, and you don't suck in a whole bunch of other things that really is the quality of life of a lot of people in the city. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just put a number of sample locations and distances, and let me just show them. So using Google Earth, if you could zoom in on my phone, please, and zoom into the phone. Really zoom in, please. Like zoom in so you can actually see what's on the phone and only the phone. Okay, so here, for instance, is maybe even zoom in more, if you don't mind. We have Red, White, and Booze to the opposing shore would be about 250 feet, just as one example. Another example would be the homes along Bahia Shores and Brightwater is about 730 feet. I can tell you that during the day, I can be sitting at my house, and if workers or just someone is outside their house in Brightwater playing the radio, I can hear the radio just during the day. Are we going to say that that's offensive and that that person should be getting a fine just because someone's playing the radio? This happens to be my house in New Jersey, where I have some experience, and it's 2,200 feet across the lake. And on a humid day, now nobody heard, there was no mention about humidity, but with humidity, sound travels. And on a humid day, I can hear someone say, "Who's got a light?" at the bar. They're just at the bar and saying to the person next to them, "Who's got a light?" And I'll say, "I do." I mean, I don't know if they hear me.
Can you tell us?
But you can actually hear conversations at a bar 2,200 feet away. So, I mean, I really support the idea we want to address the issue, but you really have to be careful to figure out how you're going to do it. And then, you know, again, you can't see it on the screen for whatever. From Silver Sands, it's about 200 feet to PCI. It's less than another 200 feet to Jimmy B's, another 200 feet to Coconut Charlie's, and about another 200 feet to the Rumfish Bar. So just think about, I mean, a lot of people enjoy going to these places either during the day or during the night. And we just have to think about the ramifications of our actions. And I think that we could have a lot of impact. A lot of people enjoy these places during the day and or at night. I've seen we have the lock boxes on the music where the city controls the volume. The musicians don't have control over it. They're not allowed to bring their own amps, not their own speakers. And I was impressed by the way the city managed it in the past. So, thank you.
Ken Heisel.
If you please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ken Heisel, 2032 West Vina Del Mar Boulevard, St. Pete Beach. For those in the back who don't know me, I am pretty much a self-taught expert on sound, just based on when the new owners bought RWB April of 2022. From April 2022 to September 11th, 2023, they had almost 18 noise complaints or notice of violations. You have an expert in the back of the room, Pete Dewar, who would come out and play cat and mouse with the owner of RWB. And he would take a decibel meter reading. He would see him up on the bridge. He would then run around the restaurant and tell everybody to be quiet. We had the same problem that Commissioner Brzezinski stated. We would call the sheriff's department when code enforcement wasn't there. You had to get the decibel meter reader. You couldn't make anything, you know, from happen at the time. So it was always, we were one step behind. So you had a residence that we actually surveilled our house from the wharf and from Seekers before we purchased it in 2010, just to see if there was excessive noise. And there wasn't. We bought the house, and for 12 years we enjoyed peace and quiet. We loved the sounds. Just like John said, I actually heard somebody at the wharf talking, and it was one of my friends from Key West. We laughed, we walked over there, we had drinks, and it was a howl. It wasn't loud and raucous, it wasn't durational, it was regular. So, but then when the new owners came in, music started. They didn't have a permit, so they eventually went to get a conditional use permit. They got it, and even the mayor who's sitting here today was the only person on the commission on September 11th, 2023, who said, "Are you really agreeing to this, Ken?" I go, "Yes, because it benefits him, his business, and it benefits us, the residents." And you thought it was a bad deal. We thought it was a great deal, so we approved it, and he winds up suing the city because even though he agreed to it, he sues the city. And that's where we are today. So what I'm so afraid of, and I'll go quickly, is you have a guy who there was no music. We made him get the conditional use permit to play music. Well, then he played it 1 day a week, 2 days a week, 3 days a week, 4 days a week, 7 days a week. And for those who don't live next to a restaurant or bar, and yes, they say, "Oh, well, which came first?" Well, I'm telling you right now, the residents on Vina Del Mar came first. But the duration, he plays it 11 hours a day on Saturday and Sunday until the city said, "Hey, take it inside." How many, you can ask Pete Dewar in the back, how many code violations or sound violations or anything, complaints have come out of that place since September 11th, 2023? Zero. Not one, because he was told to take it inside. And he has no concept. He was told with the cup, the lock boxes, directional, everything, nothing's been done. I thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
So this is going to get even more important with any mixed use, because there'll be people above.
I mean, the ordinance is designed to specifically address a real need that the city has, specifically for residential. That's what this is for.
Yep.
And for those of you who say you currently don't have any issues, I don't see how you will have any issues if this ordinance is passed. If you're good faith actors and you're not causing, undue hardship for your neighbors, if you allow them the quiet enjoyment of their property as they're entitled to, then I don't see the downside. And it addresses a real need. We have, several bad actors that are simply refusing to be persuaded by reason, by pleading, by begging, by anything. And now we have an ordinance before us that can address a real need that our residents have. I think this is an opportunity for the commission to show that, we do respect our residents and we do want to provide for them, a good quality of life. And above all things, our responsibility is to our residents.
I agree on that. I just, the other thing that kind of surprised me just now is hearing the attorney talk about the backup safety noise. And I sat through that cup and there was, no noise, no problem with noise for that. So now this comes up and I'm really surprised at that too. But yes, I think something needs to be done. I could go either way on if we do weekend type of hours or weekday hours. I mean, or no.
I see
no
Commissioner Mulholland's point. If it's something that's,
Yeah, right next door,
Well,
or even just consistent. Yeah.
Sorry, so City Attorney, whichever one of you wants to answer this question, and maybe you want to think about it and come back to us, that's fine too. One of the attorneys made some points. I'm not sure.
I looked up Tampa, and it's 100 feet, and it's 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then they have established some entertainment districts in Ybor City and the Arena District where they have different decibel-based things for that area.
And it's just
And they also allow
audible noise?
citizens to bring a nuisance suit against the violators themselves as well.
So it sounds like,
It's not based on residential or commercial, it's just 100 feet from a receiving property that complains about plainly audible.
so it seems like we're being more lenient.
Oh, and the state statute is 25 feet.
That's true. The state statute with regard to when you have an automobile and you're playing your radio,
Or your
if
exhaust.
you can hear it 25 feet away, you can get a ticket.
We have to do something.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2025-05.
I'll second.
I would like to amend the motion. I would like to amend the motion to stipulate 200 feet between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. and 500 feet at all times.
Do you want to add exceptions for special events, bells at City Hall, and the Little League games and backup signals?
You have 11 exemptions already,
I
correct?
do.
Okay.
I do.
We can reference, I have the section number 46-134, the exemptions that are there. That's clock, chimes, bells, that kind of thing. They're all in that same
Well, the bells the bells don't go off after a certain time, and I don't think Little League is playing at 10 p.m.
No, that's true.
Yeah, but you can hear it.
And I don't know about the 500 feet, though. For instance, for the bells, I have no idea.
Okay. Sure, I'm happy to amend my amendment to include those.
I think since he made the motion, he has to agree to your amendment.
No, you can do it, the way that we do it here, is the mayor makes the amendment, and then we call for a second to agree to the amendment, and then we go to the motion on, now becomes the motion that's on the floor plus the amendment, and we vote on that.
That is how we
You do it
operate.
that way.
Okay, that's fine.
I second.
Okay. City Clerk, if we'll have a vote on the amendment.
Yes, Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
No.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Woznicki,
No.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Thank you. If we can please have a vote on the actual motion.
Yes.
Is there, we have a second?
Do we have to, well,
Commissioner Mulholland made the motion.
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson seconded the
that's
motion,
right.
and I made the amendment to
forgot
the
that,
motion.
yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm tired. Commissioner Marriott,
No.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Woznicki, Vice Mayor Mulholland,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Yep, plus the exemptions that are in 46, 134.
Next, we have items for discussion.
Type those in the...
We have item 8A, Commissioner Robinson, decoupling permits.
I touched on that during our discussion of our, the hurricane updates. Touched on that. I'm very concerned about open permits going into another storm, and want to see something come forward, what we can do to protect our residents, since it's no fault of their own for the delay in permitting. I'd like to know about the phasing, and Ms. Sanderson said she would come back with something, so I'm satisfied on that for now. If anybody wants to talk about it anymore, but something has to be done. I'm extremely worried about that.
I second that concern.
I feel like I've got the direction through the recovery presentation, and we'll be back with some information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Next, we have item 8B, sign ordinance status. Commissioner Woznicki.
And I'm sorry, I didn't remove this earlier, but I already had it addressed before, so
Okay.
I should have mentioned it sooner.
Next, we have item 8C, forensic.
Unless you,
Oh,
I'm
can I say
sorry,
something
unless
on
you
that?
wanted
Go ahead.
I just think we need to look at the vehicle sign ordinance along with sign ordinance. That needs to go hand in hand.
Do you mean like vehicles that are logoed up kind of sign ordinance?
Well, there's a
Or like the
question.
cars that drive around with LED signs on them?
Both.
or cars that
I
park.
guess both.
Yeah.
We can do
Makeshift
a
signs,
research on all the car
you know, non-permanent.
wraps and all that. We can take a look at that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let me, just because I don't know if you had heard before when we've talked about sign, when you said vehicle, I know it's been mentioned before, and sorry, because you weren't here, City Attorney, is that we have vehicles that park on lots that have wraps that are not that business, but are using the parking as their sign.
That's the typical ones you can regulate as opposed to the
Okay.
ones that are just driving.
I just wanted to make sure if that's what you were,
Well, that and
And the other one.
signs that aren't permanently attached. You know, they're not stenciled or, you know, painted or wrapped. So.
Okay.
Because there's a content issue we saw within that vehicle signs. There's exceptions for content
content
versus
neutral.
not. So that needs to be looked at, because I know we talked about content being a potential problem.
Yep. And the prohibition and the exemptions have to be content neutral.
Okay. Next, we have item 8C, forensic audit. Commissioner Robinson.
Yes, I've got a lot of calls on this from residents in regards to the, you know, how their money was utilized, where it went to, and very big concerns on previous city manager, some of the items that were disclosed during the investigation. And I know that a forensic audit is not free. It can be, I don't know, I'm going to guess $200,000 to $800,000. But I believe there might be some other ways that potentially we wouldn't have to pay for that if it deemed to be so, such as whether we could get, I don't know, FBI involved or other law enforcement involved to check it out. But I have residents very concerned.
The city attorney's office is reviewing the report and will be routing it to the appropriate state agencies for review and potential audit that they would conduct and that we wouldn't have to pay for.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to
Any
make public comment or not?
I'm always open to public comment, commissioners. Anyone opposed? Public
No.
comment? If you please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, BJ Lawson, Leilani Drive. This will be quick. I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to the importance of this. And again, hopefully you don't have to pay for all of this, but I'm going to share a document that was part of the CM investigation materials redacted. That is Public Records Request 2024-212. This particular information comes from page 183. But just to draw attention to concerns about an employee who's no longer with the finance department, she noted, talking about the P card, which is the city's purchasing card or corporate credit card system. Sheila Dalton trained me on the P card for the city. I am very familiar with this type of program as I was the administrator for PSTA. When being trained, I asked who verified the transactions, and she said no one does. She mentioned that Vince didn't have time to look at what others were charging. I had a conversation with Vince about the same issues, and he again stated that he didn't have time to review charges and never processed anything through the P-Card online program, PC Card online program software, only signed what Sheila provided to him. In addition to the P-Card training, I noted that there were several charges by many members of the city for food and alcohol. Per the P-Card policy, alcohol was permitted to be purchased on the P-Card. One of Jennifer's employees used it to purchase alcohol. When I questioned the charge, this is what I was told by Jennifer, quote, "We have music in the park every Friday night. The gentleman we hire, we pay them with a case of beer. He drinks it while playing and then drives home." I reminded her that alcohol was permitted on the P-Card. She said Alex Ray gave her permission to purchase it. I also mentioned this to Vince, in which he told me he was not getting involved. So there's a lot of absurdity in those couple of paragraphs. And when it comes to understanding where the money's been going over the past decade, we've got basic questions that I think we need to answer. And the question of appropriateness of internal controls comes up. And if you look at the footnotes from our city's annual comprehensive financial report, the auditor who does that says that in planning and performing our audit of the financial statements, we consider the city's internal control over financial reporting as a basis for designing procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances for the purpose of expressing our opinions on the financial statements, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the city's internal control. Accordingly, we do not express an opinion on the effectiveness of the city's internal control. So the auditor is telling us in plain language that they assume that we are running an honest operation, but we have indications that I would say we have reasonable questions that need to be answered. So I sincerely hope we can find a way to answer these questions without burdening the taxpayers, but really get to the bottom of what's been going on and where our money has gone. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Commissioner Robinson, are you satisfied with the city attorney's?
I am very satisfied, and I look forward to hearing the results.
I am anxiously awaiting those results as well. Okay, next we have the city manager's 6 months performance evaluation. City manager, would you mind?
Thank you, Mayor, City Commission. As you, just to remind the community of the process, we had a approved process by the commission a few months back that involved a 360 evaluation by various stakeholders within the organization, including yourselves. Those results are in the packet. The individual responses from those who participated on the commission are in that packet, and the consolidated responses from the employees who participated are also in that packet, keeping them anonymous and so that they feel safe to be honest and forthright in that process. I also provided to you a summary of accomplishments. I just want to stress and thank the organization. I am a true believer that you only accomplish, the leader's only reflection is of those around them and how well they're responding and working together. And so we would not have accomplished everything we did without many amazing people around me this last 6 months, given the circumstances of my arrival as well as the two storms following 8 weeks after. So I just want to thank you all for your support. I think the packet speaks for itself. I am not asking for any amendments to my contract at this time, so there's no action necessary this evening. And I just want to say how much it's been a pleasure to work with you all and get to know you, and I'm looking forward to the future.
Commissioners, questions, comments?
I think you've done an outstanding job. Thank you very much, and for being very calm and level through all of this. It's greatly appreciated.
When you and I had a conversation about, you know, what this was going to look like and the contract negotiations, you know, we had a conversation about this being the highest paid city manager in the entire county. And you said, I'm hoping that when the time comes, you'll feel like I'm underpaid. Having the opportunity to speak with many other mayors who are going through similar circumstances that we are, I would hate to be them, and I am incredibly fortunate to have you. You know, the old adage, you get what you pay for. We got a much better bargain out of this deal than she did. Sincerely, I mean, everything that you and your family have had to go through from your own flooding and, you know, still having to deal with it. And I appreciate everything you've done. I think you know, I appreciate you commending your staff, but your staff wouldn't be who they are if it wasn't for your leadership in that department, in that area. And I think you've been able to pull the best out of the people that we have and elevated all of our departments, and also by the people that you've brought in. I think they are a testament to your leadership. So I appreciate that, and thank you. On that happy note, to a less happy note. City Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. As you know, I have made the very difficult decision to resign from the city effective March 24th. And it has been a very lovely time here. There have been challenges, but I think overall it has been a blessing. I've met wonderful people, the residents, and you all are very supportive of who I am and the department as a whole. But I think it's time for me to move on, and I will be here to help assist through that process. What I do need from you is to know how long you want me to advertise the position for, and then how you plan to receive those applications. And then from there, we can discuss next steps as far as setting up the interview process and then the final selection.
It's with a heavy heart that I say, you know, you're moving on, because you've done an outstanding job too. I mean, you've been there through everything just as well as you know, most of the city staff has been through the hurricanes, the EOC, you know, staying the night over there. You've really put your heart into here, and the city owes you a big debt of gratitude for being forthright and honest with the whole Alex Ray scenario. Can't say thank you enough for that. And I know residents have said that to you as well.
Yeah.
Gonna miss you, and I wish you the best of luck. And are you sure we can't change your mind?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a privilege working with you. You didn't always give me the answers I wanted, but you gave me the right answers.
And I told you that I would.
And I told you that that's all I ask. and I appreciate that more than you can know. You know, when I came into this, I mean, I knew Robert's rules, but it's good to have a city clerk who knows them inside out. I appreciate everything you've done. I appreciate, you know, kind of guiding me on Bambi's feet the first couple months. Thank you for that. It's going to be an incredible loss, and I'm incredibly sad to see you go. And I echo what Commissioner Robinson said. Are you sure?
I wanted to say thank you too. As a resident, you know, even before being on any committee, you're always very helpful. You know, sitting out there and not knowing the rules, establishing rules. By the way, because of a lot of the things that we are doing now, it's because you initiated it. So I know you had put quite a few different projects in place for the city and was successful and we're using them, you know, so I appreciate that. But, you know, I say even from sitting there and, you know, and watching now how people are trying to figure out how to come up to you and give you the card, and we didn't have those back then and now we do, and just a lot of changes that have happened. You know, representing a neighborhood, being able to explain to them what you do and how you could help them, and that you do. I've never heard anyone say, you know, she's not giving me what I need, you know, kind of thing. I know it was overwhelming. I know when you can get a lot of requests and it could be overwhelming, but you always did it, you know, with the residents in mind, you know, for the service that you were providing. So I appreciate that. And then even, you know, going through the whole process of submitting application for candidacy and sitting with you in your office and going over the book, the famous book, and, you know, I appreciate everything that you did for me. So, and making sure that I had my expense reports done. So thank
On time. Yes. You're welcome.
But you're not leaving yet, right?
No. Still
Okay.
got me for a few more weeks.
Well, I'm certainly sorry to see you go, and I know we're going to miss you, but I'm not going to give a long speech because we're going to be working together for the next 2 months. So.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, it's city manager. I know you have a lot on your plate, and you're already hiring for. We have Renee engaged for other services as well. Is this something that you would have room on your plate to tackle? The search process and the vetting process with the city clerk's involvement?
So typically, it's coordinated by the city clerk here in the city clerk's office, and then coordinated with HR and the 5 of you. In the past, city manager has had no involvement, just as much as I have not had any, or the other city clerk has had involvement with the city manager process. Obviously, that can be different. The 5 of you can decide that differently, but in the past, that's the way it's been done here.
Are you willing to work to get your replacement? Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is separate. Just.
I would respectfully ask the commission that I be involved in the recruitment in some capacity. This office is extremely critical in how the city operates and functions and collaborates together. And so it's high touch point on operations, unlike the city attorney where they come in with a very specific expertise on advice and counsel. This is a very tactical operational function that I think I would appreciate some involvement, whatever your pleasure is, but I'm respectfully asking.
So just to be clear, in the process, because you were mentioning there was something done before, is it that you just work with HR to post it, then we get applications that come in, and so in me trying to say working together as a team, is it because to be together to review with HR, yourself, city manager, review these applications before, I don't know, is that we're, you know, trying to bring down the selection, right? So we're not reviewing, let's hope 30 applications coming in, right? We don't know how many we're going to get, but to kind of help narrow it down for us. So, you know, for you two to work in conjunction, you know, to
Well, I think you should involve a human resources or a recruiter to make that initial cut, because they're looking at it through a lens of just
It's different.
paper expertise. How do they meet the criteria of the job and the job description that's been established, versus me trying to pick my successor or the clerk trying to pick her successor. I think it's more unbiased to have HR or Renee involved as a recruiter if we need to. But we also have the Florida League of Cities and the Municipal Clerks Association that we can heavily advertise to try to draw. It's just dependent upon if you need that personal touch to do the targeted outreach.
What is Renee charging us to do the partial work that they're currently doing for the assistant city manager?
That was $15,000.
That was $15,000. Okay. Can we find out if it'll be something comparable? Again, you all have a lot on your plates already, and I think if we could have somebody at least do the vetting process, the initial one, and just hand you a list of the top 5, 10 candidates, it would certainly reduce the workload a little bit.
I could certainly reach out to her. I'm sure she'd be open to that arrangement.
Maybe we can get a third time as a
A
bonus.
discount? Yeah, she might give me a discount this time.
Stamp the card and you get one for free.
Okay, I can check on that.
And while that's happening, I mean, I can still advertise on our website and
Of course.
the Florida Association of City Clerks. So I'm just curious, like, is there a time frame you want me to post it for? So cut off applications so that the applicants know? You just want to leave it? I know in the past it's been 14 calendar days. It could be whatever. Just remember, I have a finite amount of
Right.
time.
I think too, it's probably not reasonable to think we're gonna have a full-time city clerk permanent by the time
Yeah, no.
our clerk leaves, so.
But if I could help you guys get the process going, it
Going,
would be
yeah.
helpful to my staff as well.
And then I'm assuming Ginny, is she in a position where she would be open to filling in?
For a fixed amount of time, not indefinitely. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the city manager does have a budget discretionary. Is the commission all right with just instructing her to reach out to the recruiter, come up with a budget for that, and as long as it doesn't exceed the discretionary, will be at her discretion whether to engage them or not. I mean,
Yeah.
together working with the city clerk. I hear both of your sides. You know, I mean, you have a subject matter expertise, and at the same time, the city clerk and the city manager have to work very closely together, hand in hand. So I don't think it'd be unreasonable to, expect the city manager to be involved in some capacity to make sure that we find somebody that is a good fit, that's a good cultural fit, and a good just overall. Do we need to provide more direction than that? I mean, you're both exceptional professionals. I think you can.
I think that's good for now.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have reports. City clerk.
So we have our community meeting on Monday at 5:30. We have our first recovery task force meeting next Wednesday at 8:30 in the morning here in Chambers. The following week, on February 12th, we have the candidate forum night hosted by the the Women's Voters Registration of St. Pete area here in
Women's
Chambers.
League of Voters.
League of Women's Voters.
I can't. The Florida League of Women Voters, right? Yeah,
Yep.
okay. It's here in Chambers, and they're taking questions until the 5th. That's been advertised on the website and in the Ops Weekly. And then voting for District 2 is here in Chambers because of the unavailable state of the community center, and that's 7 a to 7 p here in Chambers on March 11th.
Thank you. City manager.
No report.
City attorney.
Nothing this evening.
District 4.
Just three things real quickly. First of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for writing that letter to the president. extremely impressive. I don't know if you got any help with it or not, but it was a good letter. The Frontier line that's been laying on the Vena Bridge now since Milton, Public Works has been giving me frequent updates on it, and that line was supposed to have been rehung because it is still an internet line. It was supposed to be done this week. They gave me an update that now it's going to be probably 2 more weeks. So hopefully that will get done fairly soon. The remaining lights that are missing between 1st and 8th Avenue and Paso Grill, Duke Energy has committed to March 15th to replacing those lights. They've re-energized all the other lights. Anybody that lives there and is up after dark already knows that. But hopefully by the 15th of March, the new lights will be installed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. District 3?
I didn't have something to report or say, but I do have a question since we're talking about this letter, and I don't know if you're going to be discussing it or not on your report, Mayor, but I have questions about it because obviously this is when we're getting this, what the process is as a city when we write letters to the President of the United States with, I mean, I know we're not a strong mayor city, so I'm questioning process because heaven forbid I would have written a letter like that, what kind of slack I would have received for doing such a thing. I knew about letters going out in Treasure Island, or it was on the news over the weekend or last Friday. The mayor of Treasure Island was on the news doing a similar letter, very, very much the same, just like an AI change, let's just say, because that's what I do with my students. But I want to know process because we never had a chance to talk about it, the intent, federal waivers, permits, FEMA, I mean, stuff that I would have liked to have talked as a commission. So, and maybe the city attorney could help explain to me what the process is when we're sending a letter on city letterhead without discussion on the commission. Thank you.
City Attorney, feel free to chime in if you like.
The charter says a few things about the duties of the mayor, but not many. And the code is silent on the duties of the mayor. It says in section 3.03, the mayor shall preside at meetings of the commission, shall be recognized as the head of the city government for all ceremonial purposes by the governor for the purpose of military law, for service of process, execution of contracts, deeds, and other documents, and as the city's official designated to represent the city in all agreements with other governmental entities or certifications to other governmental entities, but shall have no administrative duties except as required to carry out their responsibilities herein. The mayor commissioner shall have the equal power with the other commissioners to make a motion, second a motion, discuss a question, or cast a vote. In terms of the expenditures of money and using city letterhead, as long as it's for a city purpose, it's okay. But you can't use it for campaign materials, which this doesn't appear to be a campaign material.
So is it okay for all of us to do the same thing? Because I want to make sure.
It doesn't seem there's anything that directly addresses it, so it will be up to the commission to set a policy or procedure about how you wanted to handle these things.
I just want
Maybe
to know
just
if we
express-
all wanted to write a letter to the
Right.
president to say the same thing in support.
Yeah, so in my experience, which we're lacking here a bit, is a commission handbook on things such as this, is how do you all accept that sort of representation? But even if the mayor is the spokesperson of the city, at least that's my interpretation of that, that could not go that far. But typically, if an individual commissioner, so if, as an individual commissioner, if you wanted to represent your own opinion, as long as you were not speaking on behalf of the entire commission, I'm just saying in my past lives, that anyone was allowed to advocate on city letterhead in not campaign related. But it really comes down to what the commission wants and whether you want to put a policy together for that.
And then we still have the trumping of the First Amendment.
Well, the only other thing that we have there also is the proclamation, and that gives certain emergency powers to waive statutory requirements under 252. It doesn't really address this particular situation, but would allow the performance of public work and taking whatever prudent action is necessary to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the community.
I just want to know if I can do the same thing. You know, that's, so what I'm hearing is if we wanted, you know.
Let me look and see what the duties of the...
Feel free to express your own opinion. I live and die by the consequences.
Well.
So if I look at the charter and then I look at, that was the mayor's section. There's another section for city. I'm sorry. City Commission powers and composition. There shall be a city commission with all legislative powers of the city vested therein, except as prescribed elsewhere in the charter. City Commission shall consist of 4 commissioners and a mayor commissioner. And that's basically all it says. The vice mayor has the power to act as the mayor during the absence or disability of the vice mayor, of the mayor. There's prohibitions on appointments and removals, interference with administration. City offices are limited to 1 office. You can't have an interest in city contracts, and you're subject to the code of ethics. With the interference with administration, you're supposed to go through the city manager rather than directing city staff. I think you're all aware of that. That's about all it says there.
So in the absence, I think her question is, could they each individually represent their own position and opinion?
I think that's...
And advocate?
Without a handbook,
Yeah.
But in using letterhead.
you would have to say your position.
Yeah, you'd have to say...
It's freedom of speech, I can send the letter. But
You'd have to say on behalf of myself as the commissioner.
District whatever.
District.
District commissioner, City of St. Pete Beach.
Since there's nothing written, then it's okay.
And if you want me to review letters before they go out, you
No,
can send them.
I'm not asking to review.
I did not review this one. But
I don't know if I should do what you requested, what you said is beg for forgiveness later, but I would rather know. That's what. But it's okay if it's not written. That's broad is good.
I think it might become something that you do want to talk about when you're talking about legislative positions.
Mm-hmm.
So when we go to our lobbyists, we want to go to them as a unified group, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this was a unique kind of situation where we're dealing with a disaster and asking for disaster relief to the governor or the president, and him being the mayor. But on other legislative type things, I think it would be appropriate to have you all discuss them with the lobbyists before each writing your own letters to say to the legislature and things like that.
Thank you. Any further? District 2?
Just a couple things. One is, yes, I agree. Thank you for writing that letter. Greatly appreciate it on behalf of all the residents here as well. I just wanted to say I had sent a letter out to our city manager as well as community development, Denise, and also Lucinda over at the library about doing an outreach program to the residents, to the elderly more so, folks that don't have necessarily have access to internet. They're not technically savvy. They're kind of lost in the whole process. And the idea was to go ahead and promote that, get a neighbor helping neighbor, check on your neighbor, your elderly. Most people know where their elderly neighbors are, knock on their door, see where they are in the process. I'd provide a form, they can write down their info, and then we could use the remaining volunteers and get them to be able to go, in-home visits to assist them and get them through. Because if they haven't been paying attention to any of this, all they've seen is a letter they have that says they have to tear down their house. So I'm working on that. I'll have something in writing to Fran so that I can start on that. And I'm at the library February 4th and February 14th, and going to continue to, talk to people about the SD appeals process.
Thank you, Commissioner. District 1.
Just a couple quick updates. The Beach Theater has announced a reopening date this summer, so they'll be open for business in August, which is fantastic news. All over District 1 there are contractor trucks, multiples of them working on every street. There's huge progress being made. There are people who have already gotten their houses repaired and are back living in their houses. And I expect about another, 30% of the neighborhood is going to be in their house by March 15th. So things are going very well on our end of the beach. If you want to go listen to live music at Masteries, you should go now, quick, before we pass this sound ordinance second reading.
Okay. Two things. One, we received an invitation from University of Florida. I'll read you the entire thing. On behalf of the Florida Institute of Built Environment Resiliency, FIBRE, at the University of Florida, we're pleased to invite you to participate in our interdisciplinary urban design and resilient future supported by the generous support of Duke Energy. So Duke Energy Foundation has provided so this is a no cost to the city. In fact, they're covering travel expenses to UF, so it's really a zero cost to the city. The intent of this program is to provide mayors with the knowledge, design ideas, and guidance on potential grant opportunities for our city. To address local environmental challenges and develop strategies to translate your ideas into climate resilient actions. Participate is limited to 8 mayors for the whole state of Florida.
Wow.
We received this invitation. We've been one of the most impacted cities by the storms. So please find us. So there, the first part is going to be, I work with the city manager to see if this is something that they want to get involved with. We've heard from everybody here, the need to look at more grant opportunities. So this is one of those things where somebody else can help us with that, free of charge. I'm not one to turn down free help. So they're looking at a site visit, just looking at coming to St. Pete Beach, looking at what our affected areas are. So late February, early March. So just want to give you that update. I think that's an incredible opportunity for our city. And then the second part, for the letter, I can tell you what the ramifications are. If you publish a letter, a great number of people will say, thank you for publishing this. And some people will say, you're wasting your time, no one's going to hear you. And you know what? From before I came into office to this point, it's not like I've been somebody who's been quiet. It's not like I haven't been putting information out, putting videos out, and I don't really, I appreciate, and I have almost at every instance made sure that I don't, necessarily step on any of the other commissioners' toes. But at the same time, my responsibility ultimately is to the residents of St. Pete Beach and to the voters. And I feel that they deserve to know exactly where their mayor stands. I remember at my very first commission meeting, the day after, somebody said, I can't believe this guy asked for the review of the comprehensive plan. And somebody else responded like, the only thing you should be shocked about is that a politician actually followed through on their campaign promises. Okay? And so, here was, and normally, I probably, something like this, I would have come to you first, but there was a clock on it. Because, and here's the thing is, I have lots of conversations, and in fact, I'm going to ask for a motion to extend this meeting by 5 minutes to 1:05 a.m., please.
Motion to extend to
1:05 a.m.
5 a.m.
Yeah.
Second.
City Clerk?
Commissioner Marriott?
Sure.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosnicki?
Yep.
Vice Mayor Mulholland?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes. Okay, so being in the position where I am as a city attorney, said as a city's representative, I have lots of conversations, and in fact, I sent an email to the city clerk and to the city manager that I think you all received a copy of. Before the letter went out and before I saw, the Treasurer of Turtle Islands letter, I'd already been in communication with our with our Congresswoman and said, hey, look, you all heard what the president just said a couple days ago. when he was in the Carolinas and in California, and he said FEMA's got to, loosen the restrictions, get permits for people as quickly as possible. And I was like, well, he didn't mention Florida. It's like, we're here, we got impacted just as bad, if not worse than many of them. We could use some relief. There's a lot of things that we could have done much more quickly if we, if FEMA had, said, look, just do what is necessary right now to get people into their homes as quickly as possible. And so I am going to continue to do that. I will reach out to other mayors. We do this on a regular basis. I meet with county commissioners. I meet with state representatives. I meet with congresswomen and with senators all the time, on behalf of our city and on behalf of our residents. And if I didn't, shame on me. Right? So I actually would like to request two things of the commissioners today. One is, I would love for y'all, I haven't mailed it yet, I would love for y'all to sign on to it as well. We can hand it to the city clerk and she can mail it out first thing in the morning from all of us. I think, unless you find something particularly objectionable that I did, all I asked for was help, right? The president said some words, and I say, sounds really great. I would like for you to follow through. If you meant what you said, that is really good. Help us out now. Show us that you really mean it. So, we have copies. If you would like to sign one, I would love for all of us to go on this together. Because of Sunshine Law, we don't really get a chance to talk more than every 2 weeks. And so there's not always an opportunity. And I generally don't like to publish the things that I do. I don't need to pat myself on the back. So all the conversations I have to move forward, talking to our state representatives, talking to our senators and so on, I don't put that out there. In this case, I felt it was necessary because it seemed like we weren't doing anything, but other mayors are doing things. And so there was a need to say, look, okay, we're doing it. We just don't go around bragging about it all the time. It's not in my nature. So I would love for you all. So that's the first ask. The second ask is tomorrow morning is the Big C meeting, and I would ask Commissioner Mulholland to represent the city and to ask all the Big C mayors if they want to draft a letter from the Big C, something along the same lines. Mayor from Treasure Island has already done a good job. We have a template. I'm sure they can figure something out. So unless there's any objections from the commission, I would ask that Vice Mayor Mulholland deliver that request to the Big C. In addition, with a second request to the Big C, which is along the same lines. If the president meant what he said, then he should also be inclined to talk to the Army Corps of Engineers and tell them to get their act together and start doing what is necessary for us and get our beach renourishment. So I think we should request of the Big C to draft a second letter to the president as well for beach renourishment. There's got to be a way to get this done. The way the situation at Treasure Island, Madeira Beach, Paso Grill, Upham Beach, all of our beaches, So, do you all have any objections to those two asks for the Big C tomorrow?
No.
Is that at 8 in the morning?
It's at 9, I believe.
Great. Yeah.
It's okay, I'll be at PSTA.
You what?
I'll be at PSTA for 3 hours tomorrow morning.
So just so I'm clear, we want the Big C to have a unified letter that matches
along the same vein.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. And then, of course, the Army. Actually, I was going to
and then
bring a discussion on
a similar letter for beach renourishment.
Right. Yeah, I actually had a note. I was going to bring that forward to the commission in the next.
The way I see it, the president
1 minute
put himself forward, and I say we should hold him accountable to it and say, please help us. Okay. Do we have any objections to that?
No.
Okay. If you do want to sign on, city clerk will have a copy of the letter. If not, don't feel obligated to. I would love for all of you to be on it. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.